In the late evening hours of December 10th, 1984, a young woman would vanish on her way home. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Angela Ewert. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to Fort Worth, Texas, which is where 21-year-old Angela Ewert lived. Angela, who would go by Angie to most people, was described as a really, really sweet girl from an incredibly nice family. She was super outgoing, incredibly charismatic. If you look through like her yearbook for her senior year, she's on like every other page. She was very involved. She was someone who just always smiled and was a fun person to be around. The life of the party. Sometime after high school, she would end up getting a job at a radio station called KEGL, and then she got engaged. She was ready to be married. Angela also did some modeling from time to time, and she was connected to, a couple different apparel places there. It was the evening of December 10th, 1984. Angela was spending time with her fiancé when sometime just before midnight, she decided to leave to head back to her home, which she was living with her parents. However, Angela never got home that night. When her parents woke up the following morning and realized she wasn't there, they called the fiancé, and he said, no, she left a little before midnight. She should have been there. So the fiancé gets into his car, and he drives the route that Angela would have taken, and he made a couple of stops to see if anyone saw her. This is actually a recreation from a 1984 news broadcast where they had someone driving who was dressed up like Angela, driving a very similar car that she had. But the fiancé said that he talked to a clerk at this 7-Eleven and said, yeah, she came in here, she was on her own, and she got some gas, and then she left. The following day, Angela's car was found. This was a few miles away from the 7-Eleven, and one thing they noticed right away was that one of the tires was the spare tire. And when they opened up the trunk, they found the old tire, which had some damage to it, but it was also not like permanently ruined. But they also said that, Angela was not one who really knew how to change a tire, so someone else would have changed it for her. Next to her car, they found a small pocket knife. But Angela was nowhere to be found. There were no signs of foul play in the car. They had no crime scene anywhere. I don't know if they investigated the fiancé. I don't know if he was ever considered a suspect or a person of interest. There's really no mention of it. Well, actually, the news article states that there has never been a named suspect. It does sound like he cooperated, and he was also involved in the initial portions of this, trying to find out what happened to her. It was him who found out that she had stopped at the 7-Eleven and spoke to a cashier. In 1984, 1985, there were at least 5 women who had either vanished or were found murdered. Angela Ewert being one of those women. Some of these women were connected by the apparel places there locally, and some of them were connected through modeling. At one point, they would actually detain a photographer who had worked with a couple of these women. However, they would quickly end up releasing him as they had no evidence connecting him to any of the disappearances and or murders. Approximately 9 years after Angela Ewert's disappearance, there was a construction crew using a bulldozer in a wooded area when they dug up a section and uncovered a human skeleton. Using dental records, they were able to confirm that the remains that they found were that of 21-year-old Angela Ewert. Was the person who fixed her tire the one who did this? It's a strong possibility. Nobody saw this person fixing the tire. No, there are no witnesses at all. To this day, in 2026, not a single person has ever been named a person of interest or a suspect. Not a single arrest, not a single indictment, nothing. But somebody murdered Angela Ewert back in 1984. And somebody somewhere out there has got to know the truth about who committed that murder. Perhaps that someone who knows is you. If you have any information on the murder of Angela Ewert, you are asked to please contact the Fort Worth Police Department at 817-392-4300. The one thing that 2 young girls in Oregon shared was they had the same monster, but that monster will never face justice. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Anne Ellinwood and Stephanie Newsom. Viewer discretion is advised. Anne Marie Ellinwood was just 12 years old when this case occurred, and her family lived in the Corvallis, Oregon area. On April 15th, 1978, Corvallis was hosting the March of Dimes walkathon, which the 12-year-old girl participated in. Around 1 p.m. that afternoon, she told some of her friends that were also participating that she was going to be going to a certain checkpoint. I guess this was at the Gill Coliseum, but witnesses would last see her walking past Pioneer Park, and then she was never seen again. Just a couple of hours later, her parents would report her missing because, she never got to the checkpoint, she never got to the end, and nobody had seen her. Some witnesses would see a red pickup truck that was dragging along a small trailer near where Anne was last seen. The investigation into finding this truck, this trailer, and Anne was only just starting when it happened again. This time, 11-year-old Stephanie Ann Newsom was going door to door, and she was, passing out advertisements. And when she ran out of them, she was going to be walking back towards her home, but she never made it home, and she never made it anywhere. She, too, was never seen alive ever again. Other witnesses would state that they saw a distinct white-looking vehicle, this one, that was driving past where she was last seen. Then another witness saw a man driving this car, and at a later time saw a young girl in the passenger seat who they would describe as looking like Stephanie Newsom. 8 days after Stephanie Newsom's disappearance, she would be found. Her body was found in a field right at this cross-section, and she was clearly murdered. Anne, however, was not with her. Anne was not in the field. Anne was not found at all. The police in Corvallis would put out a description of the truck and the trailer seen when Anne disappeared. Well, that's when another little girl came forward to state that she saw this truck and trailer, and the man driving the truck asked her to help with his puppy. He said, "Can you please go grab my dog and put him in the camper trailer?" Which she actually ended up doing, but then she bolted after that. And thankfully she did. Then witnesses would describe the man they saw driving both vehicles, and both of those descriptions matched a man that people there knew. Earl Fred Chambers, who I guess went by the name Woody. He had been a convicted sex offender. During both incidences, when the people saw the man either in the car or the pickup truck, they described the man as having strawberry blonde hair with a very distinct mustache. Now, he had also told a friend that he had been driving his pickup truck near Pioneer Park where Anne Ellinwood was last seen. Once his name became the name that people were now associating with these two victims, he suddenly changed his appearance. He shaved off his signature mustache. He, slicked his hair back. He got a haircut. He stopped driving the Ford pickup truck that was last seen with Anne Ellinwood. And instead, he started driving this car exclusively, which then people said, well, that's the car we saw when Stephanie was abducted. He then took his pickup truck and he just dropped it off at a car dealership and said, "Here, take it. I'll sell it to you for cheap." On June 6, 1978, the police basically said, "We're going to be bringing you in for some questioning." They subpoenaed him. Now, this was specifically about the disappearance of Anne Ellinwood, since she had not been found yet. Earl would never make it in for that questioning because Earl was soon found dead from a self-inflicted injury. After being named a possible suspect in the disappearance and murder of at least one of those two girls, he ends his own life. And then for some reason, at that point, everything stops. They stop looking into him, they stop the investigation. No one appears to be looking for Anne anymore other than her family. Decades later, a retired cop was interested in finally getting answers for this case and solving it. He dug into the fact about, police just stopping everything once the suspect was dead. He actually tracked down that little girl who had, in 1978 said, "I saw a guy in a pickup truck who asked me to help put his puppy in the car, and then I ran away." Well, he found her as an adult, and she was shown a series of photographs, one of them being Earl, and she pointed him out as the guy that was the one who did this, the one that probably tried to take her. She said she was shown a photograph back in 1978, but she was shown this photograph, the one after he had cut his hair, slicked his hair back, and shaved his face. A far cry from this look here. And so she didn't identify him when she saw that photo because it didn't look like the person she saw. Well, now, decades later, she identifies him. And because of that, he's able to determine that Earl was responsible, definitely, for the abduction and the murder of Anne Ellinwood, because she was seen in the vicinity of the exact same pickup truck with a trailer being driven by a man that looked just like Earl. This is corroborated by the fact that another young girl said that exact same scenario happened to me. I just happened to get away. And she identified Earl as the guy. This cop also suspects and believes that Earl is responsible for the death of Stephanie as well. And obviously, justice will never come for either one of these girls. But there is still one answer that can be gotten, and that is, where is Anne? The remains of 12-year-old Anne Ellinwood have still never been found, and just because her killer is long dead, it doesn't mean you stop looking for her, because Anne is out there somewhere, alone, buried in some shallow grave, or tossed into a bush as if she were garbage, and she deserves to be brought home and laid to rest. Someone somewhere out there might know the truth about where she is, and perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information about this case and where to locate Anne Marie Ellinwood, please call 541-766-6924. Help bring Anne home. They were murdered execution style inside this car, but the question remains, why and by who? Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Maxine Arnold and Terry Gooderham. Viewer discretion is advised. For this case, we're going across the pond, specifically to Walthamstow, which is in East London. 39-year-old Terry Gooderham was an accountant, and he was also referred to as a pub stock taker for bars across London. His girlfriend, 32-year-old Maxine Arnold, worked for an insurance company. They had been dating, I believe, for a couple of years. Maxine lived in a flat somewhere down this road in Walthamstow, and that is where her and Terry were on this particular evening, which was December 22nd, 1989. Terry and Maxine were having dinner at Maxine's flat, and they had plans to meet, I believe, Maxine's mother at a pub. Specifically, this pub here, or at least that's what it looked like back then, but they never showed up. At around 6:45 p.m., a colleague of Maxine's called Maxine's flat and actually spoke to Maxine. This friend said that she seemed to be very, like she was rushed. She was in a hurry to do something, I believe saying something that she needed to take Terry somewhere. Then Maxine hangs up the phone, and that's the last time her friend will ever hear her again. Maxine and Terry never meet the mother at the pub. Now, later on, once an investigation begins, they would enter Maxine's flat, and they noticed that they certainly left in the middle of doing something. They left very much in a hurry. The half-eaten food was still out. The gas stove was still on. All of the lights in the apartment were on. Maxine's purse, Terry's wallet, still left inside. Shortly before 4 o'clock in the morning, Terry's vehicle was found. It was found in this little parking area in Epping Forest, and this was, I guess, an area that people refer to as a lover's lane type place. It is not a place that Maxine and Terry had literally ever gone to. They weren't even familiar with the area. They had no reason to be there. And inside the car was Terry and Maxine. Both of them have been shot through the back of their heads with a shotgun. They were killed close range. This was execution style. You can even see where the window shattered from the shotgun blast, which is believed to have come from the back seat of the car. I don't know if they determined if it was one shooter or two, but Maxine had defensive wounds on her hands, and the police presumed from that Terry was probably shot and killed first. Maxine reacted, tried to fight back, but obviously did not win. Nobody could determine why on earth Maxine and Terry were there. It made no sense. They weren't supposed to be going there. They were supposed to be going to a pub. Why did they leave the house in such a rush? Something clearly happened where they needed to get out quickly. Was somebody there who abducted them? Or did they get into the car willingly? Were they lured away from the house and told to go here? When police were investigating Terry and Maxine's case, they were at the crime scene. They didn't find anything that yielded any physical evidence. I don't see any mentions of like phone records and like, did somebody call Maxine's flat that night to lure them away? And if they could trace that phone number, I don't think so, because they don't know still to this day who got them out of that apartment. Maybe no one even called them at all. Maybe this was a prearranged thing that they just never mentioned. Witnesses would come forward to police, though, that said that on the night the murder would have happened, a few witnesses saw this black Mercedes driving very erratically near the area where the car was eventually found. The lights were flicking on and off as if someone who was driving the car was trying to get somebody's attention. These witnesses said they saw a man in the driver's seat, a woman in the passenger seat, and they believe they saw at least one other man in the back seat. Was this Maxine trying to flag someone down like, hey, we're in some trouble here, but no, it didn't work. At some point within a year or two, there was another body found, which is a body that's still, from what I understand, still unidentified, but it was a body without a head and some limbs. This too kind of resembled almost like an execution-style killing. It looked like something maybe organized crime might do. These are the Cray brothers, who were actually convicted of various crimes related to organized crime in 1969 and were in prison when all of this occurred. However, they still had plenty of associates on the outside, associates that were linked to Terry. Now, like I mentioned earlier, Terry did the books for a lot of different bars in London. The belief is that he uncovered something involved with these organized crimes that had associates linked to the Cray brothers. There was a scam that involved the hijacking of booze lorries to supply a pub protection racket. And that while doing the books, he uncovered all of this, and the idea is that he became very nervous and concerned for his safety and was possibly planning to inform the police. So the belief then is that they were probably abducted from the apartment, or they were lured away by one of these associates. Maybe they were promised protection or something, but they ended up being murdered. Maxine in this situation then was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. She had nothing to do with any of this. It would have all been linked to Terry, who did nothing wrong. He was actually doing the right thing, but was killed for it, allegedly. And this headless corpse that they found was also linked to those organizations and possibly had some knowledge of all of this as well and was killed for it. Former detective who decades later would be working on this case came across information that, of course, there were cops on the take. Cops that were directly connected to the Cray brothers and everyone involved in these organizations, that they were paid to keep quiet, they were paid to push evidence away, etc. And that police knew that these organizations linked to the Cray brothers were associated directly with this double murder, but did nothing about it. This is all, of course, allegedly. Because as it were, the murders of Maxine Arnold and Terry Gooderham are still unsolved. But the belief is that these two were in fact murdered because of things connected to organized crime. And that because police were on the take, the justice that these two should have gotten back then likely was never going to happen. And everyone involved potentially in their murders is either dead or in prison. And so the truth behind the murder of Maxine and Terry, that might just remain unsolved forever. "36 years after her disappearance, it appears that justice is finally on its way. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Barbara Lenz. Viewer discretion is advised. This case is going to take us to Woodbine, Iowa, and it's 1989. Barbara Lenz was born on August 30th, 1957, and at the time this case occurred, she was 31 years old. She was also a mother. She was no longer with the father of her child, but I guess the father lived in Nebraska, in Omaha, which is like a 45 or so minute drive away. At the time this case occurred, though, Barbara is dating a man named Robert Davis. It was not a good relationship. It was unfortunately chock full of domestic violence committed against Barbara. This relationship had been going on for about 2 years or so, and it involved just a lot of abuse. As we all hopefully know by now, it is not just a simple thing to walk away from relationships like that. People who out there who still question it and say, well, how come? I just hope you never find yourself in that situation. Shortly before this case occurred, she had started to express fears to her friends that she was now in fear of her life from Robert, which takes us to May 6, 1989. That day, Barbara had plans to drive to Omaha, Nebraska to visit her daughter, who at the time was with the father. And this is a very quick drive. You got Nebraska and Iowa here, but she never arrived. According to witnesses, earlier on that day in May of 1989, witnesses saw Barbara getting into an argument with Robert, and it's believed to be an argument over the fact that she was going to be going to her ex-boyfriend's home to visit her child. This witness saw Robert slash Barbara, looked like on her cheek or on her face, and the witnesses saw the couple leaving their apartment in Woodbine. Later that evening, the same witnesses saw Robert but did not see Barbara. Robert had told these witnesses, yeah, I haven't heard from her. I haven't seen her since earlier today. By May 17th, at that point, her family ends up reporting her missing. Police will go and question Robert. He tries to say he had nothing to do with it. He admits to a couple of the abuse allegations against him, but he's saying, yeah, last time I heard from her, she called me. She was in Omaha. She said she got there fine, but I haven't seen her since. And then Robert became uncooperative with police. Now, police, again, were aware of all the abuse. They were also aware that a witness came forward to state that they think they saw Robert and Robert's brother digging a hole somewhere on a property, and this Robert's brother had apparently told a witness, yeah, I helped him bury this to put someone in. But then when they go to that area, there's nothing there. They knew that Robert probably did something to her. They just had no evidence. Unfortunately, her case goes cold. Robert goes on with his life, living free as a bird. That is until 2025, just recently. In March of 2025, he was officially arrested and charged with the murder of his ex-girlfriend, Barbara Lenz. This is based on the work of a new cold case team that was working on Barbara's case. They looked through all of the evidence they had, which primarily consisted of all the circumstantial evidence they had of all of the witness testimonies. They went back and re-interviewed people. They got new information. And it was pretty clear to them that he was responsible for whatever happened to Barbara. Now, at this point, as far as I'm aware, there's no physical evidence connecting him to her murder. Her body has still not been found, but he has now been charged with the murder. At the time of me filming this video, he has not gone to trial yet, but I do know that he has pled not guilty to the charges. I don't know if a conviction is going to come, and I don't know if somehow he'll reveal where Barbara really is. But that's now the next goal, to bring Barbara home. She had a daughter that grew up without her mom. Barbara is out there somewhere, alone in some shallow grave, probably. And someone somewhere out there might know the truth about where she is, which could also help with the conviction of Robert Davis. Perhaps the person who knows the information is you. If you have any information on the whereabouts of Barbara Lenz, you are asked to please call 712-647-2345. You can remain anonymous if you need to. She seemingly vanished from within the walls of her own home. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Beverly Jean Ribley. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to Spring Valley, California. I lived in Oceanside the first 18 years of my life. Never heard of it, even though it's in my neighborhood. But that is where 29-year-old beautician Beverly Jean Ribley lived on her own. She lived here in this house in Spring Valley, which was owned by her and her husband. However, at the time this case occurred, her and her husband were separated. They had just not gotten officially divorced yet, but he did not live in this house anymore. Beverly was also dating another man at the time this case occurred. Not only did she do work as a beautician, which seemed to be her primary source of income, but she also worked at San Diego Stadium, which was the home of the San Diego Aztecs at the time. She worked there at a concession stand. The last time anyone ever heard from Beverly was on the night of April 27th, 1975 at approximately 10:30 p.m. She spoke to a friend over the phone. She was in really good spirits on the phone call. Everything seemed normal. Earlier that same day, she was seen by a neighbor physically when the neighbor came to her house to get her hair done, which, again, the neighbor said Beverly was in really great spirits. She was happy. She was her normal self. Nothing was out of the ordinary. But after that 10:30 p.m. call later that night, no one has heard from her or seen her ever again. Her parents would end up reporting her missing a short time later. Police would enter the home, and she was not there. Everything she owned, though, was there, including her beloved cats, who she would never just abandon like this. The only things that seemed to be missing was Beverly herself and one nightgown that she was probably wearing the night before. There was also blood found on a carpet. I don't know how much blood, but it was enough for them to believe that foul play was quite possibly involved in this case. I believe they talked to the husband, who would end up having her declared legally dead in 1987 so that he could sell the home because it was in his name and her name. I don't know if he was ever considered an actual suspect or person of interest, though. There's not really much published about her disappearance. Another interesting thing is that the boyfriend she had at the time, I don't know if they were still actually together or not, but apparently this man had broken into her home on more than one occasion when she wasn't there. But again, he has not been named an actual suspect or person of interest, as far as I could tell. No one has ever been arrested or charged or anything. But foul play is believed to be what happened here, because this was completely uncharacteristic of Beverly to just pick up and leave like this without anything. I mean, her car was parked still at the house, so they know she didn't leave the house in her own vehicle. Another thing I found kind of potentially curious is that she lived here in this neighborhood, and if you look over here on the map, it is like just desolate mountains and fields. To me, this looks like a prime spot. If someone's going to kill someone in that neighborhood, that's a great area to bury a body. I'm not positive, but I have to believe they probably searched this area. There's also some bodies of water nearby that I would hope they would have searched as well. Beverly Jean Ribley was as happy as can be. She seemed to be completely content the night before, and then she just vanished from within her home. We know that can't happen. Something happened to her. And the belief is that something very bad happened. Was it the ex-husband? Was it the boyfriend who broke into her home? Was this a complete stranger? Was this someone she worked with? Was it a customer from her beautician work? It sounds like people were able to kind of go into her house to get their hair done. Did she just let in the wrong person? But that late at night also? I guess it could have been the following morning. It's just that no one heard from her the night before. Someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth, though, about what really happened to Beverly Jean Ribley, and perhaps that someone is you. At the very least, her family deserves to bring her home and lay her to rest. If you have any information on the disappearance of Beverly Jean Ribley, you are asked to please call 858-974-2143. She calls 911. They arrive within 60 seconds, but unfortunately, it is already too late. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of the Burger King murders. Viewer discretion is advised. This case takes us to an area called Momence in Illinois. And this is the only Burger King they have there in Momence, and it's attached to a Dairy Queen and Circle K. That is where 46-year-old Pam Branca and 50-year-old Paul Jones worked. Paul Jones had only worked at that Burger King for about 3 weeks. He had been transferred there from another location because he had been promoted. He was the father of a blended family with 5 sons and 1 daughter. Pam Branca had been working as the manager at that Burger King for 15 years, and she had a husband, and also they had 1 child. 2 very innocent people who were doing nothing wrong. They weren't even in the wrong place at the wrong time. They were where they were supposed to be, at work, which was on the morning of January 13th, 2007. It was very, very early in the morning when they both arrived there. At 4:59 a.m., police there in Momence would receive a 911 call from a woman later identified as Pam Branca. She was calling from the Burger King. Police arrived there within a minute, and by the time they enter it, they find 2 people covered in blood. Pam Branca was pronounced deceased at the scene. She was alive just 60 seconds before. Paul Jones was still alive but was unconscious, and he was rushed to the hospital, but unfortunately, he too did not survive. Both of them had been viciously stabbed to death. It appeared that this all happened within moments of them opening up the restaurant when they arrived to get everything going for the day. The crazy part is that nothing was stolen. The safe wasn't even opened. The registers weren't opened. Not a single penny was taken. I don't know if their personal wallets or whatnot were taken, but it doesn't sound like it was. But both of them had been stabbed numerous times each. I think this could suggest that there were probably 2 people involved. My assumption there is that if there wasn't a gun pointed at them, one person would have run away after after seeing the other one getting stabbed. I would think your natural instinct would be to try to get away, unless there were 2 people there with knives. But I also could be wrong in that. Police don't know what the motive was, because if this was a robbery, they didn't take anything. The people who did this would have had to have known there would have been people in the building in order for them, the killers, to get in the building. So it sounds like they were prepared to kill, but why not take anything? Because I know we've seen robberies gone wrong where the robbers is caught mid-robbery, but they could have only gotten in the building with these 2. Did they resist, and that's what led to the stabbing, which then led to them panicking, the killers, and then running? Whatever physical evidence the police have, I think they're keeping it close to the chest because not much has been revealed. I do know that the murder weapon was not found at the scene. But if there were fingerprints or any additional DNA that didn't match the victims, I don't know. Even though this was 2007, where it was more common to have cameras everywhere, they did not have one. They do now, at this point. As recently as 2025, they've been putting out requests for the public to, if anyone knows anything, to come forward. I was reading this tragic story involved with this where, so Paul Jones, when he left that morning for work, he had a can of Pepsi on the nightstand, and he had taken a sip from it. He kissed his wife goodbye, left for work, and then was unfortunately murdered. Well, it sounds like his wife has not been able to throw away that Pepsi can, and it is still there at the bedside. And I don't know if it's the case or not, but maybe if this case gets solved, she can finally, throw that can away. But until then, it's one of the last things that he touched, Someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth about who murdered these 2 people and why. And perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on this double homicide, you are asked to go to the website for the Illinois State Police, and there is a place where you can submit a tip. If you know something, it is time to come forward and say something. Help these victims and these families get their justice. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Casey Daniel Burke. Viewer discretion is advised. This case takes us to an area called Nespelem, which is located in Washington. That is where 19-year-old Casey Daniel Burke lived. I don't have the clearest photos of him, unfortunately. But Casey is Native American, which sadly might play into the reason why I really can't find much information about his case. But Casey was last seen on April 14th, 2003. And the last place he was seen was at a video rental store at about 7:40 p.m. on that day. I don't know if it's still in operation, but Google Maps still has it called Video Quest. This is the building today. There's a sign that says closed, so I'm assuming nothing's there anymore, but I believe this is probably the last location where Casey Burke was last. So this is along State Route 155 and Schoolhouse Loop Road. According to the brief amount of information, he apparently had gotten into some kind of argument with his mom that day. He left the house. He came back a couple of hours later. He bought her a small little gift to give to her. He said, "I'm sorry," and said, I'll see you later. And then he left the house. Then after that, he never came home. He would soon be reported missing by his family because this was uncharacteristic of him. It sounds like Casey had fallen into a pretty decent amount or a large amount of money recently, just before he disappeared, and that other people knew about it. So there was always that belief that maybe that had something to do with why he disappeared. Maybe somebody wanted to get that money. They don't think he disappeared on his own accord, though, because he did also have a young daughter who he loved dearly and wouldn't just pick up and leave. His family apparently had been given some information that Casey was killed by two individuals shortly after he was last seen. The story goes is that these two people were with Casey up in the Colville Indian Reservation mountains. They were in a vehicle where they got a flat tire, and then they all got out to replace the tire. They asked Casey to get them a certain tool. He brought back a tool which apparently was not the correct one, which I guess caused an argument that caused them to beat Casey to death. The FBI and police were notified of this story. I'm assuming they knew the names of the two individuals who were involved in this, other than Casey. And it says they looked into it, but they were never able to confirm that story. But I was seeing that it sounds like his mom and the family in general believes the story they were told about his murder. That they believe the sources that told them the information were credible. So the sources that told the mom were not the people involved directly in the murder. It's just those two people had confessed to this person who then told the mom. But was it really all about this apparently wrong tool that he got? It seems a bit extreme to kill someone over that. Or was it actually more about the money he had recently come into? I mean, that seems like a more likely motive. And now a child has grown up without a father. Casey was a solid young man. He was an excellent person, someone with a big heart. And he doesn't deserve to just be out there somewhere in a shallow grave or just thrown into a field somewhere, wherever he may be. He deserves to be laid to rest. His family deserves to have him home. They can't confirm he was murdered. They can't confirm that he is even dead. But the realistic likelihood is that he probably is. And he was probably murdered. And somebody somewhere out there knows more about the truth. In particular, where to find him. And perhaps that someone who knows that information is you. If you have any information about his whereabouts or what may have happened, and you have more evidence and proof, you are asked to please contact the FBI locally to you or the Colville Tribal Police Department at 509-634-2490. This is a happy couple, excited for the future, but unfortunately, one of them would end up murdered. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Catina Salarno. Viewer discretion is advised. Catina Rose Salarno was born on January 13th, 1961. She was the oldest sibling. Pictured here are her parents. She grew up in a middle-class, very tight-knit family, very well-respected family. Mike Salarno actually owned, I guess, some like electronics store or a store that sold TVs back in 1979. Back when, TVs were this small but weighed like 6,000 pounds still. But Catina was just this really happy, always smiling type of personality. She aspired to one day be a dentist. In 1977, the family of Steve and John Burns would move across the street from the Salarnos, and Stephen, being a fellow teenager, went to the same high school as Catina. The two of them met quickly, hit it off, and started dating. They would eventually go to prom together. They were a happy teenage couple in love. Stephen ends up actually getting a job working for Catina's dad at the TV store where he delivered TVs to people. And then Catina graduated high school, and it was at that point where she told friends and family that she was trying to break it off with Stephen. She said she liked him, but she was not in love with him. But Stephen was possessive. Stephen was applying pressure, like, please stay with me. You need to be with me. Please stay with me. You can't be with anyone else. You have to be with me. And so she was trying to pry herself away from him. And she thought she was going to be able to do that successfully once they went to separate colleges. She was accepted to the University of the Pacific in Stockton, California, and she was going there doing their dental program. And Stephen was supposed to be going to Santa Clara University. But on the day that Catina's family dropped her off at her school, they saw Stephen there. So Catina, with her parents, was like, please just stay with me, just so he doesn't come up to us. And it doesn't seem like Stephen really approaches them that night. And so her parents, say, I love you. They kiss her goodbye. They get into their car and they drive away. That is the last time they would ever see their daughter alive ever again. That was September 3rd, 1979. That same evening, the parents got a phone call that no parents should ever have to receive, that their daughter was dead. How can that be? They wondered. We just saw her. We just said goodbye to her. They learned that Catina had been shot through the back of her head. She was just 18 years old. The parents revealed to police that when they dropped their daughter off, her ex-boyfriend, Stephen, was also there, and he wasn't supposed to be. Catina's new roommate, Joanne, will tell police that that same night, he came to their door. Catina had told the roommate that, I'm meeting with Stephen for the last time tonight, and this is going to be it. At about 7:45 p.m., he gets to the door. Catina leaves willingly with him, and then she's killed, making Stephen the last person to ever see her. Stephen returns back to his dorm at his university later that night, just casually walks in, sits down, and watches the football game with his roommate. When they found Catina's body, he became primary suspect number one once all of this came out. And so they go to his dorm, they get a warrant, they search his dorm, and they don't find anything. They don't find the murder weapon. As a matter of fact, they never found the murder weapon. That's when Catina's father tells police something else. My gun is missing. The gun that I had in my store that we had there for protection, well, now it's gone. And the same type of caliber gun it was just so happened to be the same caliber that was used to kill Catina. Stephen had access to that gun. 2 days after Catina's murder, with the evidence against him being pretty much overwhelming, he confesses. He says he did it. He met with her that night, and he was basically trying to convince her to get back with him. She said no. He did not like that. That made him mad. And, this is one of those, if I can't have you, nobody else will, kind of nonsense. So as she begins to walk away from him, he, with the gun he stole from her father's shop, pointed at the back of her head and pulled the trigger, and then acted as if nothing happened. Stephen John Burns was then found guilty of the murder of Catina, and he was sentenced to 17 years to life in prison. He actually tried to ask for parole early in 1989, but was denied. He has since gone to parole hearings 13 more times and has been denied every single time, as recently as January of 2025. Catina Rose Salarno was guilty of absolutely nothing. She just wanted to live her life. She wanted to live her life in peace. She wanted to go to dental school and become a dentist. She did not want to be tied down to her boyfriend, who was very clingy, and so unfortunately he could not accept that and shot her. But thankfully, within days of her murder, she was able to get justice, and hopefully her killer will rot in a prison cell for the rest of his life. No forced entry, no signs of a struggle, but a 13-year-old girl is found murdered. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Christine Nebel. Viewer discretion is advised. This case takes us to this home in Cody, Wyoming. This is where 13-year-old Christine Nebel lived with her parents. I believe she had at least 2 other siblings, but both of them were older and were no longer living in the home. This is the only photo of Christine I can find, but she was described as your typical teenage girl. She was well-liked. She was fairly popular in school. She did well in school, and she was described as a pretty quiet kid. October 7th, 1962, her parents would leave the home that afternoon to go to, a place called the Hoodoo Ranch. And that's because the parents were going to go visit her uncle who lived there. But Christine stayed behind at home. Roughly an hour or so before her parents would head back home, they spoke to Christine on the phone. According to the parents, she seemed perfectly normal. She did not mention anything was out of the ordinary. Then, just a little over an hour later, they finally arrived back home, and from the outside, everything looks fine. They open the front door, they enter the home, and again, at first, everything seems totally in its place. Then they get to the kitchen. That is when the 13-year-old girl's parents discover her body on the ground. She was in a pool of blood, and a large knife was several feet away from her. They contact the authorities, and an ambulance arrives, but unfortunately, it's already far too late. 13-year-old Christine was dead. Christine Nebel had a fairly deep cut across her entire throat. Was that tiny brief moment of time when they're like, maybe she did this to herself? Judging by how far away the knife was from her body, she was a very tiny, very petite young girl. Did not have a lot of strength. The coroner would basically say there's no way she did this to herself. Someone did this to her. She was killed. Problem is that when police investigated the home, they found absolutely nothing. According to the parents, the doors were always locked, especially when she was home alone. But there were no broken doors, no broken door frames, there were no broken windows. Whoever entered the home to do this either did so because the door was unlocked or Christine let them in, which could indicate it's someone she knew. But also, she is still a kid. Maybe, and sometimes kids are a little overly trusting even with people they don't know. What made matters even more complicating was the fact that nothing was stolen. There was no indication that anyone even opened drawers to look through things, but nothing was taken. And Christine also wasn't raped. As if a person entered this home for the purpose of slitting the throat of an innocent 13-year-old girl for reasons unknown, did so, and then just left. And left no traces of themselves behind. As far as I know, there were no fingerprints or anything. This is also way before DNA was even a thought. Police were stumped. They apparently had nothing. All they had were rumors and hearsay. Forwarding all the way to 2019, a man named Mike would enter the archives there in Cody, Wyoming, because he wanted to learn about this case. That's because when Christine was murdered in 1962, this guy named Mike was a kid, and he helped his mom clean the local JCPenney store. Well, when he was cleaning the store the night of the murder, this would have been later on, he found a bloody sheet. Well, the manager of that JCPenney at the time was a man named Bob Taylor. Bob Taylor just so happened to live right across the street from the Nebel house. Christine would actually babysit the Taylor children. A week after Christine's murder, Bob Taylor just suddenly quits his job. And not only that, he moved out of Cody, Wyoming, leaving his wife and kids behind. And this is just purely speculation from this guy who was going to the archives to look into Christine's case. But there's no mention anywhere if police ever even knew about this Bob Taylor guy, if they ever even knew about these bloody sheets and how close he lived to Christine. There's no mention if he was ever questioned. There are mentions of polygraph tests being done to several people in the neighborhood and several potential suspects, but nothing came from that either. Another theory was that the parents went to a place called the Hoodoo Ranch, not too far away from where they lived, and there was a horse wrangler on that ranch who knew that the Nebels were going to the ranch that day. Well, this particular wrangler left that afternoon before Christine's parents arrived there. And after Christine's murder, that man never came back to work, and he never picked up his final paycheck. So again, it's just pure speculation when you're looking at people who could have had some involvement in this. That's another person. But again, there's no mention if that guy was ever actually looked at as a suspect. And of course, there were even rumors that Christine's parents were involved in her death. In particular, her father. Her father was considered a suspect even though he had a very solid alibi. They know he wasn't at the house. But that doesn't mean that Christine wasn't murdered before they left the home, then they left, and then came back to find her body. But then that would also implicate the mother. But again, nothing came from that either. And then one final theory was that Christine, I believe I'm not sure if she was in high school yet or if she was still in her last year of junior high. There was apparently a classmate of Christine's who was described as being very possessive of Christine. One student would years later say that this particular student, whose name I don't know, walked up to this student telling the story the Monday after Christine's murder, and the student in question basically shoved the person telling the story against a locker and said, quote, "You better keep your mouth shut or I will slit your throat too." So was that possessive student responsible for Christine's murder? This could explain why there was no forced entry. This could explain that if this was a student she knew, a friend of hers maybe, she would let her in the house. It would also explain why there's no rape done. Regardless, though, all of it is a mystery. Nobody really knows who killed Christine. With this happening all the way in 1962, sorry to date you guys here if you're from the 60s, but that was 64 years ago. If it was a fellow student, though, that person could still be alive. They would be in their late 70s, early 80s. But any of the other potential suspects who were adults at that time are very likely long gone. In the early evening hours of October 7th, 1962, somebody entered this home in Cody, Wyoming, and slashed the throat of an innocent 13-year-old girl for reasons unknown. That individual entered and left as if they were a ghost. That person has remained unknown for over 6 decades. And unfortunately, because of the passage of time and suspects aging out and dying, the mystery of who killed Christine Nebel will likely remain unsolved forever. The events that occurred behind the walls of this home is one of the most horrific things I have ever heard. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Cindy Thompson. Viewer discretion is advised. Cindy Thompson was born on December 9th, 1956, and she had, I believe, at least one sister. In high school, Cindy would fall head over heels for a man named Mark Davis, but unfortunately, life just took them in separate directions. Cindy eventually would meet another man, and the two of them would end up having 2 kids together. But by 1982, Cindy's relationship with that individual, it basically fell apart, and she ended up, I guess, I'm not sure if she lost custody, but the father ended up getting custody of both of her kids. And then she ends up moving back to her hometown of Pontiac, Michigan. Cindy ends up kind of building her life back up, trying to get on her feet again. She ends up getting a good job, and she gets her own place. And she got an apartment, I think, on the 2nd floor of this building. It's around this time she ends up reacquainting herself with Mark Davis, the person she had dated in high school. They began a decent relationship where Cindy ends up getting pregnant. And then an absolutely horrific thing happens. On February 22nd, 1984, Mark Davis goes to see Cindy at her apartment on the 2nd floor. And when he goes inside, he finds something you would think you would only ever see in a horror film. You think that this cannot possibly be real life. Cindy's body was on the floor of her bedroom, and she was in a massive pool of blood. He tries to call 911 from inside the home, but he can't because he notices the phone cords have been cut. So he goes over somewhere else to call 911. Police and ambulance arrive. There is literally nothing the ambulance people could do, though, because she is very deceased. Cindy had been disemboweled. Her insides had been removed from her body, as well as her unborn baby. The baby, as well as the insides, have been forcibly and violently removed. She also had severe blunt force trauma all over her body, not to mention all of the extreme amount of knife wounds and cuts. This was not a stranger who did this. This was a deeply personal attack. This was someone who clearly hated Cindy and hated that baby. Another thing that the investigators in the coroner would note was that on her face, there was a blemish or a mark that they just would say was livor mortis, which is when after someone is dead, the blood begins to pool to certain parts of the body, causing bruising. When neighbors are interviewed, they state that they think they saw Cindy pull up to the apartment that night sometime around 8:45 p.m. The neighbors also state that sometime a little after 9 p.m., another car appeared to pull up to the same place, and then they don't know exactly what happened after that, but the person, whoever was in that car, the neighbors then heard that car driving away about 10-15 minutes later. When they speak to Mark Davis, the man who found her body and also her boyfriend at the time, and I believe also the father of her, unfortunately, now deceased child, he revealed that there was a bit of a love triangle. This is a photo of her years later, but this is Carol Sanders. She too had been dating Mark Davis. Mark Davis tells police that on the night the murder would have happened, he was out drinking. He then goes to spend time with Carol at her home, and he says that Carol and himself never left the house after that. But police discovered that Carol Sanders hated Cindy Thompson. I mean, absolutely despised her. She was dating the person she was dating. And then by interviewing friends and people like that, they learned that Carol had argued with Cindy multiple times. She had threatened Cindy multiple times. And other friends would state that Carol had also stated that one time she said she was going to stomp the baby out of Cindy's stomach. But she had an alibi because Mark Davis says he was with her that night, and another one of their friends, also named Carol Parker, was at their house, or at Carol's house that night, and she also said, yeah, Carol never left. And then the case goes cold, and by 1992, they're reopening the case to look into other things, and that's when they learn that both Mark Davis and Carol Parker, the other Carol here, both were not exactly truthful in their stories in terms of Carol Sanders' alibi. Mark now tells police, well, I did go to her house that night, but I was so drunk that I passed out. She could have easily left. Carol Parker tells police, well, Carol Sanders, she did kind of ask me to give her an alibi. Okay. Police were also curious about that mark that the coroner found on her face that they said initially was livor mortis. Well, now when they exhume her body, they say, well, actually, it looks more like a bite mark. So they take really close photos of it, and they actually get dental impressions from certain suspects in this case, Mark Davis and Carol Sanders specifically. Well, according to the experts, I hate bite mark evidence with an absolute passion. It's the dumbest thing ever. But these experts stated that, yep, it's definitely a bite mark, and it definitely matches the dental impression of Carol Sanders. She bit Cindy's face for some reason. So she is arrested and charged with the murder based almost entirely on this bite mark evidence, but also a slew of circumstantial evidence. Carol Sanders, who I guess at some point I'm not sure if she got married, but she changed her last name to, I'm not sure if it's Edge or Edge or what it is. She goes on trial and she is actually found guilty. She is sentenced to life in prison. But then around 2007 or so, she ends up getting a new trial because, and I would agree with this, the bite mark evidence really should not have even been used. Because bite mark evidence is not a fingerprint. It's not an exact science. It's left open for interpretation depending on who's looking at it. So she ends up winning an appeal in that regard, and she gets a new trial. And they toss out the bite mark evidence altogether. So now she goes on trial with the same testimony against her, all of the stuff about her saying she wanted to stomp the baby out of her stomach, how she wanted to kill her. There was also witnesses who stated that she actually attempted to hire someone to kill Cindy before. Carol is once again, despite not having the bite mark evidence, despite not having any actual physical evidence connecting her to the case, she is once again convicted and sentenced to life in prison. And obviously Cindy Thompson's family is like, yeah, there's no forgiveness for you. What she did to Cindy is one of the most horrific things that I have ever talked about on this page. To beat her and then stab her, then to literally cut her body open, remove her organs, and forcibly remove this unborn child from this now dead woman's stomach. I wish to God in this case that Carol got the death penalty for all that, but she didn't. She does not have the option for parole, though. This is a life sentence. She will die in a prison cell. And maybe this is really fucked up for me to say. I don't know. But when she does die in a prison cell, I hope that in some way, shape, or form, it is the most painful way she could possibly die. Because what she did to this woman and that baby, in my opinion, hell is still too good of a place for a monster like that. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of the 1972 Clinton John Doe. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to Clinton, Oklahoma. There is very little information about this case, but it all started on June 26, 1972, underneath, I think, this overpass near Clinton, Oklahoma. This was along the US 183 and I-40, but a body of a white male was found underneath the overpass. It was more than obvious to police and also eventually the coroner that this person had died from being struck by a car. So this was clearly a hit and run. The victim was not in a vehicle. They were literally just struck themselves by another car. They would end up coming up with this composite drawing first, and then I think they added a couple of details or something, and they came up with a second one, but pretty similar. They believed he was between the ages of 16 and 20 years old. He was about 5'8", 140 pounds, shoulder-length brown hair, he had hazel eyes, and he was clean-shaven. This is another drawing they would come up with later. He was found wearing a blue double-knit shirt. It was described as the Never Iron brand by Campus, wearing standard blue jeans with a 30-inch brown leather belt, and the buckle it was a captain's buckle. He was wearing an armband on his left arm, which was made out of blue denim. He had on brown leather boots with a 1-inch strap with brass rings on each side. He also was wearing a white gold promise ring, and engraved on that ring was TC968. He had a pack of Marlboro cigarettes in his pocket and a St. Louis, Missouri stamp numbered 42289. They can't say for sure, but they believe he was probably a hitchhiker, and someone just simply drove into him. They would have realized they hit a person, and they just kept driving. And the sad part about this is they have never caught the person who did it, and they have never identified this man. This is a human being who was someone's son, someone's grandson. He might have been someone's brother, could have been someone's father, someone's nephew, someone's cousin, a person. And they put this composite drawing out in Oklahoma and the surrounding states, but not a single person has ever been able to identify him. And that's just sad. But maybe the passage of time with the invention of the internet and things can get spread around instantly now. Maybe someone out there in the US has a relative or a loved one or friend that went missing in the early 70s and they've never been able to find them. Maybe someone will recognize this composite drawing. And maybe finally someone somewhere out there will be able to give this man his name back. The odds of him ever actually getting justice, though, probably slim to nil. Especially if this was a hit and run where he was hit by a complete stranger who had no connection to him. And the fact that it was in 1972. The reality is that person got away with it. But it doesn't mean that this man's family doesn't deserve to know where he's been. If you recognize this man, you are asked to please call 405-239-7141. Help the Clinton John Doe get his name back. He murdered at least 3 people, but God only knows how many more. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Clyde Wilkerson. Viewer discretion is advised. The first part of this case will take us to El Cajon, California, specifically on June 6, 1965. That is where 19-year-old single mother Cheryl Burnett lived with her child, a 2-year-old. On that June 6, 1965 evening, somebody, a stranger, broke into her home, and while her 2-year-old son slept in the room next to hers, somebody brutally raped and murdered her. All for her 2-year-old child to wake up the following morning and find his mother's murdered body. 2 weeks later, while police are still trying to investigate the murder of Cheryl Burnett, another murder happens, also in El Cajon. This was Lewis and Lola Mercer. 62-year-old Lewis and 57-year-old Lola were living a very quiet, peaceful life. when on June 20th, 1965, a man broke into their home, murdered Lewis, and then raped Lola, attempted to kill her, and left her for dead. But thankfully, she survived. Police in El Cajon knew they had a monster somewhere in their community. In July of 1965, this was not in El Cajon, but in a neighboring area called La Mesa, another young woman, a nurse, her home was broken into, and a man attacked her, raped her, tried to kill her, and left her for dead. But she, too, would survive. Now, thankfully, in this case, there was a neighbor who heard a commotion and saw someone fleeing from the neighborhood in a car. That neighbor was aware enough to take down the license plate number, which then led to police to this man here. At the time, 26-year-old Clyde Wilkerson. He was ID'd by the La Mesa victim who survived. But there was at that point no connection made to the murders in El Cajon. For reasons I don't know, to be honest with you. Clyde Wilkerson would be convicted of the attempted murder and the rape of the La Mesa victim, and he was sentenced to a whopping 5 years in prison. Meanwhile, the murders that occurred in El Cajon, not too far away from La Mesa, they just went unsolved. He served his time and he was released. And then there were no more similar murders and rapes that happened in that area at that time. Fast forward to 1975, we go from El Cajon, California to Tulsa, Oklahoma. And it was in February of 1965 where another brutal murder would happen. 28-year-old Geraldine Martin was a junior college student at that time. She attended Tulsa Junior College, and on February 5th, 1975, as she was leaving and walking towards the parking garage, she seemingly vanished off the face of the earth. A search would begin, but authorities in Tulsa, they didn't believe for a second that they were looking for a living person anymore. They believed something had happened to her just based off of some evidence they had that she was likely abducted and more than likely killed. And on February 24th, 1975, those fears became reality. Here on the second floor of the what was then abandoned apartment building, in a closet, the body of a woman was found just stuffed in the closet. This victim had been raped and murdered. She was soon identified as the missing college student, Geraldine Martin. However, due to the lack of technology at that time and very few witnesses, nobody was able to figure out who abducted, raped, and murdered this woman. It wouldn't be until 2002 when then 64-year-old Clyde Wilkerson became a suspect in the unsolved murders in El Cajon, California. Now, at this point, he is a convicted felon. He had been to jail for various other reasons, and at a certain point, his DNA was entered into the database, which obviously at some point had become a computerized database, which means you could link a crime in other states pretty quickly. Oh, that's embarrassing. Ugh, yuck. In 2002 or 2003 or so, his DNA hit the unsolved crimes in El Cajon. The rape and murder of Cheryl Burnett, and the murder of Lewis Mercer, and the rape of his surviving wife, Lola, who herself, by the way, died in 1979. And he ends up confessing, saying, yeah, it was me. Now, in 2002 or 2003 or so, the El Cajon police, once they got this hit, they also had a DNA hit with other crimes committed by this man. Well, it hit one in Tulsa, Oklahoma. The unsolved murder of Geraldine Martin. Clyde Wilkerson was a long-haul truck driver. It took him all across the country, which could explain why it was a lot harder for police to kind of nab him or declare him the killer back then, because he wasn't really in a certain place for a very long period of time, and he didn't know people in certain areas, and people wouldn't have recognized him. Whatever the reasons may be, he was never actually a suspect until the early 2000s. So he is then questioned about the DNA hit for the murder of Geraldine Martin, and he once again confesses, says, yeah, that was me too. Now, after he had confessed to the murders in El Cajon, he was only sentenced to a minimum of 6 years in prison plus a longer term, but his own lawyer said, yeah, you're never getting out. You're not going to be paroled in 6 years. I know it, you know it, it's not happening. The 6-year minimum was really more of just a formality. But then he pleads guilty to the murder in Tulsa, Oklahoma, and for that, he is sentenced to life in prison. He was 65 years old when all of this came out. This man is going to die in prison. He will never breathe free air again. Clyde Carl Wilkerson murdered at least 3 people, but the belief, given that he was a long-haul truck driver and took them all over the country, is that he may be responsible for even more. Some people suspect he has killed up to at least 15 people. However, DNA and other evidence has never linked him to any other rapes or murders, with the exception of these 3 individuals. Cheryl Burnett, Lewis, and Lola Mercer, and Geraldine Martin. It took quite some time, it took decades, but they finally got the justice they all very rightfully deserved. One of these people is a victim, the rest all potentially involved in his murder. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Dan Markel. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to Tallahassee, Florida. Dan Markel was born to Phil and Ruth Markel in 1972. Dan, I know, had a sister, and they were raised in Toronto in Canada. Eventually, Dan would go on to study at Harvard Law School, and he would go on to work at law firms, where eventually he moved to Florida, where he became a law professor at Florida State University. Now, along the way, he met a woman named Wendy Adelson, who was also, I believe, a lawyer, and the two of them would get married and had 2 kids together. Not only was Dan an incredibly well-respected lawyer and professor, he was a kind, caring, loving, doting father. But at some point, the marriage between Wendy and Dan, it just fizzled out, and they would end up getting a divorce, which was going to lead to, obviously, a bitter divorce hearing and also an even more bitter custody battle. So when Wendy left Dan, she, I believe, went to Miami while he remained in Tallahassee, and she was fighting to get custody to take the kids to Miami, but the court said, you guys are going to have joint custody, but the kids will stay living in Tallahassee. Wendy and her family did not like that. Wendy and her family would try to challenge that ruling numerous times, but failed every time. Which takes us to July 18th, 2014. Dan's neighbors would call 911 because they heard a very loud popping sound. Police arrived pretty quickly. I believe the garage door was open, and they saw glass on the side next to the car. They saw, this glass plus it looked like Dan's half of his glasses. And in the car itself was Dan Markel. He had 2 gunshots to his head. Dan was rushed to the hospital. It doesn't sound like he ever regained consciousness. And by the following morning, they would unfortunately report that Dan Markel was deceased. And soon enough, the police would learn about this bitter custody/divorce between Wendy and Dan and thought to themselves, well, that's a motive, a tale as old as time. They learned that there was not only tension between Dan and Wendy, but also Dan and all of Wendy's family. They began to investigate that angle. Through tips and various investigative angles, they learned about the identity of these 2 men pictured on an ATM CCTV camera who were withdrawing money nearby where Dan lived. They were identified as Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera. Police learned that the 2 men were staying in a hotel room nearby where Dan lived. Through cell phone data, pinging cell phone data, security camera footage, and various other pieces of evidence, they determined that these 2 men were likely responsible for the physical murder of Dan Markel. But there's a problem. They have no known affiliation with Dan. They do, however, have an affiliation with this woman here, Catherine Magbanua. And Catherine has an affiliation to someone very close to Dan, technically. Well, she was the girlfriend of this man here. His name is Charlie Adelson. The name Adelson might sound familiar to you because I mentioned it briefly earlier. He is the brother of Wendy Adelson. So the brother of Dan's ex-wife, who are involved in a bitter custody battle, just so happens to be dating a woman who is affiliated with the 2 individuals believed to have shot and killed Dan. Coincidence? Probably not. Then they learned that Donna and Harvey Adelson, who are Wendy's parents, were very involved in like trying to get Wendy's kids basically to move with her. They said, well, it's going to be impossible to get those kids to be with her solely if Dan is still in the picture. And Markel had also, just before all this happened, filed a petition against Donna Adelson, Wendy's mom. This was to prohibit his mother-in-law from being alone and unsupervised with his children. This is then relayed to Charlie. Charlie then gets into contact with his girlfriend who says, hey, we've got money, we've got a problem, you probably know some people that can take care of this. She says, yeah. She then, with Charlie's help, and Donna's help at least, they know for sure, then paid these two men to kill Dan. In 2016, the two men were arrested, and then a short time after that, Catherine was arrested. Luis Rivera would end up taking a plea deal. He pled guilty to the murder and was sentenced to 19 years in prison. He said it was Sigfredo Garcia who hired him directly to carry out the hit. It sounds like at some point they're all trying to throw the blame on each other. This person hired me. No, this person hired me. This person asked me to do it. Needless to say, the other two, Sigfredo and Catherine, were then also found guilty of the murder. And those two were sentenced to life in prison plus an additional 30 years. Which then led to Charlie Adelson, who apparently is trying to do his best Jim Halpert impression. Well, he was arrested finally in 2022 and charged with his connection to the murder. He, of course, denied having anything to do with it, but that wasn't enough. He, too, was found guilty of the murder and sentenced to life in prison plus 30 years. I believe the 30 years was for conspiracy to commit murder, because this was a hired hit. Donna Adelson, I love seeing pictures like this when murderers get caught and they get all upset about it. In September of 2025, Donna Adelson would go on trial for her involvement for the solicitation to murder Dan Markel. She too was found guilty, hence why she is crying like a little baby, and she was also sentenced to life in prison. As of me filming this video in early 2026, Harvey Adelson has never been charged with connection to this. Harvey being the father of Wendy, the husband to Donna. This is him reacting to his wife being convicted. And unbelievably, Wendy Adelson has also never been charged or indicted or anything in connection to this murder. She has been listed as a possible co-conspirator in all of this, but charges have never been placed against her. She may or may not have been the person who kind of behind the shadows said, hey, let's do this. But all of the evidence and the paper trail and all of that led back to Donna and the brother and the people that were hired to actually kill him. And in the end, Wendy got what she wanted. She got her two boys. They would end up, after all the dust settled, they ended up back with her. And in 2022 or so, when a Florida law passed, they basically granted Dan's parents mandatory visitation rights to their grandchildren. Because at first it sounds like Wendy had wanted nothing to do with having those kids ever see their grandparents. Dan Markel was basically killed because other people, full-grown adults, weren't getting their way, and they threw a giant temper tantrum, which then led to killing an innocent man, stripping him away from his children. And now his kids have to grow up without a father. They also are growing up in the midst of criminal trials against their grandmother, their uncle, and possibly one day their mother. And that's awful that this family would be willing to do that to those kids as well as Dan. And hopefully one day every person involved in Dan's murder will eventually get what's coming to him. Somewhere in this vast desert, the remains of a missing young man might be. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of David Lovely. Viewer discretion is advised. At the time this case occurred, David Vernon Lovely was 19 years old. His parents had been separated, and so at one point he moved with his dad to California. His mom would end up moving across the country, and at a certain point the mom goes back to California. And then when this case occurred, David, his mom, and his sister were moving from California to Massachusetts. This was going to be a cross-country trip that they were going to be doing so in a Ryder moving truck, and David would be riding his new 1978 motorcycle. So his mom and his 20-year-old sister would go into the Ryder truck and they would make their way across the country. Now, David being on a motorcycle, this is not the exact one, but this was a similar model that I could find a picture of. But they made this plan that every 30 minutes to an hour or so, they would stop to kind of regroup and make sure everyone was doing good. I think I forgot to mention the time. This was actually happening in August of 1985, and on August 5th, 1985, they departed from Salt Lake City, Utah, and then they regrouped in Wyoming. When they got to Evanston, Wyoming, I believe at a rest stop, David would tell his mom, "I'm having some issues with my bike. I might need to get it looked at." So he made the decision to push forward without them to go to Fort Bridger, which is a rest stop in Wyoming. What would later be revealed is that David, while at the Fort Bridger rest stop, actually used a payphone to call his aunt who was living on the East Coast. This was another plan they had, was that they would check in with family members every day just to make sure everyone was doing good. Now, David tells the aunt that while he's at that Fort Bridger stop, his motorcycle is basically busted at that point. And he says that a scary-looking man offered to help fix his bike. And David had indicated he was afraid of this man at first. But then he says it turns out that the scary man was actually a really nice gentleman who was fixing his bike for him. And he wasn't charging him money or anything. When they hung up the phone, that was it. That was the last time that anybody would ever hear David's voice ever again. And nobody has seen David ever since. His mom and his sister, they got to a certain rest stop and they waited for David to come, but he never arrived. So they waited another day or two before continuing on, but David never showed up at all. And thinking that maybe David just said, you know what, screw it, I'm going to push forward to Massachusetts because my bike is kind of crapping out. Maybe he went there. And so the mom and the sister went to Massachusetts. While on their way there, they're stopping at rest stops. They're calling his friends who are in Massachusetts to say, have you heard from him? Have you seen him? They all said no. The mom arrives in Massachusetts. He's not there. He hasn't been there. He never arrived. 9 days after David was last heard from, so this is where he was last at the rest stop, about an hour or so down the road near Rock Springs, Wyoming, somewhere in this area, David's motorcycle was found. This is a screen recording I did from Google Maps. This is what it looks like today, but just to give you an idea, this is the area his bike was found in. A vast, open desert with nothing as far as the eye could see. This is where his bike was found, abandoned. The motorcycle was found about a mile or so off of the actual road, and it was found by a couple of people who were traveling. And they noticed the motorcycle. When they approached it, there was like some items propped next to it. They would eventually determine that there was still half a tank of gas. The motorcycle would later be determined to be functioning perfectly normal, because once they all found out about all of this, David's father would go to where it was and he would end up driving it back to California. And it was all operational. Whatever that man did to fix it, fixed it. Still plenty of gas. There were no indications of any accidents, no damage to the bike whatsoever, not even a scratch. But David was found nowhere in this open desert. And that is where the speculation begins and where the mystery still remains. There is a story about another family member spoke to David on the phone just before his disappearance, like moments before. And David had allegedly told this family member he was going to probably be stopping to a bar to get a drink, which people thought was strange because of a kidney issue that David had. David could not really drink alcohol. He never really touched it. And they thought that was weird that David said he was going to go get a drink. But that could have also been misinterpreted to think that maybe he wasn't getting alcohol. Maybe he was just stopping to get a water or a juice or a soda. There was also some misconceptions about the man he says that helped fix his bike, that he described him as being a really scary guy. He was afraid of him. But some places that talk about the story don't then mention that David also said, it turns out the guy was really nice. He was friendly. He helped me. It's entirely possible that this scary-looking guy fixed his bike and then followed David and then did something to him. Sure. It's possible that somebody else from the rest stop followed after him and did something to him. There's no signs of foul play at his bike, though. There was no blood, no indications of any fights. It was just his bike. It was his motorcycle with his belongings next to it. His wallet was there. His wallet with $150 in cash was still in there. Nobody seems to know, though, if he had any camping gear with him, and no one really knows if he would have just stopped in this random location to camp. It was a cold night, but it wasn't freezing cold. There are drop-offs, there are some small cliffs and stuff like that. Places that if you're wandering around at night, you could probably fall and die or severely hurt yourself and then die from the elements. How thorough of a search did the police do of this area, though, to look for him? I don't know. This is an overhead kind of just a general area. There was like an airport or something, some kind of factory over here. I don't know if it was there, though, in 1985, because this is now in 2026. But it is a lot of nothing. A whole bunch of nothing. This could have been an area that might have been somewhat easy to search, but also there were some difficulties because some of the terrain was not easy to get through. But from what they did search, they didn't find a single trace of him. He's never been found, even after 40 years. And many people have driven down this road. Many people have camped in this area. People have gone to this area, have never found any human remains. Did he meet with foul play? It is entirely possible, but they have no proof of foul play. Is it possible that David decided to just randomly stop in that super random location and camp with potentially without gear? I guess, maybe. Maybe he stopped off to use the restroom, he walked too far and walked off an embankment or a cliff or something. That's also possible. But you figured you might have found him. And why was his bike a full mile off the road? Why would he have gone that far off the road to do whatever he was doing? Could he have been following someone, maybe lured away? There's a whole bunch of possibilities, and nobody knows what the answer is. The only thing they know for a fact is that David's motorcycle was found here off the side of this road in the middle of nowhere, with no sign of David anywhere at all. Somebody, somewhere out there, though, might know the truth about what happened to David Lovely, and that maybe that person is you. If you have any information on his case, you are asked to please call either 307-872-6350 or 307-777-7181. He was arrested 28 years after murder, but would he ever face justice? Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Denise Kulb. Viewer discretion is advised. Denise Kulb was 27 years old at the time of this case, and she was living in the Philadelphia, Pennsylvania area. Denise was living, unfortunately, a very problematic life. She would drop out of high school, which would lead to a crippling heroin addiction, which then turned her towards sex work. And she lost 2 of her kids to the foster care system, and the other 2 children were placed in the care of their grandparents. Along the way, she met a man named Theodore Donahue, who also was heavily into drugs. But her family said that Denise was also someone who just loved to sing and dance and be funny. And it was still impossible not to like her. And when this case happened, she was beginning to turn over a new leaf. She was applying for jobs. She was trying to get off of drugs and alcohol. But if that would prove to be successful, no one will ever know, because she disappeared. Denise was last seen by her family in October of 1991 when she attended a funeral for a family member. According to one family member, they got into a huge argument because she was starting to lean back into drugs and sex work. And unfortunately, that's the last time they ever saw her. The last time anyone saw her was on October 18th, 1991, after she left a bar. Denise had moved in with her boyfriend Theodore about a few weeks before this all happened, but 2 weeks after she moved in, she moved out. On November 12th, 1991, a body of a woman was found, and the body was badly decomposed. She was only wearing a sweater, and the rest of her clothing was piled on top of her body, which included a single pale yellow-colored knee-high sock. Only one, not both. This woman was soon identified as Denise Kulb. She had been murdered. On November 15th, 1991, they would end up getting a warrant to search the apartment of her boyfriend Theodore. They took several pictures, they collected evidence, but at the time, they really just didn't have anything. They questioned him, he denied having anything to do with it. He said the last time he saw her was they were outside and they were accosted during a cocaine deal, and they were attacked, and Denise fled, saying she was going to go get help, but she never came back. But then he never really did anything about it. When the body was identified, he would end up taking all of her belongings that he had at the apartment still and gave it back to her family. And then the case sat cold for decades because they had no evidence. There was no DNA, no fingerprints, nothing. That is until 2019, when they finally made an arrest. 52-year-old Theodore Dill Donahue, who had been a pizza delivery driver for the past 30 years in Philadelphia, was arrested and charged with his ex-girlfriend's murder. It was a picture of a sock that led to the arrest. Like I said a little bit ago, they took photos of the apartment he was living in shortly after Denise's body was found. Around 2019, when cold case detectives were working on this case, they were looking through all of the photographs. And that's when they uncovered a photo of a knee-high pale yellow sock, a single sock, photo taken in his apartment. They would end up using modern-day new technology to enhance the photo, and they were able to identify that sock as the matching sock to the one that was found on top of Denise's body. Meaning she was likely killed in the apartment where the sock was found, and as her body was being dumped, he must not have realized that he only collected one of the socks, and it, fell on top of her body. Now, that sock was not part of the clothing that he gave to the family after her body was found. It's unclear what happened to that sock. But that was enough to arrest and charge him with her murder. That was a solid piece of evidence because he said he hadn't seen her. She fled after they were attacked. He still denied having anything to do with the murder, though. They set a trial date and the prosecution was ready to go. But the trial will never happen because in November of 2020, Theodore Donahue died in jail. I'm not sure exactly how he died, if it was natural causes or suicide or what the case may be, but he did die. And sadly, the district attorney's office had no choice but to mark this case closed with no conviction. They had no physical evidence like fingerprints or DNA, but the sock evidence was actually pretty convincing. It's kind of unusual, but it is convincing. They truly believed he was the one, but will we ever know that for absolute certainty? Probably not. He got away with murder. He lived his life for almost 30 years. Denise was not perfect. Obviously, she had a lot of troubles in her life, but the troubles in her life do not mean she deserved to be murdered and not get justice. Denise was a human being with family and friends. She was a mother, a sister, a daughter, a granddaughter, a niece, and she was a victim of homicide. And why? What was the motive? That's also unclear. I think you could probably take a guess, because obviously it looked like she was trying to leave him. But sadly, in this case, the victim did not get the justice she rightfully deserved. This is the last known location of a 13-year-old boy before he vanished off the face of the earth. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Derrick M. Foster. Viewer discretion is advised. So this case is going to take us to Little Rock, Arkansas. There's very little information about it. But that is where 13-year-old Derrick M. Foster lived with his dad. And I believe his parents were separated and his mom was living in Oklahoma. The details on what happened are pretty scarce. There's almost nothing about it. But on the afternoon of March 4th, 1995, Derrick was in a vehicle with his father when, according to the father, he and Derrick got into some kind of argument, which causes Derrick to open up the door and jump out of the moving vehicle. This happened somewhere along Camp Robinson Road in North Little Rock. Derrick has never been seen again. That was it. I could not find a single newspaper article that mentioned his disappearance. The information on various different sites like Name Us or the Doe Project, all of it's the same. It's incredibly limited, which is really sad because this is a 13-year-old human being, a child, who jumps out of a car, allegedly, and then just vanishes. There was, I guess, this belief, and I don't know if the father, he was the one who mentioned this, I'm not sure, but there was a belief at one point that perhaps Derrick was going to walk to go to his mom's place in Oklahoma, which if he's going to hoof it, it's like a 4-day walk. So 13-year-old walking for 4 days, I guess he could have also hitchhiked, but I don't know. Nobody knows. I do know that he never arrived in Oklahoma, though, because as recently as 2024, the Attorney General of Arkansas posted about this case saying that Derrick is still missing. Derrick has never been found. This was an age progression photo of what he would have looked like a few years older, but today he would be, I believe, about 44 or 45 years old. And listen, I don't want to sit here and like point fingers or accuse anyone of anything, but this is very weird that a 13-year-old kid jumps out of a moving car that his father is driving, and then that's it. He's just, is that story even real? Like, did the dad tell a real story? Is it true? Because why isn't there like a parent hell on earth trying to find their kid? I mean, this is a real story. This is a real missing person. It's just the circumstances seem really fishy to me. They don't seem completely believable. But that is where this case ends, because that's it. That's all the information I have. Derrick M. Foster was between 5'4" and 5'6" tall at the time. He was 105 pounds. Again, he was 13 years old. White male with blonde brown hair with brown hazel eyes. Derrick also has a 4-inch scar on his right calf. Derrick is considered an endangered missing person. Foul play is potentially suspected in this case. Someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth about where Derrick is and what actually happened to him on that March 4th day in 1995. And perhaps that person who knows is you. If you have any information on this case, you are asked to please call 501-758-1234. Somewhere in these waters, a missing mother and daughter might be. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Dianna and Christine Meyer. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to the picturesque Sitka, Alaska. That is where 49-year-old Dianna Meyer lived with her 17-year-old daughter, who was on the verge of turning 18, Christine Meyer. Robert Meyer, pictured here, this is the only photo of him I could find. He was the husband and father. June 4th, 1996, just a couple of days before Christine's 18th birthday, Christine, Dianna, and Robert, according to Robert, were going to be celebrating her upcoming birthday. They would depart from the docks there in Sitka, Alaska, and they had a 50-foot yacht. I'm not sure if it's pronounced the Marho or the Mario. It's spelled M-A-R-J-O. According to Robert Meyer, everything was going just fine until about 12 or so in the morning on June 4th, 1996, when he began to smell smoke. And then he says he noticed smoke billowing from somewhere in the lower portions of the yacht. He then says he wakes up Dianna and Christine and says, we need to get off the boat. There is smoke. I think there's a fire. And so he directs them towards the back of the yacht where their little skiff is. He says he gets Dianna and Christine to the skiff, but then Christine says, you need to go get our dog, because they had a dog on there with them. He then goes back to get the dog. When he comes back with the dog in his hand, Dianna and Christine, according to him, are now gone. And he thinks that perhaps they must have fallen off, but he says he didn't hear anything, no splashes, no screams or anything. They were just gone. So he gets on the skiff and apparently just abandons them and goes to shore. Then says he makes it to shore where he goes to his home, and then he contacts the authorities. The authorities put a helicopter in the air, and they do, in fact, this is the actual video, find his yacht completely now engulfed in flames. Smoke everywhere. The fire is so strong and so powerful that it completely destroys the yacht, and it sinks to the depths of the water below. Now they have a bigger problem. Where is Christine and Dianna? Because according to Robert, they were on the yacht. He then goes away for a couple of seconds and now they're gone. indicating they fell off. But both of them could swim, so how on earth did they just vanish from the boat? As they're searching the waters for Christine and Dianna, and this is a recreation, but they find a large red gas can floating in the water, and it was found in the vicinity of where the yacht had sank. Police then take Robert's skiff that he essentially escaped on, and when they were searching it, they found a .38 caliber shell and a smear of blood. They swabbed this little smear of blood, and they determined that this, in fact, was human blood. This blood would soon be identified as coming from Dianna Meyer. Everyone there in Sitka who had the ability to do so would go out in the water and begin searching for the two missing women. It got to a certain point where they realized we're not looking for two living people anymore. We are looking for two deceased individuals. In their investigation, through interviewing family and friends, they learned that Dianna was actually about to be filing for divorce from Robert, and that is because she found out that he was having an affair with another woman. And if this divorce went through, Robert would be losing a lot of assets. And also, he had insurance policies on not only his wife, but also his daughter, in the total of about $250,000, not to mention he had insurance on the yacht. Also found inconsistencies in Robert's story. They learned that he said that he tried to radio for help from his skiff, but he said the radio wasn't working and he was desperately trying to get help. But then another individual would come forward to state that he passed by Robert's skiff and he said, "Do you need help?" And Robert told him no. This was moments after Robert abandoned the now sinking yacht. They also learned that about 4 o'clock that morning, Robert called the woman he was having the affair with, a woman named Ann Lowe, and said the boat sank and that there was a fire on the boat and that his wife and daughter are missing. He told her before he actually told the police. They then learned that Ann Lowe took Robert in shortly after all of this happened, and she smelled gasoline all over his clothing. It was very, very strong. So she takes that clothing immediately and she washes it, destroying any evidence that would be on his clothes. In 1998, they realized that this was no longer an accidental death case. This was a murder, that Robert had orchestrated this entire thing. His wife was going to be divorcing him. He was going to be losing money. And if the divorce went through, there may no longer be the opportunity to get insurance money in the event of Dianna's death. So he plots the murder of both his wife and his own daughter. He is then charged with the murders. Now, before he was charged, he was involved in a really bad car accident, which actually caused him to be paralyzed from the waist down. And before he could go on trial for the murder of his wife and daughter, he ends his own life. Robert's mistress, Ann Lowe, would end up going on trial for tampering with evidence by washing the clothes that Robert was wearing, and she was found guilty of that. She was sentenced to 6 months in prison for destroying evidence. And whatever Robert knew about where Christine and Dianna really were, he took to his grave. He searched those waters. They did recover large pieces of the yacht, but it yielded no evidence, and they never recovered Dianna and Christine's bodies. They were on that yacht, and they were on these waters. That boat was set on fire deliberately, and it sank to the bottom of the ocean below. But the bodies of Christine and Dianna have still never been found, and they are out there somewhere in a watery grave, hoping that one day someone will find them. Her case was featured in Monster, the Ed Gein story. Spoiler alert, it wasn't told accurately. What? Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Evelyn Hartley. Viewer discretion is advised. 15-year-old Evelyn Hartley was your typical 1950s high school teenager. She was popular, she had many friends, she was well-liked. She was sweet, she was kind, she was helpful. She had a bright future ahead of her, but unfortunately, that future never came to be. Evelyn also babysat from time to time just to make some extra money. Enter the Rasmussen family. October 24th, 1953, Evelyn would babysit the 20-month-old daughter of Viggo Rasmussen, and then this is his wife. She had babysat for them before. Always reliable. She was very punctual. She did it well. Was a wonderful caretaker, which is why they kept hiring her. Rasmussens lived here in this home in La Crosse County, Wisconsin. The address was 2015 Hochler Drive. I don't think that house is there anymore. This is the neighborhood that what it looks like today. Typically, when Evelyn would babysit, she would usually call her parents at some point that evening. She didn't do it every single time, but it was more common than not. During this particular babysitting job, she never called her parents. At around 8:30 p.m., her father would call the Rasmussen house just to see how Evelyn was doing, but she didn't answer. He waits a few minutes, calls back, nothing. A few minutes more, calls back, nothing. He's now concerned for his daughter. So he then gets into his car and he travels to the Rasmussen home, which is not that far from where they live, and everything from the outward looking in appears to look normal. All the doors are locked though, the windows are locked, the lights appear to be on. You could hear the very faint sound of the radio playing. He peers in the windows and does not see his daughter anywhere. But what he does see through the windows is that it looks like some items have been scattered about the floor. The furniture in the living room appears to have been moved over and was in just the wrong locations. So Mr. Hartley finds a basement window that's actually partially opened, and he goes in feet first into the basement and he lands on top of this stepladder. This is an actual photo of the basement. Also notice what appeared to be pry marks on the window. As he goes inside and he begins to walk through the basement, he stumbles across a single shoe, later identified as Evelyn's shoe. He climbs up the stairs. He finds Evelyn's glasses that appear to have been broken. He enters through the basement door at the top of the stairs. He finds another one of Evelyn's shoes. Searches the house, does not find his daughter. He does, however, find the 20-month-old baby who is unharmed and asleep in their crib. Mr. Hartley then leaves through the front door. He goes across the street to a neighbor and says, "I need help. We need to contact the authorities. I don't know where my daughter is." Police arrive a short time later, and they confirm that there is something very suspicious about this scene. It appears that a minor struggle had happened in the home, and as they're looking around, they notice that there are shoe impressions in the dirt that were outside of the windows. It appeared that a would-be burglar was peering through one of those windows to see if anyone was home. It's believed that Evelyn was likely in the baby's room when this all occurred, and if the person was looking through these windows, he would not have seen Evelyn. They also found shoe impressions that were not Evelyn's father's shoes outside of the basement window. Police confirmed there are pry marks on the basement window. The Rasmussens would later confirm that that stepladder was not opened when it was the way it was found. Always had this stepladder closed up and against a wall. Someone had put it there. Now believe that a burglar broke into this basement window, climbed in, and began to go through the house when they saw Evelyn, and then something happened. The Rasmussens left the house sometime just before 7 p.m., and that's right around the time Evelyn arrived. At 7:15 p.m., a neighbor nearby would later tell police they heard the sound of a scream, possibly a female scream, but they didn't think anything of it because it just sounded like a kid screaming, playing. Other witnesses said they also heard screams around 7:15 at the same time that a fire siren had gone off, and police would confirm that there was a fire truck, I guess, nearby, and they confirmed that they were in that area at 7:15. That now gives them a window of time as Evelyn was likely abducted sometime between 7 and 7:15 p.m., just barely after she got there. Evelyn's purse and her wallet and everything, though, was still in the home, and nothing else appeared to have been stolen. This could have been an attempted burglary that they were caught, and so the plans changed. Or this was someone who maybe knew Evelyn was babysitting for the Rasmussens that night, followed her there, waited for them to leave, and then kidnapped her. They just don't know if she was the intended target or if it was something that happened after the fact. I also don't know if the intruder with Evelyn left through the front door or left through this basement window, which would be the more likely case since this ladder was opened for someone to crawl through it. indicating that there could have been two people involved, because if they were going to have Evelyn crawl through that window with them as they're abducting her, she may not have gone willingly unless there was someone already on the other side and then someone behind her in the house still. Evelyn has never been found. There has been no trace of her ever found. She was abducted from this home for reasons unknown. Do they have any other evidence? Kind of, yes. They did find bloody clothing and some sneakers that had traces of what they years later would determine would match Evelyn's blood type, but they didn't know if it was her blood or not. These weren't her clothes, though. The pair of sneakers they found a short distance away, the impressions matched the shoe impressions that were found outside the windows of the Rasmussen home. So they do believe that these sneakers were on the person who broke into that home that night and abducted Evelyn. But in the 50s, obviously, they didn't preserve evidence the same way we preserve now because they had no idea back then what DNA even was. There were suspects from time to time. They even detained one person who they thought could have been the person, but eventually they end up releasing that individual because they had no evidence. They would end up polygraphing hundreds of people. They planned to polygraph all the kids from the school she went to, but there was an uproar about it, and so they stopped doing it. But the polygraph test they did conduct led them nowhere. In 1957, when Ed Gein was arrested for his crimes, the murders and all the gross things he did, he was then considered a suspect in the abduction and likely possible murder of Evelyn Hartley. He never confessed to doing it. He did confess to all of his other crimes. He lived 100 or so miles away from where Evelyn was kidnapped, but he did have relatives who lived in the area she was kidnapped from. They had no evidence, nothing to link him to it, and they end up saying, yeah, he didn't do this. The painfully inaccurate Ryan Murphy Netflix show Monster, the Ed Gein story, depicted him as being her killer. He abducted her, he babysat the kids she was supposed to babysit or something like that. He kidnapped her, brought her to his place where he did all sorts of unspeakable things and brutally murdered her. This was the actress who portrayed her in the show. All of that was based on literally not even actual facts. Like, even when he was really investigated, the real Ed Gein, for her disappearance, none of that even was a thing that ever came up. This was just one of the many, many insane inaccuracies. One of the most absurd parts of the entire show. It's also doing a major disservice to Evelyn's actual abduction and possible murder. Just because it happened way back in the 50s doesn't mean you have to portray it as however you want to because maybe everyone involved is dead. It's still incredibly wrong to portray it horrifically inaccurately. And again, when you have Ed Gein talking like this the entire time on the show when he never actually talked like this, what else could you expect? Whoever abducted Evelyn Hartley and probably killed her, though, is long gone at this point. This was 73 years ago. Her parents died, never knowing what happened to her, never finding her. Other family members would go on to pass away, but there are still some surviving relatives. There are still some surviving friends that she went to high school with. I feel sorry for those people who had to watch that unfold in this shit show. Sorry. One thing that can happen, though, is that she could come home still. Someone might know where she's buried. And if you know something, it's time to come forward and help bring her home. Evelyn Hartley will never get justice, but at least she can be brought home and laid to rest. If you don't work with the mafia might give you a watery grave. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of George Hawkins. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to the streets and the hustle and bustle of 1961 Newport, Kentucky. Strip clubs and casinos, restaurants, you name it. The Cleveland Mafia had their hands in everything. This was considered the original Sin City. The Cleveland Mafia was allowed to run rampant and do and say whatever they wanted to in this area, and the police, the local authorities, they would all turn the other cheek. But one official had a backbone and said, no. That would be Constable George Hawkins, a family man. He had a wife and kids. He had honor. He was respected. He and his family ran and operated a little grocery store. And when George wasn't there, he was doing his best to hold down the city. He could arrest people. He was essentially the equivalent of a sheriff's deputy. The Cleveland Mafia had tried to get their grubby hands inside his pockets and basically try to buy him like they were able to buy every other authority figure there in Kentucky. But Constable George Hawkins said no. Every other officer in the area was on the take, but George was never going to be. And then one day, he vanished. It was April 3rd, 1961. Constable Hawkins was out doing his normal routine when he called his family at the store to say, "Hey, I'm done for the day. I'm on my way home. I'll be home soon." He never walked through that door. His family never saw or heard from him ever again. They would report him missing, but police there locally seemed to not give a single shit that he was missing. According to the family at least, they barely touched this case. They did the absolute bare minimum they could possibly do. They didn't really interview anyone, they questioned no one, they didn't look for evidence, they didn't look for George. But they had to make it look like they were at least trying to do something. And then George's car was found. It was found on April 7th, 1961 in Dayton, Ohio, and it was washed, but it was washed with really gross, muddy water. The key was in the ignition still, but not a single trace of George Hawkins. And yet they said, no clues. We don't know. We have nothing. You have a car found in Dayton, Ohio. You have a missing full-grown human being who was a constable who refused to take money from the mafia. You have a very juicy case. Someone who's probably been murdered by the mafia, and yet you say, what can we do? And for decades, his family waited and waited and waited for some kind of response from any authority figure. His children are now elderly, and yet they have never had any justice for their father. Because every high-ranking official, every officer, everyone who could have done something back then in the 60s, well, the mafia controlled them, so. In 1980, there was a very brief glimmer of hope. A human skull would wash up on the shores of the Ohio River, which is close by to Newport. The skull had a very clear, very deep indentation along the middle, meaning someone had taken an instrument, something solid, and beat this person over their head, then dumped their body into the river. It took some time later after that before DNA technology became in existence. So once that technology presented itself and they were able to do something with it, George's surviving children would give their DNA. They would exhume the body of George's mother to get her DNA to see if the skull they found was his. It was not. Back when this happened, there was a very dark treatment the mafia would give to people who they couldn't get. They called it the Newport nightgown. They would wrap an individual in chains, they would attach it to a concrete block, and then throw that person with all of that weight, who's tied up, who can't move, into the river. So that person would die a slow, agonizing, horrific death. And that is the fear of what probably happened to George. But to this day, he's never been found. The likelihood is the mafia did kill him, and he is somewhere underneath the surface, somewhere in this water, tied to chains or cinder blocks. God only knows what, after all of these decades, where his body might be now and what may have happened to it. Usually when a body decomposes, even underneath the water, even tied to chains and cinder blocks, the gases from that body will eventually begin to lift the body to the surface. Is that what happened? And just, who knows, animal life got to him? Did his body just go somewhere so far downriver? But where he isn't is back at home, laid to rest properly. Because nobody cared to look for him. The people who could have and should have the power to look for him didn't. Because the mafia gave them money, so, you know. And unfortunately, it's going to take, at this point, probably a miracle to see if they could ever find his remains. And anyone and everyone who may have been involved directly in his death and may have been involved in covering up his death is either long dead or extremely old. Constable George Hawkins was likely murdered by the mafia, who knew that nobody who was in power would look for him. And unfortunately, where his body is today and what really happened to him, will probably remain a mystery forever. Was incredibly excited to be opening up a restaurant in this building, but days before it opened, he vanished. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Henry Moreno. Viewer discretion is advised. So this particular case will take us to Sacramento, California in the 90s. Henry Moreno grew up in a very big family. He was one of 12 total kids. It was a very happy, very close-knit, very respected family. Henry would later go on to get married, and with his first wife, he had a baby who, at the time this case occurred, was then a teenager. That particular marriage ended in divorce, and he then would remarry, which lasted about 2 years, and that one ended in divorce as well. Both divorces were amicable. Henry also went on to get his bachelor's degree in history. He would become a teacher in Sacramento. It wasn't his passion. He actually really had dreams of opening up and running a restaurant. And in 1994, his sister would end up purchasing a property for about $400,000, which was located right on the Sacramento River. It was at 2125 Garden Highway. It was, at the time, a dilapidated mansion. It was completely abandoned and it needed a lot of work. This is what that mansion looks like closer to today. But when his sister was like, I want to turn this into a big family home, he was like, what if we turned it into a really luxurious restaurant? And she was on board with that. To cut some costs, Henry would do a lot of the labor himself, which is something he was very, very good at. This was a beautiful location, and it was a prime spot for a restaurant. By all accounts, this was going to be very successful. They did take out several loans to get all this going. And it was about 4 years worth of work that Henry put blood, sweat, and tears into. Henry was beyond excited to open this restaurant. They put out the ads in the newspaper. We're finally opening. Grand opening is right around the corner. And then he's gone. It was August 6, 1998. Henry was seen at another restaurant there in Sacramento at around 11:45 a.m. He was his normal, happy, jovial self. He was talking about how excited he was to open the restaurant. There are unconfirmed reports that Henry was then seen at a local Home Depot sometime around 12:15 p.m. However, that has never been corroborated. Other witnesses said they saw him in his 1997 Nissan Pathfinder driving down Interstate 99 towards Stockton, California. But again, those are unconfirmed reports. And those sightings were actually the day after he was last seen at the restaurant. Grand opening was August 8th, 1998. And he was not there. He was a no-show. So Henry would be reported missing. When police kind of started to investigate this, they did determine that Henry had taken out $200 in cash, I believe, from an ATM on the day he was last seen. However, he also had a bunch of money still in his bank account that has never been touched to this very day. He also had $800 in cash left on top of a dresser in his home. Again, he didn't touch that. Last time that Henry ever used any of his credit or debit cards and his cell phone was on the final day he was seen on August 6, 1998. There has been literally no activity on any of it ever since. His family, and this is, I believe, his mother and his daughter, were devastated. They never in their minds thought that he left on his own accord. There were rumblings of, because of the restaurant, he took out loans. There were investors that maybe he wasn't able to pay those loans or pay those investors, but why would they abduct him and murder him before the investment can even begin making money? So it wouldn't necessarily make sense for someone who put their own money into this to then kill him before it ever opened. Why not wait at least until you find out what kind of money it's making? There were rumors and speculation that Henry just picked up and moved to Mexico for completely unknown reasons, but his family and friends, everyone in his life said there's no way. I mean, not only was he excited about the restaurant, but he also had a teenage daughter that he loved more than anything. But also, it is a mystery as to why he would have disappeared. What was the motive if foul play was involved, which there is belief that foul play was probably involved. They don't know for sure, but it's a solid guess. What would the motive have been for his abductor? Had this had anything to do with the restaurant? Or was it completely unrelated? Did Henry look at someone the wrong way? Did he cut someone off in traffic? Maybe someone believed that Henry was having an affair with their wife, or it could have been a million reasons that had nothing to do with anything with the restaurant and all the money put into it. Maybe he was killed accidentally by someone and they decided to hide him. But somebody somewhere out there has got to know the truth about what happened to Henry Moreno and where he is. And perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on the disappearance of Henry Moreno, you are asked to please call the Sacramento Police Department at 916-443-4357. You can also leave anonymous tips at 1-800-222-7463. Buried underneath the earth of this home, a horrifying discovery would be made. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of James Schaefer. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to the West Nashville, Tennessee area, specifically to this little home right here. It was November 17th, 1987. A new tenant had moved into this little home, and they were just moving some things around. When they were in the basement portion, there's basically just dirt there. There wasn't like concrete. And there was a table that they were moving. And when they moved the table, they found something sticking out of the dirt. They found a skeleton of a human being. So police were notified right away. They didn't just find one skeleton. They found two full human beings underneath this home. Both of them had been victims of homicide. Neither of them, though, had any identification. This tenant had only been living in this house for a very brief time, and they needed to figure out who was living there before. Police would very quickly uncover the identity of the previous tenant. It was a man named James Schaefer. A man, according to the landlord, always paid his rent on time. He was the perfect tenant. There were never any complaints. He kept quiet and to himself. Well, where is he now? He's now in Kentucky, specifically in a jail cell. Why? Well, because he abducted and raped a 14-year-old boy. This supposed perfect, quiet tenant was actually a monster in disguise. In 1985, he had been arrested for abducting and raping a woman who thankfully was able to escape his clutches and bolt out of his house, the same house these two bodies were later found in. When he was 17, he tried to flirt with a fellow teenager, a 16-year-old girl. She rejected his advances. So what did he do? He took a gun and he shot her in the stomach. The victim survived, and he served only 10 years for this. When he was 16 years old, he and another one of his teenage friends would abduct and attempt to rape and beat another teenage girl. In 1971, he abducted a woman, held her captive in his home, where he would repeatedly rape her and assault her and threaten to kill her. She too would end up surviving. He was convicted of this and sentenced to life in prison with parole. He was paroled in 1984. He then finds himself living in this home where he continues his reign of terror. Then in 1987, two skeletal remains are found buried underneath his former home. So police go to Kentucky and they question him, and he confesses. He says he killed both of them. Both of them were sex workers he had picked up on two different occasions. One victim he picked up in April of 1984, and then he says that she tried to rob him or steal his wallet, and then he just reacted by killing her. The second victim he says he picked up in July of 1985, another sex worker who again says she tried to, rob him, so again, he just killed her. And after each murder, he just buried them underneath his home and just went about his life. Well, what were their names, James? Because we can't identify them. He says, I think one of them was named Sheila. The other one just said she went by the name Lil Bit. This is a composite drawing of the second victim named Lil Bit. They have no idea who she is. They have no idea where she came from. Both her and the first victim would remain unidentified for decades. when finally, in 2025, after police would, I believe, exhumed both of their bodies to get DNA samples from, they were finally able to identify one of the two victims. They have not identified Lil Bit, though, to this day. The other victim, however, they identified as Sheila Cummings. She was originally from Illinois. DNA samples were collected from one of Sheila's daughters because Sheila's daughter had been looking for her mother since the 80s, but she was having no luck. And then she found about this case, about these bodies that had been found, and she got in contact with police, and they took DNA from her, and that's how they were able to identify Sheila. I don't have a photo of Sheila Cummings. And like I said, this victim here, Lil Bit, has never been identified. This is an image of the actual ring she was wearing. There was a gold lining around that tooth. And they're hoping that with this image, someone might recognize her. She was somewhere between the ages of 20 and 40. She was about 5 foot 6 inches tall. Her toenails and fingernails were both painted pink. She also had a broken nose that appeared to have happened before she came into contact with James Schaefer. James Schaefer, way back in 1987 or 1988, was convicted of killing both women before anyone knew who any of them were, and he was given 2 life sentences without parole. James Schaefer died in 2004 in a prison cell. And whatever answers he may have still had in his head about the real identity of Lil Bit and any other potential victims, he took to his grave. Someone somewhere out there has got to recognize this image and be able to put a name to the face. One family finally has answers and closure and are able to lay their loved one to rest. But she is still looking for her family, and hopefully her family has been looking for her. She went by the nickname Lil Bit. She may have been a sex worker. It's unclear where she may have been from originally, but someone has to know who she is. She deserves to get her name back. If you have any information on the identity of this woman, you are asked to please call 615-862-7803. A sock protruding from the earth would launch an investigation that would last 3 decades. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Janean Brown. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to the little village of White House, Ohio. Population today about 5,000 people. But in 1983, when this case occurred, the population was sitting under 5,000 people. It was a town where everybody knew everybody. 19-year-old Janean Brown had graduated from Penta County Vocational School in 1982, and when this case occurred in 1983, she's working as a second shift nurse's aide at a local nursing home there in White House. Janean lived here in this home with her very dear friend Pam and Pam's brother. Janean and Pam's brother at one point had a brief relationship, but it had ended, and Janean was dating another individual in 1983. Janean's boyfriend was named Harold Estep. On November 17th, 1983, Janean and her friend Pam Rader, Pam's brother Larry Rader, would all go to a local bar and they would hang out, have some drinks, and have some fun. Harold Estep was also there with them, as was another man there, a local named Andy Gustafson, who did not really know Janean well at all. According to Pam, though, at some point that night, Andy Gustafson would make a pass at Janean and said that she had a nice butt. When it came time to leave the bar, there was a point where Janean, as she was leaving, saw her boyfriend Harold Estep get a kiss from a barmaid there at the bar. This obviously really angered Janean a lot. So she heads back to her home. Pam and Larry and Janean arrived back at their house. A short time later, though, Janean decided she was going to go confront Harold about the kiss she saw. And then she storms out of the house, walking to where he lived. That was the last time Pam would ever see her friend alive. Janean Brown would then be reported missing. 2 days after her disappearance, now on November 19th, 1983, a woman was out on a walk as she did every morning, and she came across this wooded area. As she was walking, she looks over into a ditch and she sees something that just catches her eye. It appeared to be a sock that seemed to be attached to a foot or a shoe protruding from the earth. She's concerned by this, and she ends up alerting the authorities. And when the police arrive, they begin to remove the leaves and all the dirt, and they do in fact uncover a human body of a woman, soon identified as 19-year-old Janean Brown. She had been murdered. Janean had been severely beaten. It was more than evident that she had been raped, and there were indications, I guess, that she was stabbed because she was nearly decapitated. They would get a tip from a woman who worked at the nursing home that Janean worked at, and they discovered that this person saw Janean and talked to Janean that night, and then saw her getting into a van, and this would have been just hours before she was likely killed. Janean told this coworker, "Oh, don't worry, those are my friends," or "That's my friend." And she got into the vehicle without any struggle. There was no indications that she was forced in that van. And they learned that that van belonged to a man named Andrew Gustafson, a name that had popped up earlier when they were investigating people at the bar. He was there that night and apparently told Janean that she had a nice butt. But he said, "I didn't see her after the bar. I didn't pick her up. That wasn't me." They also looked into her boyfriend, Harold Estep. I mean, she was going to confront him about this kiss that she saw at the bar that same night. Well, he says, "I don't even know that barmaid. I was just walking out and she randomly walked up to me and kissed me." And for a very, very long time, he was always considered, maybe not by police, but by the public at least, the prime suspect. Andrew Gustafson's name had come up a lot as well, since it was his van she was seen getting into. There was another guy there who was nicknamed Crazy Horse that was at the bar that night that they also looked into, but they determined that it was not him either. They also looked into Larry Rader, who she lived with because Larry was the brother of Pam Rader, and Larry and Janean had dated briefly. And there was some jealousy when she started dating somebody else. In the years after her death, Larry Rader became heavily involved with drugs and alcohol, and sadly he ends up dying from that. And the case goes years without any more information, without any tips, without any leads. They are at a loss as to who did this. They have suspects, but they can't prove any of them did it. And then, about 30 years later, DNA technology has greatly advanced, and so they end up taking the DNA they found with her body. They run it against 4 of their primary suspects. Well, 3 of them at first. Harold Estep, the DNA did not match him. The boyfriend was cleared. Crazy Horse, the DNA did not match him. He was cleared. They had to exhume Larry Rader's body, took his DNA. It did not belong to him. He was cleared. One man, and one man only, would not give his DNA. Andrew Gustafson. But police caught a break because 6 years prior, he had actually been involved in another rape case, and his DNA was already provided. They ran that DNA against the rape kit they did with Janean's body. It was a match. It was him. Andrew Gustafson, who was apparently the evil version of Ricky J, may he rest in peace, was then arrested and charged with Janean's murder. The DNA evidence against him, sir, shouldn't you be writing The Winds of Winter right now? For God's sakes. The DNA evidence against Andrew Gustafson was overwhelming, and so he ends up taking a plea deal admitting to the murder. And they actually allow him to take a plea deal, pleading guilty to manslaughter and felony rape in the first degree. He was sentenced to 10 years in prison for the murder and 5 years in prison for the rape. And this was in 2014. Meaning he got 15 years in prison and he will be eligible for release in 2028. The murderer got to live his life for 30 years after he killed Janean Brown. She didn't even get 30 years. She only got 19. And when he was sentenced, he got 15 years for taking a human being's life and for raping her. And is that justice? Is that really justice at all? Worldwide, national, and local news was dominated by one story and one story only. So when someone would go missing, their stories would go untold. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Jesse Flores. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to Phoenix, Arizona, specifically at 51st Avenue and Indian School Road. That is where 14-year-old Jesse Gabriel Flores lived with his family. 3 short days before this case occurred, something else pretty major happened. The 9/11 terrorist attacks in New York. You could not go anywhere, you could not watch any television or read any newspaper without hearing about this story, and pretty much this story only, for obvious reasons. When just 3 short days later, on September 14th, 2001, something would occur to the Flores family, and no one ever seemed to know about it. Despite the horrific events which were happening for him across the country, life, of course, had to go on. He was still a kid after all. And there was going to be a birthday party that he was really excited to go to on September 14th. He got all dressed up, all nice and fancy, and he was going to be leaving his home, which was located at 51st Avenue Indian School, and he was going to be walking to the location where this birthday party was going to be held. It was, I think, a half a mile away, if not that. A walk that he had made all the time. He kisses his mom goodbye, says, "I love you, I'll see you later." She says, "Don't be too late." He says, "Of course." She watches him walk out the door and walk down the road, and that was it. She would never see her 14-year-old son ever again. And this is one of those things, too, where it's like, he's 14 years old, he would spend the night at a friend's house, sometimes without calling, it happens from time to time, and so she didn't think too much of it at the time. But then when he didn't come home the following day, and when she then calls and finds out, Jesse never even got to the birthday party. That is when all of the alarm bells went off. His mother then contacts the Phoenix Police Department to report her teenage son missing. And because this story was still blasted everywhere, this was the only story that anyone was talking about or anyone wanted to hear anything about, Jesse's story never even made it to the news. Jesse's story never even made it in the newspapers. Not even a small little blurb. Nothing. Obviously, with the country now at like a higher alert, sometimes the police departments back then weren't investigating cases like this. We're focused on other potential threats and other higher things that are happening. Teenage kid, he goes missing, he's run away, he'll be back soon, and then over time, it's just forgotten about. Well, his family hasn't forgotten about it. And while barely anyone ever even heard his story back then, his family has had to live with it. And questions still remain. How did they know he never made it to the party? Did police question people from the party? Did anyone see him walking down the street towards the party? Did anyone see or hear anything happen? Is it possible he got to the party, something happened that led to something worse happening, and now everyone's keeping quiet about it? Or did he truly never get there? This is one age-progressed photo of him. This is another one that they came up with. I think he would be about 39 or 40 years old today. I do know that in this general area and kind of extending out, it was, at least at that time, a higher gang activity. It's possible he could have run into the wrong crowd. He may have passed by the worst possible person. He may have just been abducted by a random stranger. Maybe he was struck by a car and no one wanted to get in trouble, so they picked him up and hid him somewhere. But also, this is not like a rural location. This is Phoenix. There's buildings and apartments and houses and stores everywhere. With this being around 5:30 or 6 p.m. at night, high traffic time, people would have seen that happen. But did anyone try to come forward, and police were just not hearing about it because of everything happening in the country? And that's the biggest problem, is there is almost no information about his case because it wasn't treated officially as a missing person so much right from the get-go. And so what type of investigation police did, if any, is really kind of unknown. I think a lot of these people were very one-track mind at that point of what was going on. And it's like, we can't be bothered with anything else right now. It's a runaway. It's a teenage kid. He just ran away. He'll be home soon. But then when he never came home, is it like, oops, maybe we'll start looking into this then. But this was a child. This was a 14-year-old child just starting high school. It's just sad that Jesse's story just wasn't talked about at all. And because of that, they may have lost a lot of potential investigative leads. Jesse Gabriel Flores was on his way to a birthday party that he was looking forward to attending. He either made it or he did not make it. Nobody seems to know for absolute certainty. But somewhere along the way, he disappeared. He vanished into thin air. But that does not happen. Was he abducted along the way? Did something happen at the party that everybody is hiding? This was a child that vanished that nobody seemed to talk about. But somebody somewhere out there knows the truth about what really happened to him. And perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on the whereabouts and what may have happened to Jesse Gabriel Flores, you are asked to please call 602-262-6151. She was found murdered in a fortified and locked-up building. It's a real whodunit. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Joan Freeman. Viewer discretion is advised. Joan Carol Freeman was born in New Jersey in 1946. It sounds like she lived in New Jersey her entire life. She was a one-time high school cheerleader. She was like the most happiest, most bubbliest person. Eventually, when detectives were looking into her life, they said we could not find a single thing bad about this young woman. She was a good, decent kid. She was the epitome of living a normal life. She did not get involved in any of the wrong crowds. She had no questionable friends, no enemies, nothing. She was described as just a regular working girl. At the time this case occurred, 22-year-old Joan Freeman was working here in this huge compound. It was at the time being owned and operated by the Hoffman LaRoche pharmaceutical firm. This entire center was surrounded by a locked and secured gate. Needed keys to open up every door, badges to open up doors. The only people who can enter this entire place are people who worked there. The Hoffman LaRoche facility was bordered between two different areas in New Jersey. It was between Clifton and Nutley, and Joan was working on the Clifton side of the facility. This is from a newspaper clipping, but typically Joan worked in this building with the number 1 next to it. However, on this particular day, she was working in building number 34. August 31st, 1968, she went into the building sometime in the afternoon. She was doing some overtime. She was on the second floor of the building, and she was working on employees' time cards. It was also a Saturday, and so she was one of the only people working on this entire area, other than some security guards. And it was a security guard who would find Joan's body. Joan Freeman was found brutally murdered inside one of the offices there. There were time cards thrown all over the place. Based on the way the scene looked and how she was found, it appeared that she was struck from behind as she was working. She was hit over the head numerous times with a mallet. Not only in the back of the head, but eventually they would strike her in her face numerous times. They also took a knife and they slashed her throat. He would describe this as being triply killed because she had 3 very distinct injuries and wounds to her body, and any one of those 3 would have led to her death. So this was certainly overkill. Joan was not raped. Nothing appeared to have been stolen. This was bizarre. Like I said, she had no enemies. She had no jilted ex-lovers. Everyone in her life was checked, and they found no one that would have wanted to do this to her. They looked into all of the people she worked with there, and they've been able to kind of rule people out as each one comes through. They found the mallet at the crime scene. The mallet had no fingerprints, which would indicate probably that the killer was either wearing gloves or they wiped the mallet down afterwards. The knife that was used, or the sharp instrument that was used to cut her throat, was not found at the scene and has never been found. The most baffling part about all of this is that whoever killed her had to have been someone who had access to this compound. Like I said, the gates are secured with keys and cards. Our security guards around the entire property. Getting into most of the doors in the buildings themselves, again, you have to have a key or some sort of card to access them. This could not have been an outsider. This could not have been some random person in her life that came into this building and killed her. This was somebody she worked with. But who? And why? Especially if nothing was stolen, she wasn't raped. What was the motive? And why Joan? It made no sense, and to this day it still makes no sense. I know they have interviewed somewhere around 300 people, or they did back when this all was being investigated then. This would include the security guards who were there on site when this happened, because that's sort of your first logical guess, is that it had to be a security guard who did it. What about the security guard who found her? Well, that person has never been named or arrested or indicted or anything. They end up giving dozens and dozens of people, primarily people who worked there, polygraph tests. None of that led to any suspicion. Fast forwarding all the way to 2005, police there in New Jersey were at that point kind of desperate for some kind of answer. So this woman here, Geetha Angara, was also found dead inside of a work area that was also secured and locked. She was found, had to have been drowned at the bottom of a very large water tank where she worked. Her case has a lot of information to it. I actually covered her case over on my YouTube channel. But because of the proximity to where she was found dead and where Joan was found decades and decades earlier, they thought maybe the same person could have been involved. So they had to do a bunch of cross checks as to who was working in the same facility she was, and was any one of those people working in the same facility that Joan was in 1968. Again, it was grasping at straws. They needed something, but they found nothing. Geetha's case has also remained unsolved. Joan Freeman's case also remains unsolved. By all accounts, it appeared that a ghost entered that facility and killed Joan for unknown reasons. If they've been able to clear most of her co-workers and the security guards, who else could it have been? Who else could have gained access to the facility? That's a question that remains unanswered. Someone somewhere out there, though, might know the truth about what really happened to Joan. Perhaps that someone is you. There's a strong possibility that her killer is long gone, but maybe they're also still alive. No matter what, the family, the remaining family, and people involved deserve at least the answers. And if there is that glimmer of hope that justice can still be served, you can help with that. If you have any information on this case, you can contact the Clifton, New Jersey Police Department at 973-470-5900. For years, they wondered who murdered her, and then they found out it was a serial killer and his wife. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Joanna Parrish. Viewer discretion is advised. This case is going to take us to France, and I'm just apologizing in advance. My French is not good. I've heard how these names are pronounced, but it's. Joanna Parrish was born on July 30th, 1969, and she was actually born in Gloucestershire in England. She was just 20 years old at the time this case occurred, and she was described as just an incredibly kind person and a pretty trusting person. By the time Joanna turned 20, she had already accomplished so much in her life. But when this case occurred, she had actually already traveled to France. She was, at that point, teaching English, I guess, as an assistant. Then, to make ends meet, kind of like a side job, she would also offer her services in the newspapers there to teach people English. This would require her to meet strangers, basically. That's exactly what she did on the night of May 16th, 1990. A man responded to her ad for teaching English lessons. She agreed to meet him. She was never seen alive again. She was residing in the area of Auxerre in France, and this was relatively close to the river Yonne. Day after she agreed to meet this individual to help teach him English, her body is found right by the River Yonne. She was nude, she was raped, she was beaten, and she had ultimately been strangled to death. She was quickly identified as 20-year-old Joanna Parrish. And there were issues with the investigation right out of the gate. By 1990, collecting evidence at crime scenes was pretty advanced. We knew as a worldwide culture to how to process a crime scene and to not contaminate it. But unfortunately, this crime scene was contaminated. It was essentially kind of allowing just random people to trample through the scene. And that made determining what evidence was connected to the murder and not very, very difficult, if not impossible. Not only that, if you're allowing people to trample in the crime scene, you're also allowing them to potentially destroy evidence completely. Her parents put a lot of pressure on the police, understandably so. They were coming up with nothing. I guess they couldn't determine who that phone call came from because it never traced to anyone, because obviously that person is going to be your number one suspect. So if that number was like untraceable, or if they just simply couldn't find it, again, it's 1990, things were a little bit different back then. I'm not sure if there were problems in that regard. Had like suspects kind of here and there, but none of them ever stood out. And unfortunately, Joanna's case goes cold. Several years later, they would try to reopen the case, but they would learn, unfortunately, that the DNA evidence that they had collected back then and had preserved was now lost. And in the early 2000s, a suspect comes into play, a man named Michel Fournier. So he made headlines in 2004 when he was arrested and charged with a few murders. 8 murders of young girls, children, and young women. He was also nicknamed the Ogre of the Ardens. Killed at least 8 people, young girls and women, between 1987 and 2001. This included rapes, kidnappings. He was also found guilty in 2018 of killing the wife of someone he had been in prison with. When they asked him about his potential connection to Joanna Parrish, he at first said, "I don't know who that is. I had nothing to do with it." Well, they found out in 1990 when Joanna was murdered, he lived right by Auxerre, where she was living. He lived close by the river where she was found. He was also in the age range and kind of looked like one of his other victims. His MO fit her case. He was also married to this lady, Monique Olivier. It turns out she actually cooperated with her husband and helped him with some of these murders. She would either help lure the victims or help outright in the killings, help in the disposal of the bodies. So she too was arrested along with her husband. Michel Fournier would go on trial in 2008 for the other murders, the serial killings, in which he was convicted of 7 murders and sentenced to basically life in prison. Monique Olivier then divorced him in 2010, and she went on trial for her involvement in those murders. She was found guilty and sentenced to 28 years for her role. February of 2018, now that he's in prison, he finally confesses to killing Joanna Parrish. Not only did he confess to his own attorney, but they brought him before a judge where he also confessed, I think unofficially, and then he was charged with Joanna Parrish's murder. It was then discovered that it was actually Monique Olivier who lured Joanna into the situation. Sounds like it was her who actually made the phone call for her to get lessons for her husband. Before he could go on trial for the murder of Joanna Parrish, he dies. He was never prosecuted. Monique Olivier, I think, got some additional time for her involvement in Joanna's murder. Joanna Parrish died because she was trying to be helpful and she wanted to teach people how to speak English, and that's all she was guilty of. But a monster would just end up claiming Joanna as just another tick on his belt, just another number to him. 2 people responsible are either in hell or are rotting in a prison cell to this day. Joanna Parrish and her family got the justice they rightfully deserved. A young woman just tossed into a ditch, and to this day, it still remains a mystery. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of JoAnn Bontjes. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to the Tremont area of Minnesota. That is where 21-year-old JoAnn Bontjes lived. And even at the age of 21, JoAnn was already doing really well for herself. She was a beautician who owned her own salon. She had her prized vehicle that she was paying for herself. It was a white Chevy Vega, something similar to this. JoAnn was someone who had a lot of friends. She was popular. She was well-liked. She was also known for being incredibly independent. She, dated guys from time to time, but she was more about her own independence. There was like a fierceness to her, like a don't mess with me kind of attitude, which, was a good thing. Certainly, there was no one in her life that anyone knew that would want to harm her in any way. But someone did. It was October 2nd, 1975, sometime around 12 to 12:30 in the morning. JoAnn was at the local American Legion Club in Tremont, Minnesota. She left the club around 12:30 in the morning, got into her Chevy Vega, and was going to be heading home. A short time later, her Chevy Vega was found parked on the side of a road. It was on Highway 4 between Tremont and Sherburne. Inside the car was JoAnn's purse, her keys, her wallet, everything, her coat. There was a set of tire tracks near her car as well that weren't her tires. What that indicated to some people initially, at least, was that she might have been pulled over by someone, possibly a cop or a sheriff's deputy. And the way her car was positioned looked like she willingly pulled her car over for someone. And if she did that, it was only going to be for someone she knew and trusted, or a cop. But JoAnn was nowhere with her car. That's because she was somewhere else. The following afternoon, not too far away from where her car was found, just on a ditch on the side of the road, JoAnn's murdered body was found. She was partially clothed, and she had been beaten. But her cause of death was a shotgun blast to the side of her head. Unfortunately, they really didn't have much to work with, though. This is in 1975. This is before they knew about all, of course, our modern day technology. And so evidence collecting back then was a different process than it is today. But evidence was still collected, and evidence was still preserved. But there was that thought of, there was another set of tire tracks where her car was found, indicating someone pulled her over. There was that indication that it could have been a cop or someone she knew, like a friend. Maybe a guy she had dated once. They didn't really know. They also didn't know if those tire tracks had anything to do with what happened to her. They looked into the American Legion Club where she was last seen alive, and they found nothing from that. She had not gotten into any kind of fights or arguments with anyone, as far as anyone has said. And so they don't know if maybe someone followed her from the club, or if this was a stranger, maybe someone posing as a cop, or an actual cop. A few years later, in 1980, the body of a John Doe was found in the area called Blue Earth, Minnesota. It would take quite some time, like decades, to identify her, but she was finally identified as Michelle Boucher, someone who was hitchhiking. Well, Michelle, it turns out, her murderer had been convicted before she was ever identified. Her killer was a Minnesota state trooper named Robert Leroy Nelson. So when people were looking back at JoAnn's case and this idea that she could have been pulled over by a cop or a sheriff's deputy or a trooper, they kind of looked to him like maybe he did this. However, they found no evidence that he had anything to do with it. It was more of just like a similar situation, borderline grasping at straws for a solution kind of thing. But it doesn't sound like they believe it was him. He didn't confess to it like he did confess to Michelle Boucher's case. Decades would go by, and there was still no answers. There was no closure. There was nothing in her case. And then in 2024, they announced they have a new lead, which really was just the fact that they have found a DNA profile from the evidence from JoAnn's case that was not her DNA. This would potentially be the DNA of her abductor and killer. They have been hopeful that that DNA would then lead to the identity of her killer, but so far it has not. I'm sure they're doing every avenue they can think of in terms of genetic genealogy, that kind of thing. It just hasn't led to an answer yet. And it's not always going to work. Genetic genealogy, forensic genealogy is something that's been solving a lot of cases, but it doesn't work every single time. But there is still a chance that it can. But the biggest point of all of it is that even though it happened in 1975 and now we're in 2026, they're still working to solve this. Someone somewhere out there knows the truth about who killed JoAnn Bontjes and why. And perhaps the person who knows is you. If you have any information on the murder of JoAnn Bontjes, you are asked to please call 877-996-6222. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Joseph Woodside. Viewer discretion is advised. This is the campus of the University of New Hampshire, at least what it looks like today. In the early morning hours of November 14th, 1979, approximately 1:30 in the morning, a couple of students were just walking on campus. When walking down one of the trails, they found what looked like a person just lying on the ground. They thought maybe this person was just drunk and asleep. They got closer and they noticed this person was injured and they seemed to be unconscious. So they would end up propping like a sweater underneath their head while the other one ran to contact the authorities. However, once police and an ambulance arrived, they would determine that the individual in question was unfortunately no longer alive. This person had been killed, and this person was eventually identified as Joseph Woodside. This is the only photo of him I can find. I guess this is him in earlier years with his first wife. But when this case occurred, he was about 34 years old, and he was considered a drifter. Joseph had been badly beaten. He had been struck over the head with some sort of blunt force instrument. They found a broken glass mug nearby. There were friends of an 18-year-old student there named Barney Seal, who Barney had asked the friends to lie to police. This was all within a few hours of the body being found. So rewinding a bit, earlier that evening, before the body was discovered, Barney and his friends would go to a place called Wildcat Pizza. It was just off of campus, so the school's right here. When the friends said that a relatively unkempt-looking man with like greasy kind of long hair came in, who looked like he was maybe a vagrant. At one point, this man said to these group of kids, including Barney, if I chip in, can we get like a thing of beer? This was a stranger to them. And I guess there was some conversating going on, and then it was time to close. Barney asked the friends, you guys stay in here for at least 3 or 4 minutes. I'm going to walk outside with this guy, who they would find out his name was Joseph. I'll walk outside with him, and then you can leave a couple minutes later, which seemed like a really weird thing to ask. But they said, okay, sure. Then later, as they're walking out of the restaurant, they do see what they thought was Barney and Joseph, I guess, peeing on the side of the building, and the rest of the kids just walked away. And then later, he would ask those friends, you need to lie for me, you need to say that I was with you, and say that I was with you the whole night, basically, never, I was never out of your eyesight. And initially, the friends were considering doing that, but once this body was found, and once the friends found out that they think it's the same vagrant that they had seen, that was in the restaurant with them, they thought to themselves, did Barney kill him and maybe rob him? So they told police about everything. And so Barney Seal, this 18-year-old college student, is arrested and he is charged with the murder. These two individuals, Barney and Joseph, they didn't know each other beforehand. There were indications that the individual, Joseph, had been robbed or that there was some sort of attempt at a robbery. And on Barney's clothing, they found these little, I guess, burrs or something from like trees and bushes on his clothing. Those same exact plant life was found on Joseph's remains. Barney also had blood drops on a sweater he was wearing the night the murder would have happened. He said, that was just, I had a nosebleed, and the reason why I had that stuff, those plant things on me, was because I was running from Joseph because he was trying to sell me weed. They found no weed on Joseph's body, by the way. Can't sell what you don't have. So, Barney goes on trial, and the accusation is that he intended to rob this stranger, and something led to something where he ended up killing this individual, Joseph. The friends testified against him, saying that basically he asked us to lie. The last person we saw this Joseph person with was Barney. Witnesses said that they saw an individual carrying a glass mug around outside of that pizza restaurant, which that mug came from the restaurant, and the individual who was carrying that mug was identified as Barney. This is the same mug that was found with blood that was used as partially as the murder weapon to kill Joseph. Barney Seal is found guilty, and he is sentenced to life in prison. But then, his conviction is overturned because the judge had given improper or incorrect jury instructions to the jury. So he went on a second trial. This trial does not go so well. It ends in a mistrial, which means he has to go on trial again. In 1983, he goes on trial for the third time, and pretty much the evidence against him is the same, and all the same people are testifying against him, and once again, he is found guilty of the murder of Joseph Woodside, and he is sentenced to 25 years to life. But he is released on bail pending a relocation to a different prison. I guess there was concerns about his safety at one prison, so he was released while they were figuring that out. And then Barney Seal vanishes. His family claims that while on a scuba diving trip, something happened where Barney drowned and he died in the water. But the family was then accused of harboring him, saying that he was running from his prison sentence. The family says, no, that's not the case. But there was that belief that he was in hiding somewhere. But then, I guess several weeks or months later, a fisherman was doing something when he came across the body of an individual. That body was then identified as Barney Seal. He, in fact, did die, I guess allegedly during the scuba diving trip, and I guess his family at the time didn't know where he had drowned and just thought he was lost at sea. Barney should have been dying in a prison cell, but instead he died in the ocean a free man, technically free. Joseph Woodside was really guilty of nothing. He was just passing through. Someone saw that he had money and said, you know what, I'm going to take that money. And Joseph was killed for it. For maybe a couple $100, if that. And 3 trials later, the man never actually served any genuine time in a prison cell. And so the man who murdered Joseph Woodside, just brutally, really never faced justice. He got to die on vacation, basically. And so Joseph never got the justice he rightfully deserved. Somewhere in this vast wilderness, the body of a missing 13-year-old boy might be. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Justin Richardson. Viewer discretion is advised. 13-year-old Justin Lee Richardson lived here in Tucson in Arizona, which is actually pretty close to the Grand Canyon and just a very short distance away from the Kaibab National Forest. This case it's kind of strange because Justin Lee Richardson was reportedly into meth as a 13-year-old. I don't think I've ever heard that before. And he is apparently good friends with much older people. His friends are like between the ages of 18 and 21 years old, and he would run with them, hang out with them, party with them. I believe his parents were separated at the time. His mom lived in Flagstaff, which is also in northern Arizona. On June 29th, 2001, Justin and I guess 3 of his friends would go to the Kaibab National Forest. From what I understand, they were there partying, drinking, and doing drugs. How Justin got involved in all of that, I don't know. But at some point, Justin and one of the friends got separated from the other friends. And then it turns out that the friends that Justin had gotten separated from found their way back to Tucson, which Justin and the other friend were unaware of. Those friends were eventually discovered by some park rangers. But Justin and his friend, unaware that the other friends had been found, they went back to the Kaibab National Forest where apparently they camped for the night. And according to one of the friends, he woke up around 9 o'clock in the morning, and when he woke up, Justin Richardson was gone. And nobody has seen him ever since. Within a day or so, Justin's father reports him missing, and initially, when police look at this, they go, well, he's either a runaway or he's out there somewhere, he fell and got hurt, and, we'll find him. They searched on horseback. They put choppers in the air. They had people on foot. They hiked the trails. They looked for him, and they found not a single trace of the 13-year-old. This is a very, very large forest, though, and so it's difficult to search every square inch of it. But they did search for quite some time. And finally it got to a point where we can't find him. We have no idea where he is. Justin was familiar with the Kaibab National Forest. He had been there many times. He was not someone who had ever gotten lost before. He knew his way around it. However, they don't believe he was prepared. He didn't have any essentials with him. They don't think he had any water or food or any of the camping gear with him. But he's also someone who is very aware of what all of this is, and he is someone who would still practice safety. It doesn't mean that he didn't make a mistake and something happened, maybe he fell. It just seemed kind of odd that he would somehow just vanish. But that's when they uncovered the fact that Justin was friends with these much older kids or young adults, and they did drugs together, including meth, that this 13-year-old kid was on these hard drugs. Could that have been something that led to his disappearance? What caused that initial separation between the group of friends? How did they get separated and split apart? Because nobody saw Justin. The only people who saw him are the people who would eventually tell the authorities. So really it's their word as to what his last actions were. These older kids he was partying with and doing hard drugs with. Kind of leads you to believe that maybe something accidental happened and perhaps they covered it up. Certainly they can't get in trouble for getting this 13-year-old child involved in all of this. So if they can't find him, then there's nothing to prove. Just a theory, just speculation. Justin also apparently had a girlfriend in Chicago, Illinois. I'm not exactly sure how that worked itself out, but there was belief that perhaps he did run away and he found his way to Chicago to be with his girlfriend. Now, I have to believe they knew who the girlfriend was and they contacted that family and didn't find him, but he's never been seen by anybody. No one has reported seeing him. If someone is willingly hiding him for him, of course they're not going to come forward. Over the years, though, it sounds like they would kind of open up to the possibility that there may have actually been foul play involved because of how familiar he was with the forest and how often he had gone there. There's belief that he would have been able to handle himself enough to find his way back. But also, it's a gigantic, gigantic forest. A lot of places to very easily get turned around, even for the most experienced hiker. The truth of the matter is they have absolutely no idea what happened to Justin Lee Richardson. He was there, and then he was not. And all they have is the word of these older friends who had gotten him involved in not great things. Were they telling the truth? Or did they kill him for some reason? Or did he accidentally die, and then they covered it up and buried him somewhere? It is now 25 years later, and still nobody has ever found the remains of Justin Lee Richardson. There is belief by many that he is somewhere here at the Kaibab National Forest, either buried in a shallow grave or at the bottom of a cliff. Whether he died accidentally or maybe somebody murdered him is unknown. Somebody somewhere out there might know the truth, though, about what really happened to Justin Lee Richardson, and perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on the whereabouts of Justin Lee Richardson, you are asked to please call 1-800-338-7888. He confessed to her murder, but was he guilty? Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Kathy Harlan. Viewer discretion is advised. So this case will take us to the North Highlands area of California. That is where 9-year-old Catherine Harlan lived. She was born on March 20th, 1969, and I know she had at least one sibling. On the morning of March 7th, 1969, she got up and tried to get ready for school. She asked her mom to help her, but her mom was having some issues with her legs and was having a hard time getting out of bed, so her dad ended up doing all of the normal stuff her mom would do. He, set her on her way, and she would walk down the street to the bus stop. That's the last time he ever saw her. It appeared that Kathy never even got to that bus stop. They don't realize she is missing, though, until later that afternoon, because, again, back in the 70s and the 80s, Schools did not always call parents to say, hey, where's your kid? They're not in school. That's obviously more common now, but it wasn't then. So when it came time for her to be home, that's when they realized something's wrong, because she didn't come home. She wasn't on the bus that afternoon. They called the school and they found out she never got to school. So a search for the little 9-year-old girl begins. A few days later, on March 11th, 1979, about 15 miles away from where she lived, they found the body of the 9-year-old girl. Kathy was fully clothed, and she was found just thrown into a ditch. Within a couple of days of this, a man was arrested and was charged with Kathy's murder. His name was Fred Robinson. Fred Robinson was a one-time convicted sex offender. He was also severely mentally challenged. He ended up confessing to abducting her. He said he saw Kathy at a donut shop, which didn't make sense to most people in her life, but that's where he said he saw her. Then he abducted her, and he said he strangled her until she was dead. Police took that and said, okay, we got our guy. It's him. What I have learned from doing this over the years is that it seems like confessions are one of the weakest pieces of evidence that you could ever have. But a lot of the times, especially back then, a confession was taken as the proof, as the solid evidence. That's all we need. Everything else that comes around it, none of that must be true if someone confessed. But there were doubts almost from the get-go. The first issue was his alibi. While he said he was one place abducting and killing Kathy, his family member said, no, he was not. He was with us. Not only that, there were then 3 other people who were not related to him, who either were friends with him or knew him casually, that all placed him at a different location other than where he said he was with Kathy on the day in question, March 7th. So his family says he was with them for a part of the day. These 3 other witnesses said they very clearly saw him somewhere else away from the Kathy's home and neighborhood. They all said, these 3 in the family, he could not have done this because we saw him. But they said, well, he confessed. It has to be him. He strangled her to death, he said. Except another problem. Kathy wasn't strangled at all. There was no evidence of a strangulation whatsoever. Kathy had been beaten to death. She was struck over her head. Well, we're still going to go to trial because, again, he confessed. At one of the hearings, his defense attorneys they wouldn't necessarily blame her parents, but he was trying to insinuate suspicion on the parents of being involved. I mean, that went absolutely nowhere, but it was the defense attorney grasping at straws. The idea is that there were witnesses who stated that Kathy's parents were overly strict. There were accusations of some minor abuse, which were never confirmed. But at trial, the prosecution's case just began to fall apart quickly. And again, he did have previous convictions of molestation and sexual abuse. But the issue they had at court is there were way too many people who all placed Fred Robinson in a very different location and could not have abducted Kathy. Fred Robinson's own confession changed numerous times, but he never said he beat her. He always stuck by the story he strangled Kathy to death. He didn't seem to know where he put her. He had a very, very, very low IQ. He was not fully all, there, unfortunately. And it is often people with that type of, condition who oftentimes falsely confesses to a murder or a rape or any other crime. And, well, because we have a confession, that's the easiest. We're done. We're done with our case. But Fred Robinson seemed to barely know or understand what he was talking about. There was no physical evidence placing him at or near the site where she would have been abducted. No witnesses saw him. No witnesses saw the abduction at all, from what it sounds like, or heard it even. There was no physical evidence of him on or near Kathy's body. His story constantly changed. He did not know how she actually died. He did not recall where exactly he would have put her. Witnesses placed him at a very different spot. The case fizzled, and eventually they dropped charges. And because they were so gung-ho into prosecuting him, the second he confessed, it was like, we're done. We don't need to look at anyone else. We don't need to investigate further. We've got our guy. Meanwhile, a 9-year-old child was abducted, was raped, and was murdered, and then was dumped like a bag of garbage on the side of a road. Somebody did that to her. The belief is that it was, in fact, not Fred Robinson. Charges were never replaced against him. He never went on trial again. They had no evidence to connect him to the murder. They don't think he did it. But somebody did. They wasted so much time into just simply believing his story that they didn't investigate anyone else. And that's very crucial time that was wasted. Again, that's because confessions for a very long time, and even today, are considered the most solid piece of evidence you can have. More often than not, though, they're actually the weakest evidence. They're unreliable. You can't confirm them always. It fully depends on the person giving them and under what conditions are they giving that confession. You need evidence. You need physical, tangible evidence. They had none. And Kathy Harlan's murder has gone unsolved ever since. Nobody knows who abducted her. Nobody knows who killed her and left her on the side of the road. Well, that's not true. I mean, somebody somewhere out there has got to know the truth about who actually did this to her. Perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on who actually murdered little Catherine Harlan in 1979, you were asked to please call 916-874-5057. What they found behind this door would lead to a mystery that has gone unsolved for 27 years. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Kayo Matsuzawa. Viewer discretion is advised. Kayo Matsuzawa, pictured here with her family, was originally from Japan, and at the time this case occurred, she was 29 years old. She was someone who loved adventure. She loved to travel. She loved exploring, finding new places. She was a beautiful young woman who still had a full life ahead of her. In 1997, she would leave Japan and head to Christchurch, New Zealand, in looking for adventure, education, exploration, you name it. She was going to be going there to study English. On September 11th, 1998, she would fly from Christchurch to Auckland, New Zealand. But within hours of Kayo arriving in Auckland, she vanished. So she arrived and she would book into a place called the Queen Street Backpackers, and she was going to be staying there for 3 nights. She checked in, she dropped off most of her belongings, and then she left. She never even had a chance to sleep there. This is actual CCTV footage. This is the last known image of Kayo Matsuzawa after she left the backpackers. No one is with her, no one seems to be following her. She goes off of frame, and that's it. Something happens where she is found 11 days later, dead. This is the Center Court building. So based on a map of the area, so the Center Court building is here, where she was staying was there. But one of the maintenance men at this building would go down the stairs and go to this back door, which was, I guess, a fire alarm cupboard. Now, the door itself doesn't really have a traditional handle. It has just for a key to go in. But what most people who worked there knew is that you could actually just open this door with a screwdriver. You didn't actually need the key. But when he opened that door, he found a nude body of a woman decomposing. This is obviously afterwards they had been dusting for prints. Because she had no clothing and no personal belongings with her, it did take some time to discover who she was, but they were eventually able to identify her as 29-year-old tourist Kayo Matsuzawa. She had been murdered. I believe there was some speculation that she may have had a drink and someone, a man, had spiked her drink. I don't think they know that for sure, though. I think that's really just a theory. But they think she came into contact within minutes, if not hours, of her first arriving in Auckland. A short time later, her passport was found thrown away in a rubbish bin. And the proximity of all of this is, so again, she was staying there, her body was found here, and her passport was found here. The police believed at one point that it had to be someone who had security access to this building specifically. So you need a key card to access this part of the building if it's after hours. and a DKS key is needed, and that the data for those is typically tracked by a computer. And there is normally a little sheet that tells you exactly who swiped their card. But the data for the weekend that this would have likely happened, where the murderer or the murderer put the body in that cupboard, well, that data was mysteriously missing. But they don't know if it was purposefully deleted by someone who worked there, or if it was just a harmless glitch. And there's also, I guess, a stairwell or a couple stairwells that link a couple of these buildings together. And if it's not after hours, it sounds like there would have been easy access for a lot of other people. So that doesn't exactly help them narrow down anything. I know the first suspect they had was the man who found her body, the guy who actually worked there, but nothing came from that. But the stairwells and the hallways are still very tricky to navigate. This is not like someone or a building that someone who is not familiar with it could easily find their way through it and go right to this little cupboard. This person also has to know that you can jimmy open this door with a screwdriver. So it really does bring back into focus that it might be someone who is very familiar with this building. Either a current employee or possibly a former one. They had to know where all of the different alarms were. But there were no cameras that would show anything, unfortunately. So there was no visual representation of who entered this part of the building. How long was she in there? I mean, she was missing for 11 days. That's the last time she was last seen. And she was decomposed, so she had been dead pretty much the entire time. But was she in there for the full 11 days and nobody entered that room? Well, there's also the possibility that the killer put her body in there days after she was already killed and he was storing her somewhere else. The fact is really nobody knows how she got in that room. Nobody knows who put her in that room. And most importantly, they don't know who killed her. And it's very tricky because she was not from the area. She was a tourist in that area. She did not know anybody in Auckland. So this would have been a stranger on stranger situation. And those are very tricky to solve. They revealed recently, though, that there was a male DNA profile found underneath her fingernails. However, that has not linked to any suspect. Someone somewhere out there knows the truth about who murdered this innocent young woman and why. And perhaps the person who knows is you. If you have any information on the murder of Kayo Matsuzawa, please contact the authorities in Auckland, New Zealand, as soon as possible. Help her family get her justice. This is the last known image of a college student moments before he disappeared forever. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Lester Raymond Jones Jr. Viewer discretion is advised. Lester Jones Jr. was born in November of 1983. He was 25 years old when this case occurred. Lester was described as someone with a really infectious personality. He could really make people laugh pretty easily. He was respectful and kind to everybody. Lester, from what I understand, had just one sibling. His parents were separated, but his dad lived in California while his mother lived in Mississippi, which is where he lived. He was a devoted Christian and also an incredibly intelligent young man. He was, at the time this case occurred, attending Mississippi State University. He was a part of a fraternity, and he was really, really close to actually obtaining his master's in biomedical engineering. Everything in Lester's life was going well, and he was heading towards a very promising future. But then he vanished. So Lester was living, I guess, in the Starkville, Mississippi area, and on January 11th, 2010, he would be making a trip to visit some of his fraternity brothers in Jackson, Mississippi. But first, he actually drove up to Tupelo to visit his mom and his brother. According to the family, when he did visit them, and he was his normal self, everything seemed fine. He seemed really excited about his trip to Jackson to see some of the fraternity brothers. Then he would leave Tupelo to go down to Jackson, which would have been about a 3 or so hour drive. The next thing that anybody knows is that he arrives in Flowood, Mississippi, which is about 15 minutes or so away from his destination in Jackson, and he stops off at this gas station. He does go inside, and cameras, I guess, do later confirm that he was the one who entered the building. He went into the bathroom, then he left the convenience store with, from what I understand, he didn't buy anything. Then he is seen getting into his vehicle. This is the actual image from the CCTV. He was driving a blue 2002 Ford Expedition with a license plate number KTW714. But this image captures him entering the car. They cannot tell if anybody else is in the car. It then drives off camera, and that is it. That is the last sighting of him. Nobody has seen or heard from him ever again. A short time later, another customer enters the convenience store and goes to the restroom. He notices that there is a cell phone sitting on the counter of that restroom. That man then picks up the phone, he brings it to the clerk and drops it off. It is later determined that that phone belongs to Lester Jones Jr. This was in 2010. This was at a time when all of us were very much connected at the hip to our cell phones. So it begs the question, did he leave the phone there on purpose, or was he just so tired from the drive? It was pretty late at night. He could have been exhausted and he just completely forgot it was in there. But it makes me wonder, like, at a certain point, because it's only 15 minutes to get to Jackson, did he not notice? Like, was he using it for directions? Certainly he would have realized within 15 minutes of arriving at his destination, I don't have my phone, I'm going to call the gas station, but he never did. According to the fraternity brothers that he was supposed to be visiting in Jackson, Lester never arrived. So somewhere in this 10 to 15 minute drive from Flowood to Jackson, something happened. There are two things of note that I noticed when looking at the maps. Just behind where he was in Flowood, you'll see this Ross Barnett Reservoir. Now, unless he got turned around because he was tired or something, I don't see a way in which he would have gone that direction and somehow ended up in the reservoir that way. Because obviously it happens, right? I mean, people have accidentally, through lack of sleep or whatever the case may be, have driven into a lake or a river and died. But another thing I noticed, that on his path, if he took this particular path, which is believed to be what he did, there's the Pearl River that goes across, and there's a certain point where he would have gone right over it. The rest of the drive would have taken him kind of parallel to the Pearl River, but never over it. Even if he was using a different direction, he still never would have gone directly over it, unless something happened here at this little intersection. To my knowledge, though, nobody reported any kind of car accident of seeing someone drive into the river. No damage reported or anything like that. It was, 10:30 or so at night. Not many people were probably out, but there are people that are going to be out. You figure someone would have heard something or seen something, but no one came forward. Now, this river does flow back into that reservoir that I mentioned earlier. Have they searched the river? Have they searched that reservoir? I am not 100% sure. From what I've read, the waters there, especially at that portion of the river, were just deep enough for a car of this size to go into and fully submerge in. But again, have police actually searched the river and the reservoir for his car? Honestly, it doesn't sound like it, or if they have, they haven't found it. But that would have been probably the first thing I would have checked. The other thing to question is why was his cell phone left behind at the gas station? Again, this is at a point where all of us are very connected to our phones. So was it a deliberate act that he did, or was it just simply an accident? And if he never called the gas station asking for it from like a friend's phone or something, that means he never got to his destination. Or he did, and something else happened. Which leads into the theory, did the fraternity brothers have anything to do with what happened? According to one report, one of the fraternity brothers did speak to him on the phone for about 8 minutes that night while he was on the drive. Nobody knows what they talked about. Nobody knows if there was any kind of fight or anything. It could be completely unrelated. It could have just been, hey, where are you at? Are you almost here? But there is that possibility that he, in fact, made it to the fraternity brothers. Something happened where they deliberately killed him, accidentally killed him. Who knows? But why would his cell phone be left behind at the gas station? Did they know he was going to do that? Did they put it there themselves? But it was found shortly after he left the gas station. How soon of a gap, though, I'm not 100% sure. Enough time for someone who maybe have killed him to backtrack, put the phone there, and then go back? Maybe. Some people believe that he just picked up and left on his own accord, said, I left my cell phone, that way nobody could trace me, and I'm just dipping out. It's a possibility, but nobody has seen him. There's been no sightings of him. It's also possible he may have deliberately taken his own life. Another explanation as to why his cell phone was left behind, again, so nobody could find him easily. Maybe he drove himself into the water, or maybe he went somewhere completely different. Or maybe he was just so tired and exhausted, he left his cell phone because he just wasn't thinking. And on his drive, something happens. Maybe he falls asleep. Who knows? And he finds himself in the Pearl River. But wouldn't he have been jolted like, oh my God, I gotta get out of my car? Would he have had time? I don't know. There's a lot of I don't knows. Apparently, there's also potential connections for him being in Mexico. I guess his mother was contacted by two men speaking Spanish, saying something about where he is, but police could never track down where those calls came from. And finally, I just want to show you this. This is the area that crosses over the Pearl River. You can see where it is possible how someone could probably easily crash over this little wall and go into it. But again, it doesn't sound like there was any obvious damage or anything of that nature. This theory to me seems like the strongest, but I have no idea. This image is now shrouded in mystery because what happened after Lester Jones Jr. left that gas station, nobody knows. Did he end up in the river? Was he killed? Was it an accident? Did he end his own life? Did he run from his life and go somewhere else like Mexico? Nobody knows. But someone somewhere out there might know the truth, and perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on the whereabouts of Lester Raymond Jones Jr. or what may have occurred to him, you are asked to please call 662-323-4134. This is a devastating case of police failure. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Linda Smith. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to Pocatello, Idaho. That is where 14-year-old Linda Diane Smith lived with her mother and her brother and sister. Linda was born on June 3rd, 1967. She was the oldest of the three kids. Linda and her siblings, they were living a decent life. Their mother was doing everything she could to make sure that they were taken care of and supported, because she was doing it all on her own. And they were living here in this house. And this is where, in June of 1981, an absolute horror story happened, but police didn't believe it. So this is Ben. He is Linda's younger brother. He was 9 years old at the time this case occurred, and Linda was actually babysitting him on the night of June 14th, 1981. According to Ben, sometime around 2 o'clock in the morning, he woke up to hear the sounds of some struggle happening in the house, some muffled maybe yells. So he gets up and he actually sees his 14-year-old sister Linda being taken forcibly out of their home. There was a man that was wrapping his arms around his sister and pulling her out. She was struggling to free herself. He brought her out to this alleyway behind their home, in which Ben, who again is 9 years old, chases them out of the house trying to help his sister. But this man pushes Ben over and says, "You don't want to get yourself hurt too." He then sees the man force his sister into a van with flames painted on the side, and then it speeds away, and his sister was gone. And he never saw his sister ever again. Because they did not have a phone in their house at the time, he runs to a neighbor. He gets the neighbor to call the police, and the police arrive and they hear his story. They can confirm Linda's not in the home. What do police do? You dumb little kid. She just ran away. You're trying to cover for your sister. They thought he was lying. They said he was just making it up to protect her because she ran away. She's a teenager. She's 14. She's run away before, only for a day, by the way. She'll be back. Just stop lying. Ben swore this happened. He saw his sister get abducted from their home, thrown into a van by a white male in their 30s, and then gone. The police did not treat the house as a crime scene. They barely stepped foot in it. They did not take fingerprints. As a matter of fact, they did not collect a single piece of evidence from the home. They just simply took a report, said she was a runaway, and that was it. A week later, the clothing she was last seen wearing was found thrown into a ditch. The police are notified. They confirm these are Linda's clothes. They still say she wasn't abducted. She ran away. She put those clothes there on her own to make it look like something happened, but she ran away. This is all her doing. Do not believe she was abducted from her home, despite having an eyewitness stating she was abducted from her home. It's even more unbelievable that police kept saying this, because in the same general time frame, in the same general area, at least, other than Linda, at least 3 or 4 other young girls also disappeared. No, Linda was a runaway, despite having zero evidence to prove that she was a runaway. 11 months later, the skeletal remains of a person are found. They are soon identified as belonging to 14-year-old Linda Smith. And this part makes me even more mad, because this is the way they phrased it. Miss Smith left her home June 13th, 1981, with a man driving a dark-colored van, police said. They are still phrasing it as if she left on her own, willingly, with a man. They're not saying Miss Smith was abducted from her home and has now been found murdered. Ben Smith, this 9-year-old kid, would begin to develop severe anxiety, PTSD. He felt extreme guilt for not being able to save his sister. He felt confused and anxious that the police said he was a liar and didn't believe his story. By the late 90s, he was committed to a mental hospital because he just couldn't handle it anymore. Obviously, he's okay now. Because police barely stepped foot in this house the night of the abduction, because they did not dust for any fingerprints or collect any evidence, because they did not interview any other neighbors to get any other witness accounts, the investigation to figure out who did this, how's it ever going to happen? The investigation into her now homicide didn't occur until 11 months after she was abducted, because that's when she was found, and police were like, oh my God, wow, she was abducted from her home and somebody killed her. Who knows? Maybe if they actually treated this case seriously, maybe they could have even found her alive. Maybe they could have ID'd this van with flames on the side and gotten the description from Ben of this person. Maybe they would have found her. I mean, the odds are probably still low, but you never know, and we'll never know. This is the absolute definition of police failure. I don't know what kind of careers those cops went on to have, but I hope they stubbed their toes badly every single fucking day for the rest of their lives. Yeah, this one makes me mad. And no, I don't want to hear the excuses, well, how would they know? Kids run away all the time. I don't care. If a kid is missing, if someone is saying they were abducted from their home, even if it's not true, you still investigate it. You still investigate it. You still try to collect evidence. But because they didn't, the odds of this person ever being caught, probably never going to happen. But that person might still be out there, and maybe that person talked. Maybe that person has said some things. Someone somewhere out there might still know the truth about who abducted and murdered Linda Smith. And perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on her case, you are asked to please call 208-234-6121. Hopefully the current people can actually be trusted. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Allen Goettsch. Viewer discretion is advised. By 1981, Allen Goettsch, he was 21 years old, and he had just basically gotten back to Texas from serving in the military. And he was living in this home in Abilene, Texas. I guess he worked in the oil fields, and at one point he had gotten injured. And because of that injury, he ends up getting a workman's compensation paycheck of about $3,000. He used that as an opportunity to pay off some of his debt, pay back some money to people he owed money to, and then Lou got himself a new apartment. But the last time anyone saw him was on March 31st, 1981, just outside of the house that he was moving out of. He never arrived to his new place, and Lou has never been seen since. Lou was also someone who was not in regular contact with his family. He had at times been kind of a transient, and so when they hadn't heard from him or seen him in several days, it wasn't anything unusual. It got to a point where they're like, no, something is wrong here. We can't find him. He's supposed to be moving into a new place. He never arrived there. Something is very wrong, so they reported him missing. And his family and eventually police, they locate his pickup truck, all of his belongings, everything is where it should be, except for Lou. He still had a little over $1,000 in his bank account. Lou, I guess, had a girlfriend, but the girlfriend at the time lived all the way in Australia. And once they finally reached her, she said that she hadn't heard from him since towards the end of March, which is when he disappeared. Then, in 1993, a man named Ronnie Harper comes forward to state, I killed him. I killed Lou. He said he believed that Lou was working as an undercover agent for the DEA, And that once he found out about that, he took him to a field where he beat him to death and then just left his body in that open field. He even tells police, I left the body as out as can be. I did not even try to hide it. It was just there, and I left it. And he takes police to where that field was. Lou's body was not there, which at that point, because he disappeared in 1981, his body would have been skeletonized at that point, but they didn't even find that. We're talking about a 12-year difference here, and so there are many things that could have occurred. One, if he did kill Lou, he could have gone back at some point and hid the body and just didn't tell police that. Animal life could have gotten to his body, dragged him away, and did who knows what. Maybe he lied about where he hid the body. Maybe he forgot. But if he left it on someone's property, like a farmer, for example, obviously they're going to find that body and they're going to report it to police, which that never happened. So Ronnie Harper ends up recanting his entire confession. I was drunk when I confessed, and he was still charged with murder. But then the prosecution said, well, we have no body, we have no crime scene, we have not a lick of evidence actually connecting him to this murder. He wasn't even a suspect when this all happened. So they end up dropping charges, and because they don't want to take it to trial and risk losing a guilty verdict, and then they'll never be able to try him again. The belief that police seem to have, and that it seems like family still has, is that Ronnie Harper did in fact kill Lou, but lied about where he put him, or forgot where he put him, or something else happened where the body is no longer there. And they have stated that we will charge him again with murder once we have the evidence to do so. But since he recanted his confession and charges were dropped, it's been over 30 years now, and no evidence has come forward. His body not found. Somebody somewhere out there has got to know the truth about where Lou Allen Goettsch is located and what happened to him. And perhaps the person who knows is you. If you have any information, you are asked to please call 325-673-8331. Save me some pizza, Mom. I'll be hungry when I get home. Those are the last words she ever heard her son say 40 years ago. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Mark Allen. Viewer discretion is advised. This particular case will take us to Des Moines in Iowa, and the year is 1986. These are some family photos of Mark James Warren Allen and his siblings. Mark himself was born in May of 1972. I guess growing up, his mom would say that he could be a bit of a handful. He had some behavioral issues, and he ended up kind of bouncing around a lot. So he had spent some time living with his grandmother. Then he spent time living with his father because his parents were separated. Then he finds himself back living with his mom and siblings in Des Moines, Iowa. And in 1986, he is 13 years old. This is his mother, Nancy, many years later, but she said on the afternoon of March 29th, 1986, her life changed forever, because that was the last time she ever saw her son Mark ever again. On that late afternoon of March 29th, 1986, he would leave his home because he was going to go down to a friend's house, and then he said, maybe I'll catch a movie or something, but I'll be home later. He walks out of the door and he says to his mom, save me some pizza, Mom. I'll be hungry later. He never came home. She watched him walk down the road and kind of go behind a tall bush, just make sure he was fine. But that was it. Now, because he would sometimes spend the night at a friend's house, or he would, it was kind of common. When he didn't come home that night, she didn't really think too much of it. Please keep in mind, this is also the 80s. Helicopter parents weren't a big thing back then. And I've said this time and time again, but kids like us growing up in the 80s and the 90s, we were just out. And their parents didn't know where the hell we were. Sometimes you would sleep at a friend's house, the parent would just assume that, and that was about it. Times were significantly different. So she does not even realize he's missing until the following morning. They were getting ready for Easter, and he was excited about it. It was really unusual that he wasn't there. And that's when she calls the friend's house, and that's how she finds out that he never even got there. He never went to the movie theater. He never went anywhere. Nobody knows what happened to him. His mom would later tell news stations that she reported him missing that day, and they said, well, you're going to have to wait 48 hours. They told her, we can't do shit until 2 days have gone by. A 13-year-old kid. I've seen people comment on videos of mine before saying that's not really a thing. Police did not do that. They never made people wait, 2 days. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. Even for children, they absolutely did. Some police forces, depending on the city, they weren't legally allowed to do that, but they still did it. So the police did not even start looking for this missing child for 2 full days. It was up to his mom and his siblings, his family and friends to look for him. In 1982, another young boy, a paper boy, I'm sure many of you have heard his story, Johnny Goettsch, also in Iowa, vanished. Then in 1984, another young boy, a teenager named Eugene Martin, also in Iowa, vanished. And they believe that both of these boys had been abducted. So when her son goes missing, she tells police, well, could he not be related to those cases? Could it not be feasible that the same individual took both Johnny and Eugene and also my son? She kind of thinks, and I kind of understand why she would think this, she thinks that they were so focused on finding those 2 boys and potentially apprehending the person responsible that they couldn't be bothered to investigate Mark's case because now it's just too much. And so that's why they said, he's just a runaway. And they used the fact that Mark had behavioral issues, that he had some troubles. He was not always the most behaved kid. And the police took that and said, yeah, see, he just ran away. The other 2 boys, they're good kids. Something obviously bad happened to them. Which is bullshit, because this is a 13-year-old child, the same age as those other 2 kids, in the same general area, who vanished in very mysterious circumstances. He wasn't a paper boy, so there's a chance, a good chance, he may not be connected to them at all, but there's also a chance he could be. But the police wasted so much time not looking for him that whatever evidence they could have collected quickly just never came to be. That was 40 years ago to this very day. The day I'm posting this is actually on March 29th, so it's been exactly 40 years. There has been no sign of him, no trace of him. Investigation has led to absolutely nothing. Nobody believes he ran away and he just made himself disappear. Nobody believes that. This was a kid who intended to come home. He wanted to have pizza, and he never did. This was a kid who made plans to meet his friend. He never got there. Clearly, somebody stole this child off of the street and did God knows what to him, and probably killed him, and now buried in some shallow grave somewhere alone. This is what Mark might look like closer to today, presuming he actually is still alive, which of course there is always a possibility. You have to keep that open. Is it likely? No. Is it possible? Sure. Just because Mark James Warren was a kid who got into trouble from time to time does not mean he made himself disappear. Does not mean you don't look for him and treat him as a missing child who was abducted by some insane adult who killed him. You should always look at it that way first. Someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth about what happened to him and where he is. Help his family bring him home and lay him to rest. If you have any information, please call 515-283-4811. There was evidence that she was a runaway, but unfortunately it turned out that was not the case. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Marvel Anderson. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to St. Ignace, which is located in Michigan. Marvel Ann Anderson was born in 1978. Unfortunately, I don't have a lot of information about her or the case, but at the time this case occurred, she was 16 years old. Marvel was described as a pretty happy kid who seemed to always be smiling. And at the time this case occurred, she was 5 months pregnant. I don't know if she was still dating the father of the baby or not. Marvel was a sophomore here at LaSalle High School in St. Ignace, Michigan, and that is in fact where she was seen by numerous people on May 2nd, 1994. She went to school, she attended her classes, then school let out. Multiple people saw her leaving the school to head back to her home. However, there are no indications that she ever got back to her neighborhood or ever entered her home. Marvel was never seen alive again. Her mother would end up reporting her missing a short time later. However, according to police at the time, there was evidence in her home, in her bedroom. I guess there were letters and notes written by Marvel. They also had interviewed a couple of her friends, and all of that gave them the indication that Marvel was just simply a runaway, that she may have headed to Texas to visit a friend. This is one of those cases where they apparently had some kind of tangible evidence of an actual runaway, because usually they're like, when they can't figure it out, it's just a runaway, she'll come back up. The thing is, though, is that she never got to her friend or whoever she was supposed to be going to in Texas. She was never seen or observed by any other human being ever since she left her school. And so after weeks and then months, they're beginning to realize she may not have been a runaway. Those fears became reality in September of 1995. There were a couple of bear hunters out hunting in Mackinac County when they stumbled across the skeletal remains of a person. The police and later the coroner would confirm that this individual, whoever they may have been, was killed via homicide. This was a murder. Using dental records, they were able to soon confirm that the remains were that of the missing 16-year-old girl, Marvel Anderson. And she lived in Mackinac County, or at least that general area, so they know she didn't even leave her city. So she didn't really run away. She was murdered, and she had been there for probably the entire time she was missing, meaning she was killed the day she disappeared, or at least within a couple of days, maybe a couple of weeks of her disappearing. Police would then end up working any lead they can get. Now, the problem is that because this really was only ever labeled a runaway until her body was found, meaning it was never reclassified, even after weeks and months of still not finding her or knowing where she is, they still labeled it a runaway case. So there was no real investigation being done into where she may have been, meaning that's a year or so of time that's completely wasted now, that whoever did this to her had all of that time to get rid of any evidence, to destroy evidence, to move on to a different state, or hell, even a different country. It is imperative in any potential murder investigation or missing persons case to get as much evidence as humanly possible right from the start before there is a chance of anything being destroyed. So there is that angle of this may have been a botched investigation from the get-go. I know at one point in 2008, they reopened the case, and then once again around 2023 or 2024, and I know that they have taken the evidence they do have, like from her remains and stuff like that, and they have tried to test it to find any DNA, but it doesn't sound like they've come up with anything. So they are relying on the public's help. And as we always say, someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth about who abducted and murdered this young woman. And perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on the murder of Marvel Anderson from 1994 in Michigan, you are asked to please contact, and you can leave an anonymous tip if you need to, at 1-866-901-8477. All that seemed to remain was her truck. But where is Audrey? Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Audrey Grote. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will bring us to Montpelier, Vermont. Audrey Grote was born in June of 1952, and when this case occurs, she actually is the mother to 6 children. I believe all of them were girls. Audrey had divorced her husband back in 1983. This case occurs in 1993. And I was reading that Audrey and her daughters actually built a house together. But Audrey was a phenomenal mother. She clearly loved to be with her children and spend as much time with them as she could. But then on August 21st, 1993, everything changed. So this man here is named Patrick Jarvis. In some places, he's referred to as just her friend. In other places, he's referred to as her boyfriend. I don't know what the official answer is, but it sounds like it's kind of somewhere in between. But on that day, she would meet up with Patrick, and they were going to go to the mall. According to Patrick, he met her at a commuter lot where she left her truck behind, and then he drove her to the mall, which I guess was the University Mall located in Burlington, Vermont. Audrey was supposed to be home sometime around 6:30 or 7 p.m., but she never got back home. Now, some of her kids were left behind with the babysitter, and I think another one of her daughters, she had dropped off at a friend's house before she met up with Patrick. And so by the following morning, when she had not picked up her daughter from the friend's house, that's when everyone became very concerned that they can't find her. They call Patrick's house and they're asking, do you know where she is? But he's not there. Either a friend or a roommate answers. And then they keep trying to call back, but after a while, that person stops answering their phone. On August 22nd, 1993, Audrey Goettsch is officially reported missing by her daughters. And obviously, the family is immediately fearing the worst because Audrey is not someone who would just suddenly abandon her 6 kids after clearly being such a hands-on mother who loved being with her daughters, who everything she did in her life was for them. It seemed way out of character for her to just pick up and abandon all of it. It's not out of the question, of course, because crazier things have occurred. People have done it before. It's just unlikely. Audrey's truck is found in the parking lot of where she left it. They thought, okay, we'll leave it there. Maybe she's just somewhere, she'll come back to it. They wait a couple more days. The truck is still in the exact same spot. There's no sign of anyone trying to get into it. There's no sign of a struggle, no sign of a crime scene in or around the truck. The keys to the truck were still inside of it, and the truck was locked. Apparently, her purse was found in some nearby bushes. Now, Patrick Jarvis, obviously, in the eyes of police, is considered a suspect in whatever may have happened to Audrey. He's the last person to see her. Everything they know about what happened is all based on his word. He was the one who said he picked her up at that commuter lot. He was the one who said he took her to the mall. He was the one who said he brought her back to the commuter lot and dropped her off with her truck. It's all his word. There weren't cameras at this commuter lot, so no one can confirm his story. I don't know if he actually got to the mall with her. I don't see any mentions that people saw them together at the mall. Patrick Jarvis is arrested, not for anything to do with her disappearance, but with sexually abusing one of her children. He ended up being charged with lewd and lascivious conduct against one of her children who was a minor. And according to the newspapers, he was convicted of that and only sentenced to about 1 to 2 years in prison, and he was released after that time. When he was released, he is still considered a suspect, the prime suspect, in Audrey's disappearance. Meanwhile, police are still out there searching. They have people, because they got tips that there was human hair found in a pond nearby, and so they searched that pond for Audrey but didn't find anything. They search other bodies of water. They search on foot through all the wooded areas. They, go up in the air with helicopters. They never find her. The odds that Audrey just picked up and left literally everything behind, her money, her purse, her kids, her clothing, everything, and then she started a new life, it seems pretty absurd. And according to some newspaper articles, the police believed, even within the first year of this investigation, that she was dead. But they can't prove she is, and they can't prove that Patrick Jarvis did anything to her. Because it is also very possible that he did drop her back off at her truck, and somebody was there, maybe hiding in the bushes, hiding in another vehicle, waited for Patrick to drive away, then this person pounced. Maybe abducted her, possibly raped her, and murdered her, and put her God knows where. Or maybe Patrick did all of that himself, allegedly. The sad fact of the matter is nobody knows. On August 21st, 1993, Audrey Goettsch left to go do some shopping at a mall with a friend. Audrey never came home from that shopping trip, and she has never been seen since. But somebody somewhere out there has got to know the truth about where Audrey is, and perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on this case, on the disappearance of Audrey Goettsch, please contact the Vermont State Police at 802-229-9191. Whoever this man might be, he just might hold the key to finding a missing college student. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Michael Negretti. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to the campus of UCLA, located in Los Angeles, California. That is the school that 18-year-old Michael Negretti was attending. Michael was actually born in Virginia in 1981. He was one of 3 kids. He also had 2 brothers. Michael was someone who loved to play computer games and video games. He was known for his big laugh. He knew everything and anything about the show The Simpsons. He was also a very talented musician. He was very skilled at playing the trumpet, and also he played steel drums. He was actually going to UCLA under a music scholarship. Michael at the time was showing absolutely no signs of any kind of depression. As a matter of fact, he seemed to be totally happy and content with life. He was enjoying his time at school. He had lots of friends. He didn't run with the wrong crowds. He basically just did his schoolwork, went to class, and just was his normal self. And then one day he just vanished. Michael was living with a roommate or 2 here at Dykstra Hall, which is located on or near the UCLA campus. And that is where he was on December 10th, 1999. Michael was actually playing computer games with some of his friends, and he was playing those games until about 4 o'clock in the morning when he finally logged off. So I guess what happens next is that he goes out into the hallway of his dorm, and he sees some of the kids he was playing computer games with. They have a brief little conversation, they high-five each other, and they see Michael go back into his room. Then at about 9 o'clock in the morning, or sometime just shortly afterwards, his roommate wakes up, and after they're up and ready for the day, they notice that Michael is no longer in the apartment. As a matter of fact, nobody saw Michael ever again. And a short time later, Michael is reported missing. Michael's parents also had not heard from him. His brothers had not heard from him. So police would start to question his friends, and the friends were like, we honestly have no clue what happened. Police also quickly learned that Michael was not dating anyone. He had no girlfriend. Michael also did not have a car, and it was very common for him to use public transportation whenever he needed to get around. Michael was doing really well in school. He was getting good grades. He had a couple of big exams coming up. Education was very important to him, according to everyone in his life, and this is not something he just would suddenly pick up and abandon. He was also supposed to be attending a rehearsal for the drum band there on campus, but he never showed up to that. People were thinking that this was not something he did on his own, that something had to have happened to him, because everything about this was completely against character for him. And the people closest to him in his life, his brothers, his parents, and the people he went to school with, those are the ones you listen to and trust to know, okay, this is way not him. Something has to have gone wrong. So eventually, police will end up bringing bloodhounds on campus. They search it from top to bottom. They knock on dorm room after dorm room, questioning anyone and everyone. The bloodhounds actually picked up Michael's scent, and it actually took them to Sunset Boulevard and Bellagio Drive near a bus stop, and then it just stopped. And this was actually a full mile away from his dorm room. And not only did police bring in dogs, not only did they go door to door, they also searched all of the trash cans and trash chutes. But ultimately, they found nothing. They also tried to find anyone who may have gotten onto a bus that was from that bus stop that might have seen Michael, but nobody saw him. In July of 2000, police would eventually release this composite drawing of a man who was seen in Dykstra Hall the same morning that Michael disappeared. And apparently someone had come forward very, very early in the investigation to say that they saw this man, but nothing was done from it. And then another witness would come forward about seeing this man as well, and that's when they finally released this drawing. The man was described as being somewhere in his mid-30s. He was 5'7" tall with a large build. He was wearing a gray jacket with a turquoise design. To the individuals who witnessed this man in Dykstra Hall that morning, nobody recognized him, and nobody knew if he was a student at UCLA or not. If this man had anything to do with Michael's disappearance, nobody knows. But he is wanted for questioning just simply as a person of interest who may have been a witness. But despite putting this image out there, nobody has ever come forward. It does give you some thoughts of, well, if the person's not coming forward, does that mean that this person may have been the one to do something to him. To my knowledge, there were no cameras in the building, or at least there weren't any cameras that captured Michael or this man. There is no video evidence of anything to do with this case. Police were initially reluctant to say that foul play was involved in this, but after investigating Michael's life and everyone who knew him, they have opened up more to the possibility that foul play was probably involved. As a matter of fact, they're now more considering this to be a possible homicide. But it is just a mystery as to who killed him and why. And more importantly, where is he? His family just wants to bring him home. Someone somewhere out there might know the truth behind what really happened to Michael Negretti, and perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on Michael's whereabouts and what may have happened to him, and if you can also report information anonymously, you can call either 310-825-1491 or 323-890-5500. This man almost got a slap on the wrist for murder. Not so fast, bucko. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Mickey Wright Sr. Viewer discretion is advised. Mickey Wright Sr. was born in August of 1954. He would later become a family man. He was happily in love with his wife. He was a fantastic father. He was described as a very mild-mannered guy who worked incredibly hard, and when he wasn't working, he preferred to just be at home with his family. So at the time this case occurred, he and his family are living in Shelby County, Tennessee, and he works for the Shelby County government as a codes enforcement officer. It's a job that Mickey took very, very seriously, and he was excellent at his job. But it was likely his job that sadly led to his brutal murder. It was April 17th, 2001. Mickey was just out and about doing his job that day. But he did not return to the home office later that afternoon, and his company vehicle was also not returned. He's also expected to turn in a company log at the end of every shift. He never did that either. Something felt very wrong. Something felt very off here because this was not the employee he was. So Mickey is eventually reported missing, and about 2 days after he is reported missing, his codes enforcement badge is found. They were found in a creek located in Olive Branch, Mississippi. They found a couple other of his personal items with it as well. And I believe this was that same badge. On April 27th, 2001, another more horrific discovery. His company vehicle, his truck, was found. It was abandoned in an open field. This was in Marshall County, Mississippi, and it was completely burned. It was burned beyond recognition. At the scene itself, they found no indications that Mickey had been there. They found no other signs of foul play other than the car being burned out, but they didn't find any blood or anything like that. Now, a witness came forward to state that they saw this vehicle days before it was found, but it wasn't Mickey behind the wheel. There was a slightly heavier built white male with salt and pepper hair behind the wheel. When the man saw this man behind the wheel of the truck, they also noticed in the back, in the bed, there was this huge bundle of what looked like blankets. It was wrapped up. It looked like it was a long form, which now people believe was probably a body. However, that was not found with the car. There were no signs of anything like that with the truck, giving more reasons to believe that that was probably a body. While investigating this case, they found out that the last place that Mickey Wright had gone to the day he disappeared was this location here. This was a property, one of many, that was owned by a man named Dale Mardis. Well, Dale had had run-ins with Mickey before. Mickey had given Dale citations. Dale was not happy about that. Shortly after Mickey's disappearance, Dale is seen with black eyes and broken ribs, and he never explained why. So police get a search warrant around 2004 or so. They search his properties, and after that, they arrest him, and they charge him with the murder of Mickey Wright. When the witness who saw the white male behind the wheel of the truck saw an image of him, he said, yeah, that's definitely the guy I saw. So, he finally admits, I was the one who killed him. He says it was self-defense. Mickey pulled a gun on me. They had no way of proving it, and they also still have not found Mickey's body. Much to Mickey's family's disappointment, understandably so, they actually allowed him to take a plea deal. He had to reveal what he did with Mickey's body. However, I guess he didn't have to reveal where he put the body because his body still has not been found. He said he dismembered his body and put him into a 55-gallon drum. And then he set it on fire and left it on a junkyard lot. And those barrels would have eventually been crushed. So they allow Dale Martis to plead guilty to second-degree murder, and he pleads no contest. And he's sentenced to 15 years in prison, and that's it. But not so fast. His wife was persistent, and thankfully so. It wasn't right. It didn't feel right. Well, since Mickey Wright was a federal employee, and because of his own admissions that he actually dumped the body across state lines somewhere in Mississippi, the federal authorities were able to take a look at this case as well. Now, he's already been convicted of the murder. However, the federal authorities are able to press charges against him for civil rights violations. What do you mean, Mike? Turns out Dale Martis was a member of the KKK. He was about as racist as you could possibly get. Major disdain for black people. He always had run-ins with Mickey Wright, and not necessarily because he was giving him citations, but because it was a black man giving him citations. At any rate, they were able to now charge him federally with the murder of Mickey Wright. But he wasn't the only murder victim. He's also accused of the 1998 murder of this man here, Henry Ackerman. Well, Dale Martis, all the way in 2011, will now end up confessing to killing his friend after they got into an argument in that he just put his body into a drum, burned it, and dropped it off in the same place. His body has also not been found. So, he no longer gets a 15-year sentence, and that's it. Because of the racially motivated aspect behind the murder, he is charged with civil rights violations against Mickey Wright. He pleads guilty to the first-degree murder of Mickey Wright and also the first-degree murder of Henry Ackerman. He never stepped foot out of a jail cell, thankfully, because then he was sentenced federally to life in prison without parole. A wife and children left without their loved one, their beloved husband and father. A man who did no wrong, who just lived his life peacefully, who was only guilty of doing his job and doing his job well. And because he was black, well, racist people being racist, I guess. So that's one racist prick who will die in prison, and hopefully it's painful. Jesus! God almighty! Whew! Why is that elevator so small? You know? No, but in all seriousness, that was this close to being a worst deaths imaginable captured fully on film. This is why I avoid elevators at all costs. They're small boxes of death. You know how many elevator-related worst deaths imaginable videos I've made? There was the one guy in New York who this pretty much happened to, but he did not survive. That guy was pulled into like the crevice and folded in half. This man is, go play the lottery or some shit, man, because damn, you're lucky. You just never know when the elevator is going to malfunction, even if you're just, the door's open, you step off, and you die. I know I'm 600 pounds overweight, but I'll take the stairs. Thank you very much. An entire family massacred for a necklace? Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of the Nguyen family. Viewer discretion is advised. 44-year-old Henry Nguyen and his 35-year-old wife Trin were originally from Vietnam, but they would immigrate to the United States. And they started a big, happy family. Their children were Daniel, David, Dewan, and Dennis. The kids were between the ages of 3 and 13. The family lived here in this home in San Bernardino, California, and at the time in 1995, this was prominently a Vietnamese community. Henry owned his own landscaping business, and Trin, she actually made uniforms for local Vietnamese restaurants. The Nguyen's were considered a really well-liked family in this area. They were well-respected. They did not get involved in anything nefarious. They did not ruffle anyone's feathers. They were just your typical family, until one day they were brutally massacred. On the night of August 9th, 1995, people in the neighborhood said they heard the sounds of gunshots. I want to preface this by saying that back at that time, especially the Vietnamese people who had immigrated here to the States, they had their own issues with the authorities there in Vietnam. And so when they moved here, they were even less trusting of police here in the States. So even though they heard gunshots, no one really reported anything because to them, it's a scary thing to contact the authorities. But the following morning, Henry Nguyen's sister tried calling the house to talk to Henry, but it wasn't Henry who answered. It was 3-year-old Dennis. The little boy told his aunt, "They're all dead. All of them have been shot. He has been shot." So the sister contacts a neighbor of the Nguyen's and says, "Please go to my family's house to see what's going on." And when that person arrives, they find 5 dead bodies. And then they find a little 3-year-old boy who was bleeding from a gunshot wound, but he was still alive. Henry, Trin, Daniel, David, and Duan had all been killed, execution style. 3-year-old Dennis had a gunshot wound through his arm. He was rushed to the hospital and they were able to, save him, and he would end up recovering. But he became the one and only witness to his family's massacre. In the home, they find several spent 9mm casings, and it appeared they all had come from a 9mm Glock. They found discarded latex gloves in the backyard, and 1 or 2 of the victims, it was very unusual. One of them had toothpaste basically squirted up their nose, and they also had shampoo or some kind of soap poured into their eyes. Police would actually learn through the community. They actually had to get an interpreter who spoke English there, who was also could relay everything to the Vietnamese community, and had to reassure this community that it's okay to talk to them because they're trying to solve this murder. But they learned that the toothpaste and the soap was actually a popular torture method for Vietnamese gang members to do. And then another thing that was very curious was that the only thing that appeared to be stolen from this entire house was a necklace that Trin had around her neck at all times. But now it's missing. They were able to trace down where that necklace found its way to, and it actually ended up in Seattle, Washington, in the hands of some random guy. Well, he said that necklace was given to him by a man named Run Chun. Well, they learned that Run Chun was a prominent member of a local Vietnamese gang called the Tiny Rascal Gangsters, or the TRG. Someone who was affiliated with him was this woman here, Carol Tran, who lived a couple of houses away from the Nguyen family. The TRG, in this area being run by Run Chun, asked her, where's a good house that we could rob and we can, get some good money from? And she said that the Nguyen family would be the best house. She claims she was lookout. She knocked on the door to the Nguyen family that night. They answered, and when they opened the door, the rest of the gang came in while she claimed she waited outside. Entering the house was then Run Chun, Vin Scrappy Chan, and CJ Evans. Another member of this gang that affiliated with them was this man here, Samrath Pan. But it doesn't sound like he was involved in the Nguyen family situation. They end up offering a deal to Carol Tran. If you testify against all these other defendants in this case, we'll offer you a lenient sentence. We won't give you the death penalty. And she agrees to that. But it wasn't just the 5 members of the Nguyen family. In July of 1995, they had also killed a man named Hung Lee and Niep Lee. In August of 1995, they also killed Bunlort Bun and Miguel Vargas Avina. In similar fashion, basically a home invasion meant to steal something and then just kill everyone. When they brought in Run Chun for questioning, he was just like the cockiest piece of crap you'd ever see. He did not care at all about what he did. Didn't care whatsoever. Didn't faze him, didn't bother him, just seemed like it was another day for him. But he is now specifically charged with 9 murders. Samrath Pan is charged along with him for, I believe, 4 of the murders. In 1996, Vin Scrappy Tran ends up pleading guilty before he can go to trial for 5 murders. He was sentenced to 50 years to life in prison. William C.J. Evans also pled guilty before going to trial, and he was convicted. He got 25 years to life. Carol Tran, with her testimony, agreed to plead guilty to second-degree murder. She was convicted of all 5 counts, and she was sentenced to 15 to 50 years in prison. Samarath Pan was convicted of the 4 murders outside of the Nguyen family, and he was sentenced to death. And finally, Run Chun decided not to plead to anything. He went to trial, where he was found guilty of 9 counts of capital murder. He was also sentenced to death. However, California has a moratorium currently on the death penalty, so both he and Samarath Pan are permanently on death row, which is the equivalent at this point to life in prison without parole. 5 members of this 6-member family were gunned down because they found out she had a nice, expensive necklace that got them a small amount of money when they sold it to that one person in Seattle. They tortured, shot, and murdered this family, and they let a 3-year-old boy get shot and managed to survive and witness all of this horror for a necklace. Life in prison and the death sentence is still too nice for those people. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Norrie Jones. Viewer discretion is advised. This case occurred in Pocatello, Idaho in 2004. Everybody would describe Norrie Jones as an incredible, amazing young woman. Norrie grew up on a farm. She was a farm girl through and through. She was a very strong young woman, physically and mentally. And she was described as having the most contagious laugh. I read a story about, she had a neighbor who had roosters who said, I didn't even need roosters because her laugh could wake up the neighborhood. He meant that in the best way. She was an incredibly accepting person. She was someone who dreamt of helping people, which is actually what she was doing for a living. She was working for an employment agency, and she specifically dealt with people who had just recently been released from jail and or prison and was helping to find them employment. And sometimes she met very unsavory, seedy characters. And at times, some of them kind of frightened her, which she did, tell friends. And at times, she would end up spending the night at friends' or family's house for days on end just because she felt more comfortable that way. But on the night of September 27th, 2004, she wasn't feeling very well, so she decided to sleep at her own home. The following morning, her coworkers ended up going to her house because I guess she was a no-show, which was incredibly unlike her, and they couldn't reach her by phone. They immediately noticed that there are issues in the house. There appears to be a screen door cut out, and they're also able to just enter the home without any issues because the door was unlocked. They found Norrie's ring on the ground. And then they found Norrie, and she was dead. And this was something her friends will never be able to get out of their minds because it was so unbelievably brutal. Norrie had been stabbed at least 17 to 20 times. She had stab wounds to her head, her neck, her torso. Her throat had been cut. There were so many stab wounds that the coroner had no idea which one was the fatal blow. The first person they actually end up suspecting is her boyfriend. The reason why she wore that particular ring that they found on the floor, though, was because she was promised to him. She wore that ring to let him know, you're mine, I'm yours. And also was for her when she went out to realize, to show people, other men, I'm taken. They found foot impressions, they found fingerprints, they found DNA, and through all of that, they were actually able to eliminate her boyfriend. And at the time, the evidence they had back in 2004 was still kind of limited. And there was still more advancements that would come down the road. And unfortunately, her case goes cold. They looked into men she had worked with, helping get jobs who had just gotten out of prison and jail. And while she did say, some of these guys kind of freaked me out, they couldn't find any single one of them that led to them believing that one of them killed her. And then in 2014, they're actually filming a show called Cold Justice with Kelly Siegler. And while they're investigating it, they tell police you should take the ring that was found on the floor, her ring, and test it for DNA. And so they did. They found a male profile on that ring that was not her boyfriend's. It obviously also wasn't her DNA. That DNA would also end up matching DNA they found on her door and DNA they found on the windowsill. They believe the individual had entered the home by cutting out the screen and standing on a trash can to enter the house. They also had fingerprints that did not belong to the boyfriend, that did not belong to Norrie or the friends that found her. They believe the fingerprints came from the killer. But once they plugged that DNA into the database, now that technology, even over the course of 10 years, had advanced greatly, they got a suspect. A man... None of that looks real. That can't be a real... That's a person. Okay. A man named Brad Comfer. It didn't sound like he had any known affiliations with Norrie, but his DNA was found on the ring. His DNA and fingerprints were found on the door. His DNA was found on the windowsill. He had no reason to be in her house. He did not know her. I don't know if they ever established if he was a fellow convict that she had helped get a job or not. It doesn't sound like he was. But there's no reason for his DNA to be in her home on her items. So he is arrested in 2014 and he is charged with her murder, in which they believe that this was either a burglary that led to a sexual attack and then a murder, or this was just a planned sexual assault of a random person and he broke into the home. They weren't really sure exactly. They didn't have a clear-cut motive. At his trial, they tried to suggest that the DNA, there's other DNA there that's found at the crime scene that doesn't match him. Apparently, during a sexual assault kit, they found DNA from other men that did not belong to him, that did not belong to her boyfriend. They try to say, well, that's proof of another killer. And yet, it's his DNA found on the ring, it's his DNA found on her windowsill where the cutout screen, it's his DNA found on the door. He was in that house. He did this. And the jury would end up agreeing. He would be found guilty of the murder and he was sentenced to life in prison without parole. And Norrie Jones, the woman with the infectious laugh and a personality for days, finally, after many years, got the justice she rightfully deserved. They allegedly left in this plane, but they have also never been seen again. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Patrick DeFrancisco and James Johnson. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to Fort Pierce in Florida. That is where 24-year-old Patrick DeFrancisco lived. In 1985, he was working in the concrete industry. He was one of 10 total siblings, and at the time, he also had 2 children. And then this was 61-year-old James Woodford Johnson, who would go by the name Buddy. He was a very experienced pilot at the time. And Patrick DeFrancisco was a student pilot at the time who did have a student pilot license. Unfortunately, both men were also involved in the wrong scene. This was the 80s, where the drug world was probably its most prominent, and both were involved in the trafficking world. They both allegedly worked for a man named Howard Crouch Jr., who was a 31-year-old man in 1985 and was bound to a wheelchair because he was paralyzed from an accident that occurred in 1970. It was for him that these 2 men would deliver drugs to various locations, which would involve this exact plane here, which is the plane that both men were last seen in, according to witnesses. On August 26, 1985, the 2 men, again, allegedly got into this plane. I don't know which one of them was actually piloting it. I'm not sure. And then you have differing stories. They were either going to be going to the Bahamas from Fort Pierce, or they were going to the U.S. Virgin Islands. Either way, they were going to be picking up marijuana. Or some rumors even say it could have been cocaine. Both men were never seen again. Both men seemingly vanished in midair, or vanished in the ocean, or they never even left Fort Pierce. But they would both be reported missing, and a search for them would begin. But because that there was really no solid answer as to what the story actually was, it made looking for them difficult. Because admitting that they were in a plane to deliver or pick up drugs was not something that most people were going to readily just admit to. There are some that believe they did get into that plane and they somehow, for some reason, crashed and fell into the ocean, and now they are somewhere in the Atlantic. There are those that believe they never even got into that airplane, that they never even took off from the private airstrip. That because of the man they worked for, because them being very heavily involved in drugs and trafficking, that they were killed because of that. Maybe a deal gone wrong, maybe a refusal to pick up or deliver. Now, of course, Howard Crouch Jr. says, I don't know, I had nothing to do with any of it. My hands are clean. Except not so much hands are clean, because in 1988, Howard Crouch Jr. was officially charged with cocaine trafficking charges, and he was convicted for it. They were investigated because of charges related to dropping 150 kilos of cocaine at the exact same airstrip where both of these men allegedly vanished from back in 1985. They did, from what I understand, very cursory basic checks in the air to see if they could find any wreckage, but they found nothing. Then there were rumors that Patrick, nothing to mention about James, but Patrick was sitting in a jail cell in Jamaica because of drug-related things. That was apparently on the missing persons police report, but when the family looked into it, the police really just put that there in terms of what they heard. It was never verified. Then there were rumors that both Patrick and James willingly made themselves disappear because maybe they owed money to someone that they did not have the money to pay back. Maybe they no longer wanted to be in this business and the only way out is to fake their deaths. And maybe they made their own lives for themselves somewhere unknown. Decades later, one of Patrick's brothers, Tony, would end up getting tips from certain people that they're actually buried in Florida, that they were murdered, in fact. So he took those tips and he brought in his own equipment and he dug. They brought in cadaver dogs. They had people with shovels and they dug deep and very, very deep, and they found nothing. No sign of Patrick, no sign of James. But the brother has continued on. I think as recently as 2023 or 2024 or so, he still gets tips and he goes and searches. All of the tips and things he has heard all suggests that both Patrick and James were murdered and they never left Florida. Given the field this all happened in terms of the drug world, that is a very, very strong possibility. Patrick DeFrancisco and James Buddy Johnson have never been found. Their plane has never been found. Where they are is anybody's guess. What happened to them is anybody's guess. They could be buried in a shallow grave somewhere. They could be living their own lives in a different country. Or maybe they did get into a plane that day and something happened which led them to a watery grave. Someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth about what really happened to these two men, and perhaps that someone is you. You can report information anonymously if you need to. If you have information, please call 772-461-7300. If you can help bring James and Patrick home, or at least get the family's answers, please do so. Were his casino winnings the reason he disappeared? Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Ralph Healy. Viewer discretion is advised. This case takes us to the vast ruralness of Canadian County, Oklahoma. That is where well-liked 70-year-old truck driver Ralph Healy lived. Ralph was a hard-working man who was extremely reliable. He showed up on time, if not always, before he was supposed to be there. He had been a truck driver for quite some time. He knew people from Texas to Kansas. Everyone just knew and liked Ralph. Ralph also liked to dabble in gambling. He loved to go to casinos, in particular this one here. This is the Lucky Star Casino there in Oklahoma. Ralph was a lucky guy. He won high amounts of money on more than one occasion. One night he won $20,000, and then a few nights later he wins $10,000 more dollars. There were rumblings that he may have won somewhere around $90,000 at the casino shortly before he seemed to fall off the face of the earth. Ralph was also a hunter and a fisher. He was definitely an outdoorsman. He was someone who knew how to handle a weapon. He knew how to handle himself outdoors. He was well equipped. And Ralph also is diabetic, and he has a heart issue which requires medication to take every single day. The last time anyone can recall seeing Ralph was on December 4th, 2006 in El Reno, Oklahoma. That morning, he had breakfast, as he usually did, at a local restaurant. He went and got gas. He then went to the bank. At 11:20 a.m., he used his cell phone to call a friend. They spoke briefly. Ralph had mentioned that he wanted to clean his tractor-trailer rig that day. And once they were done with the phone call, that was it. Nobody has heard from Ralph ever again, and nobody has seen him. A man named Tony Setzer would call the police there in Canadian County, Oklahoma. Tony Setzer was the man that Ralph worked for. Ralph was expected to arrive to pick up some cattle to deliver. Ralph never showed up. Tony's like, this is not him. This is way not him. He is extremely punctual. He's always on time. He never fails to show up. So he reported him missing. Ralph lived in a very remote-ish location, somewhere along State Highway 66. His exact trailer address that's listed in the newspaper articles, it's not, I don't see it, but it is surrounded by a lot of nothingness. It's just a vast open area. There are some homes and other trailers, though, along this road. But his family would go to his trailer, and when they got there, everything seemed normal. All of his vehicles that he owned were there, parked. His dog, Brandy, his beloved dog that he took everywhere with him. The dog was also elderly, but the dog was there, but barely hanging on to life. It appeared that Brandy had not been fed, and that's when they realized something is very wrong, because Ralph would never do that to this animal. Sadly, about 8 or 9 days after they found the dog there, the dog ends up passing away. But there's no sign of Ralph either. They searched this entire area very thoroughly. They also went to the known areas where he would go hunting and fishing. They searched those areas. They found nothing. But also, how would he have gotten there if all of his vehicles were still at his trailer? As were his hunting gear and his fishing poles. They were there too. They were fearing the worst, that Ralph was dead. They don't know if he died somehow accidentally. Did his health conditions, like his diabetes and his heart issue, claim him? But then where would he be? I don't know if his medication was at the house or not. But you would think that if something happened from those conditions and everything he owned, his cars and everything, were still at his home, you figured he would have died in his home. But he wasn't there. The other issue is that it was reported that Ralph would sometimes brag about his casino winnings. And like I said, he won a lot of money, a lot of cash. And money is one of the number one reasons people are murdered. Money, love, and drugs. There is that theory that he may have been bragging about winning, and there's that rumor of him winning about $90,000 right before he vanished, that he may have been talking about it, and someone overheard it and did something about it. Was there any cash at his property? I don't know for sure, but what they have stated is that they aren't sure that foul play is involved. They also cannot rule out foul play. This is a reliable, punctual man who always shows up to work, and if he wasn't going to, he would call someone. His dog was like his best friend that went everywhere with him, but the dog was left behind and not being fed. If he died of a medical condition, it would have likely happened at his home or somewhere where he would have been found. He didn't go to too many places other than to go hunting or fishing, in which he brought his dog with him, so they don't think that was the case. It smells fishy. It smells like something bad happened. And the likelihood is that someone wanted the money he won, and someone took it against his will by also potentially taking Ralph's life. But they don't know what happened. They can't say for sure. They can only speculate and guess. Ralph Healy has never been found. Someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth about what really happened to Ralph Healy. Perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on Ralph Healy's whereabouts or what may have occurred, you are asked to please call the Canadian County Sheriff's Office there in Oklahoma at 405-422-3183. Identifying this man might be the key to catching a young boy's killer. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Ricky Chaddock. Viewer discretion is advised. Richard Chaddock III, he would go by Ricky to everyone. He was born on December 10th, 1974 in Omaha, Nebraska, and Omaha is where he lived his entire life, which was just 11 years. Ricky was described as your typical 11-year-old kid. He loved things like Transformers and playing with his G.I. Joes and action figures. He loved spaceships and astronauts. He built Legos of spaceships, and he dreamt to one day go to space himself. But that dream would never come true, because on March 23rd, 1986, 11-year-old Ricky Chaddock disappeared. That day, Ricky and his mom were just out and about, and Ricky also had his bike in the car. They went and had lunch, and afterwards, the mom dropped Ricky off at the friend's house as well as his bike. That was around 12 o'clock in the afternoon. Ricky was expected home by 5 p.m. He never opened that door. His mother, concerned, gets into the car and starts driving around. She goes to the friend's house. He was there for a short time, but she can't find him anywhere, and no one else has seen him. As she's driving around, she passes by this parking lot, which was a bank. This is an aerial shot of the bank. When she passes by, she sees something that catches her eye. Ricky's bike. So when she saw it, his bike was actually tucked between like a wall and some other place, but it was later then moved to this area. Ricky's mom contacts police, the missing persons report is filed, and they begin the search for Ricky immediately. When questioning people nearby, there were people who said they thought they saw someone who looked like Ricky approaching a blue truck like this. Witnesses said it was either a blue Ford or a Chevy pickup with wooden sideboards. There was a white male driving this vehicle, and he looked like this. This was what a couple witnesses would help come up with this composite drawing. The witnesses said they saw Ricky approaching this blue truck with this man behind it, or someone who looked like Ricky at least. I don't know if anyone actually witnessed him being abducted by this man, or if they saw him physically getting into the car. But this man is considered a person of interest at the very least, if not an actual suspect. But where is Ricky? Sadly, that answer would come 8 days later. Along this road, which at the time was at 168th and Ida, and in an embankment, the body of a young boy was found. This boy's clothing was clean. His body was clean. It looked like he had been physically cleaned. But was it Ricky? The answer came fairly quickly. It was Ricky. He had been murdered and thrown to the side of the road like trash. What they discovered next is kind of chilling, because the coroner would find that there was food in his stomach. They could tell that it was fried ham because it had burnt edges. There was corn, celery, potatoes. This is not food that he had eaten that day for lunch. This was a meal he had after he disappeared. And the fact that his clothing was clean and his body was clean as if he had been showering or bathing means that he was abducted and kept alive for probably at least a few days. He was fed, he was given baths, then he was murdered, likely just a day or so before he was found. Near his body, they did find this hat, which was camo. It did not belong to Ricky. They think possibly it belonged to his killer, but they're also not sure. At the crime scene where he was found, they did find hair follicles on Ricky's body that were not Ricky's hair. Back in 1986, when this happened, DNA technology was very, very, very new. There was not much they could do with it, but they were able to build a partial DNA profile from the hair, but it led them nowhere. And so what they're left with is someone who drove this blue truck who looks something similar to this. At least that's how they looked back in 1986. This person may or may not be Ricky's abductor and killer. This could have been another little boy who looked like Ricky approaching this man's truck. Or it was Ricky. They don't have a definitive answer for that. But this man's image was put out there, and no one came forward to identify him. I'm filming this in March of 2026. It has almost been exactly 40 years since this young boy was abducted, kept alive for several days, then murdered. He was then thrown onto the side of a road as if he was a bag of garbage. And his killer still roams free, if they haven't died or gone to prison for something else. Somebody somewhere out there knows the truth about who murdered this 11-year-old boy. Perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on the identity of this man or who may have abducted and killed Ricky Chaddock, you were asked to please call 402-444-6000. He said, "I knew that I was going to kill somebody. I did not know who I was going to kill, but something in me compelled me to do it." Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Robin Lawrence. Viewer discretion is advised. Robin Lawrence was born in 1957. She had a sister and a brother. She grew up in a really well-respected household, very loving household, and I believe she grew up in Syracuse, New York. From an early age, Robin was always a very, very artistic person. She won competitions and prizes for her artwork over the years, and she eventually pursued an art degree at the Carnegie Mellon College of Fine Arts in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. In 1989, she would marry the love of her life, a man named Ollie Lawrence, and shortly after their marriage, she gave birth to their daughter, and their daughter's name was Nicole. But everything in this family's life changed forever on November 20th, 1994, behind the walls of their home. And their home was located in West Springfield, Virginia. At that time, her husband Ollie was actually on a business trip all the way in the Bahamas, which later police would confirm he was definitely there. But Ollie will end up calling a friend and neighbor to say, "Hey, can you go check on Robin and Nicole? Because I've been trying to call them for a couple of days and no one's answering the phone." So a neighbor knocks on the door. They don't get any answer. They look in the windows. They don't see anything unusual. And so a neighbor decides, "I'm going to open up the window and I'm going to go inside." At first glance, everything seemed normal, but Robin was not responding to them when they called out. Then they found little Nicole. She was alive, but she was wandering around. Her diaper was full. She had not been changed in days, and she was extremely dehydrated. And she was rushed to the hospital where they were able to, she recovered. But unfortunately, they found Robin brutally murdered in the bedroom. Robin had been stabbed to death. This is a crime scene photo where this is Nicole's Lion King book that was in the room next to her mom's body. And it basically told them that Nicole likely saw this murder and was in that room reading her book as her mom's body just sat there. She's 2 years old. She doesn't know what to do. Police believe that the killer entered the home through the exact same window that the neighbor ended up climbing through, but nothing appeared to have been stolen in the house. Robin was not raped. Ollie was obviously the first suspect because, again, he is the husband, but again, they confirmed he was in the Bahamas. He did not kill his wife. Of course, there's that possibility that maybe he hired someone to do it, but they found no evidence of that. The phone lines in the house had also been cut. They did not want anyone calling the authorities, whoever did this. But there were no fingerprints or anything on any of these items. However, in the bathroom, they did find this pink washcloth, and on that washcloth was a very tiny copper brown stain, which would tell them that it was probably blood. That blood did not belong to Nicole, did not belong to Robin. That DNA did not belong to anyone who lived in the house, any of the neighbors, any of the family. This was a mystery person. But because DNA technology was still very, very new, there wasn't much they could do with it. Until eventually, using Parabon Labs decades later, they were able to build up a profile of what the individual might look like. And it also helped them identify a family, which then led to an individual, a man named Stephen Smirk. This is what the DNA report, how it drew up the suspect. It's pretty damn accurate. So they contact Stephen Smirk, who did not know the family. He didn't know anyone at all in this case. The police ask him, "Will you provide us your DNA sample?" He does, and it's a perfect match. It's his DNA found on that washcloth inside the home where Robin was murdered. And then he just admits that he did it. He said, "Yeah, it was me." The now 50-plus-year-old man said, "I was just walking around the neighborhood and I just randomly broke into her home." He told police, quote, "I knew that I was going to kill somebody. I did not know who I was going to kill. Something inside of me just compelled me to do it. It was like this overbearing thought in my brain that I needed to kill somebody. He then said, there could have been 50 people in the house. I don't know. They could have all had guns and shot me dead. I wasn't even thinking about that. He said he was drinking that night. He was just stumbling through the neighborhood when he just came across Robin's house. He noticed that the sliding glass window was opened and he just went inside. He says that she was still alive after stabbing her and she reached for the phone to probably call 911. And then he says that he admits that he then cuts the phone lines in the house so that she couldn't do that. He also told police during his confession, quote, I honestly believe that if it wasn't for my wife and my kids, I probably would be a serial killer. I am a serial killer who's only killed once. When asked if he felt remorse, he said this, I only feel bad that I did it because I knew someday my personal freedom would be affected. Not remorse for Robin, for himself, for being caught. In October 2024, Stephen Smirk pleads guilty to the murder of Robin Lawrence, and he is convicted. And it looks like he got 30 to 70 years in prison, and given his age at the time, 52 or 53 or so, he is basically going to die in prison. Robin's sister would say, quote, it helped to know that a person was found and being held responsible, but it didn't help to know what he did to Robin and how she suffered. It doesn't help and it doesn't bring her back. She would have been in our lives for the past 30 years, but that was taken from us. But thankfully, Robin's monster is now behind bars, and he will never know freedom ever again. There's something extra creepy about this case, and I just can't quite put my finger on it. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Ruth Dorsey. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to, I believe it's pronounced Opelika, Alabama. That is where 69-year-old widow Ruth Purcell Dorsey lived, alone on a farm property. I don't think the area is exactly the same now as it was then, obviously, but she was off of, I guess, Highway 32 near Route 1. I don't have a photo of her home, but this is the driveway that would lead to her farm property, which you cannot see from the road. Ruth's husband had passed away years prior to this case occurring. She was a quiet woman who kind of just sort of kept to herself, and she loved the company of her dogs. I believe she had at least 3 dogs that lived with her. On August 17th, 1974, it would be the last day that anyone ever saw Ruth ever again. Ruth would apparently drive out of the driveway of her farm property, and between 4:30 p.m. and 5 p.m. she went to the Spring Villa grocery store. Then after that, she went to get gas for her car. She spoke briefly to one of the gas station attendants who was putting gas in her car, and she told this person that there was a relative coming to town, and she was going to go pick them up. Whether or not that was true, I don't know. It doesn't sound like she ever actually picked anyone up, though. The next part of the timeline is that right about 6 p.m., one of Ruth's neighbors would see her pulling into the long driveway of her farm property, or at least her car, and drove down the road. The neighbor didn't see what happened after that because, again, you can't see Ruth's home from the road. And that was it. Nobody ever saw Ruth ever again. Ruth was a Sunday school teacher, and she did not show up for that Sunday. Then her family couldn't get a hold of her. No one could get a hold of her. So they eventually contact the authorities, and they go to check on her home. When police arrive to the front door of the house, the door is open, and a side door is also partially opened. There was laundry hanging on the clothesline outside. Her Bible and all of the materials she needed to teach Sunday school that upcoming Sunday were all laid out on the table, as if she was preparing. Her 3 dogs were found alive inside the bathroom, locked up. I don't know if that's something she did typically when she left the house, or if somebody else did that. I don't know. What was said, however, was that the dogs appeared to be very afraid. They were cowering. They were shaking. It looks like they had just recently witnessed something scary to them. But Ruth was nowhere to be found anywhere on the property. Her car also wasn't there. Her car was found either that same day or the following day in a completely different location. Her vehicle was actually found parked right across the street from where she used to live with her late husband. So whether or not that was just pure coincidence or if she drove herself there and then something happened, they don't know. But they also have to believe that something happened at the house because it was clear she was in the middle of doing stuff. The front door was wide open, a side door was partially opened, the dogs were in the bathroom locked up. Something, it seems, happened there. Eventually, they bring in helicopters to search by air. They also search on foot. They search for miles and miles around her property. But they found nothing. They found not a single trace of Ruth. Ruth Dorsey has never been found. Nothing from hers, other than her car, has ever been found. Like no clothing, no jewelry. It didn't appear anything had been stolen. Ruth was retired. She had formerly worked at a bank. She was a very independent person. She kept to herself. But also when people saw her, she wasn't unfriendly. She was very friendly, very happy, very outgoing. None of it made sense. And like I said at the beginning, I can't quite put my finger on it, but there's just something so extra creepy and disturbing about this. I think it's the fact that the dogs were found visibly shaken, like they were found scared in the bathroom. With the front door open, the side door partially open, her car missing, it looked like she was in the middle of something. It looked like those dogs saw something scary to them. But what was that thing? Nobody knows. She had no money with her, none of her clothing. She had absolutely nothing with her. Everything she owned was still at home. Nobody believes that she just took off on her own. Foul play is absolutely suspected. And the other creepy aspect of it is, why Ruth? And if nothing was stolen, if all of her money is accounted for, her jewelry is accounted for, why did they abduct her? Why was her car found across the street from where she used to live with her late husband? Did someone take her that knew her? Or was it a complete stranger who maybe she walked in on them breaking into her home? Or maybe she was home getting ready for Sunday school and then someone entered her home without realizing she was there. So they had to change their plan and abduct her and kill her and put her God knows where. Whatever happened to Ruth Dorsey on that August 17th, 1974 evening down this driveway, nobody knows. And perhaps no one will ever know. But someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth about what actually happened to her. And perhaps that someone is you. Justice may not be able to be served anymore, but at least she can be found and laid to rest properly. So if you know anything about the disappearance of Ruth Dorsey, you are asked to please call 334-705-5220. You can also report anonymously to 800-239-7072. If you know something about what happened to Ruth Dorsey, please come forward and say something. This guy is a monster who preyed on children. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Samantha Knight. Viewer discretion is advised. For this case, we are actually going to Australia, to the Bondi area. That is where 9-year-old Samantha Knight lived. Samantha was your typical little girl. She loved to go outside. She loved animals. She had friends that she loved playing with. She was a sweet, innocent child whose innocence was repeatedly stolen before she was killed. It was August 19th, 1986, when Samantha seemed to just fall off the face of the earth. This was a 9-year-old little girl who never ran away from home before. She was a well-behaved kid. She never got into any kind of trouble. And so when she vanished, people realized that something bad had to have happened. But what that bad thing was, nobody knew. Search for her was intense, and they looked high and low for her. Her mother would frantically pass out flyers, make phone calls, walk the streets herself looking for her daughter, but she never found her. In December of 1995, this man here was arrested for molesting 2 7-year-old girls. His name was Michael Goettsch. This is actually what he looked like in 1986. One of the two girls that he had molested went to her mother, and he was promptly arrested, and then he was convicted in 1996 and sentenced to 16 years in prison. He could get parole after 10 years. Now, in 1986, he was living here in this building, and it was nearby where Samantha Knight lived. And what they would learn that he did was that he would befriend females who had children. He would then gain their trust in order to offer to babysit those children, boys, girls, it didn't matter to him, whenever the parents needed someone to babysit their kid. Then what he would do was he would drug the kids while he was babysitting them. He would drug them so that they would go unconscious so that he could molest them and take inappropriate photos of them. At a certain point, he started to talk about Samantha Knight after she disappeared. And he was talking to a friend, and he was saying he was talking about her in a really bizarre, concerning, creepy way. And so eventually, one of these friends would go to police to say, you might want to look into him about Samantha Knight. Now, by this point, he's in prison, looking like a fat Manson, if I'm being honest. Initially, when police questioned him about Samantha Knight, he said, I think I've met her a couple of times, but I didn't do anything to her. Then the police would later find out that Samantha Knight, along with another little girl she was friends with, were in fact previously molested by this man. It doesn't sound like that came to light until well after Samantha vanished. Then he changes his story. He says, Samantha Knight was one of my victims, and I drugged her, and while I was in the middle of doing the shit I do, she woke up, so I gave her more of the drugs, and I gave her too much, and she slowly fell asleep and never woke up. She died. And he just took this little child and did God knows what with her, because at one point he says, I don't remember where I buried her. Then he says, I buried her at this park, but then I dug her up and I moved her to a different place, and police would go to these places to see if they could find her body, but they never did. In February of 2001, Michael Goettsch, who looks like Hagrid if Hagrid was a coke addict, was charged with the murder of Samantha Knight. In 2002, he was sentenced to 17 years in prison for the sex crimes against Samantha Knight as well as her murder, despite not having her body. He did at one point try to retract his confession and say that it was coerced, but nobody believed that. He never showed a single ounce of care about what he did to Samantha or any of the little girls and boys he victimized. And it's kind of unbelievable he's allowed to do all of the things he did, all of those horrible crimes against children, and then murdered at least one kid, and he basically got a slap on the wrist. Got like 15, 16 years for sex crimes committed against 11 children, and then 17 more years for a murder that was running together, basically at the same time. In 2019, he was paroled from prison. This, by the way, despite they had drawings in his prison cell, drawings of little boys. He also had a drawing of a little girl he called Renee. This is interesting because in 1984 in New South Wales, this little girl here, who was named Renee, disappeared. Renee Aitken vanished, and there was actually another suspect named Brian James Fitzpatrick who actually would end up dying in a car crash just a few weeks before they were going to be deposing him to testify about her case. But then this new information about how Michael Goettsch had a drawn photo of a little girl that looked just like her that he named Renee, that also drew some suspicion that Michael Goettsch might have been her abductor and killer too. However, there was no evidence to suggest that, and Michael Goettsch never confessed to doing anything to her. Her case remains unsolved. In 2022, Michael Goettsch would end up reoffending and finding himself back in prison for violating his parole. Had child abuse and pornography on his phone. He was then sentenced to 3 years in prison for this, and in 2024, he died in prison, I guess of natural causes, but I hope it was painful. And all these years later, Samantha Knight has still never been found. A man who brutally assaulted and murdered a 7-year-old girl will be up for parole in just a few months. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Samantha Zaldivar. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to Hermitage, New York. That is where 7-year-old Samantha Zaldivar lived. She had actually just turned 7 about 2 weeks before this case occurred. Samantha, pictured on the right, had 2 sisters, and from what it sounds like, she did not necessarily have the best life. While she always tried to maintain her happiness and she always had this very vibrant smile, some family would say that she also was living a life of abuse. And behind that smile, you would see darkness, sadness. And all Samantha ever wanted to do was just to be a kid. But sadly, she never got beyond 7 years. This is her mother, Rachel Straw, and Rachel was with a man named Angel Cologne, who I believe she had 2 kids with. And on the night of February 25th, 1997, he was responsible for watching Samantha and his 2 daughters, who they were all living under the same roof. Family was living here in this trailer in Hermitage. From what I can see in newspaper articles, it doesn't sound like the trailer park is there anymore, but it was somewhere in this general area. Samantha's mom was out that night, which is why Angel was there with the kids. And when Rachel came home, she wasn't feeling well, according to her, and she went to bed with Angel, not really checking on the kids. The next morning when Rachel woke up, she was still not feeling well. Angel said, "Don't worry, I will make sure that Samantha gets to the school bus." According to him, he walks Samantha out of the house and basically watches her walk to the bus stop. Samantha never got to school. None of her friends ever saw her on the bus. And a couple of neighbors who were always out on their porch in the morning drinking coffee would always see the kids walking to the bus. Later, it was learned that one of these people says, I saw some of the other kids, but I never saw Samantha walking to the bus. Rachel and Angel would then do some errands around town that morning, and then they got a phone call sometime in the early afternoon that says that, hey, Samantha didn't show up to school. This was now at a time where that was becoming more common for schools to call parents when kids didn't get there. Rachel and Angel apparently then made a couple more phone calls, sort of, dilly-dalled around, and then finally called police to report Samantha missing. They began a very extensive search looking for the missing 7-year-old. And while they're searching, they're also learning about issues with neglect in the house. Angel and Rachel neglecting the children, the allegations of abuse. And so the other 2 kids were then taken out of their custody and were in the system for a brief time. Eventually, the 2 kids would go to Angel's mother. Meanwhile, they're still looking for Samantha. On May 23rd, 1997, about 1,000 yards away from the trailer home, so now across the road from Hermitage, in a farm field over here, in a shallow grave, a farmer discovered the body of a young girl, soon confirmed to be the body of 7-year-old Samantha Zaldivar. The coroner determined that she had been sexually abused and she was obviously murdered. So police are then questioning the last person who admittedly was the last person to see Samantha alive, and that was Angel. He denied having anything to do with it. And standing by his side the entire time was Rachel Straw. There's no way he could have done this. He's not that type of person. It almost felt like Rachel was trying to cover for Angel. It was later revealed that police had actually found traces of blood in Samantha's room on her bed. And so once her body was found, they actually just end up arresting Angel Cologne. He is then charged with the first-degree murder of Samantha. There's no reason Samantha's smeared blood should be in her room if she just, walked out of the house that morning and was abducted by somebody else. And again, the mother continues to stand by his side saying he is innocent. He didn't do this. And then he says he did it. As a matter of fact, and the entire town would be incredibly pissed by this, understandably so, they end up giving Angel Cologne a plea deal. A plea deal that not only helps him, but also protects Rachel, because Rachel was in fact arrested and charged with hindering an investigation. deliberately withholding information that would have helped lead to the capture of Angel Cologne. Well, he says that on that night, basically Samantha was screaming or crying or something, and he just couldn't handle it anymore. And so he took a pillow and put it over her head and smothered her. He then let her body just sit on the bed. When Rachel came home, he mentioned nothing. They go to bed. They wake up. He says, I pretended like I sent Samantha to the bus stop. Obviously, I didn't. In the middle of the night, when Rachel slept, I got up. I put Samantha's body in the car and I buried her in that grave you found her in. So Angel Cologne ends up getting sentenced to 25 years to life, meaning he's eligible for parole. He pled guilty to avoid the death penalty, and the reason why the town was so upset was because this was obviously a lie. Samantha Zaldivar was raped. She was sexually abused. And then she was murdered and dumped into that grave. You don't accidentally sexually abuse anyone, not let alone a 7-year-old kid, but anyone. Along with the allegations of abuse in the household over the years, with these charges of child neglect and all of that, this was not an accidental smothering of it. You don't put a pillow over a child's head anyway and just sit there and say, oops, I accidentally killed her. But what the prosecution what their excuse would be was that they had no way of proving intentional homicide. And if they couldn't prove the first-degree murder, they couldn't prove that he intended to kill her, then they were afraid they weren't going to get a conviction at all, which I do understand. Like, you want to make sure you get him, right? You don't want to go to trial with hesitance, because if he is acquitted, that's it. He's free, and he can never be charged again. Angel Cologne has been up for parole, I believe, a couple of times, and he has been denied. He is up for parole again coming in May of 2026, which I'm filming this in March, so just a few months away. Samantha's family, friends, relatives are wanting to make sure that this man is not paroled. He raped that little girl, and then he killed her. Samantha Zaldivar was a 7-year-old girl, an innocent child with big eyes and a bright smile. She did not deserve what happened to her, and her killer should never be free. And so hopefully the parole board continues to do the right thing and makes sure that her killer remains behind bars forever. There are a couple credible theories as to what may have happened to her, but unfortunately this remains unsolved. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Sandra K. Powell. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to South Bend, Indiana. It was March of 1987. Sandra and a friend of hers were hanging out in South Bend when all of a sudden Sandra and the friend got separated. Sandra Powell has never been seen since. Sandra was born in March of 1970. When this case occurred, she was just 16 years old. And she was, I think, 4 months pregnant at the time this all happened. So both her and her unborn child have not been seen. It's not really clear, like, the specifics about what her and the friend were doing, like where they were. Some say they were at a YMCA. Other places say they were somewhere different, but somehow, some way, they got separated and the friend just never saw her anymore. The friend stated that the night prior to her disappearance, she overheard Sandra talking on the phone, but she wanted to be a good friend and not eavesdrop, so she did not hear the conversation and she did not know who Sandra was talking to. Less than 24 hours later, she's gone forever. And of course, in typical fashion, the police treated this very seriously from the very beginning and considered her an endangered missing person, is what I would like to say. However, they did not do that. They actually treated this as a runaway. And because she was treated as a runaway, with no evidence that she actually had done that, the media did not cover her story. The police did not search for her. They did not do any kind of investigation. I never understand why they just believe, she ran away. We don't have proof or evidence of it, but they just ran away. Why are they always so confident about it and always so wrong? It's frustrating. So it wouldn't be for quite some time before the police said, oh, wait a minute, maybe there is something suspicious about this. Maybe we'll start looking into it. Gee, thanks. And it should have been a red flag to them immediately for 2 big reasons. Because about a year prior, in June of 1986, Sandra witnessed a drive-by shooting where her friend, Wayne Mack, was shot and killed. About a month later, a pair of brothers was arrested for the drive-by shooting, Donald and Bobby Peck. Sandra would end up being one of the numerous witnesses who would take the stand to testify against Donald and Bobby. Now, before the trial, during the trial, and after the trial, Sandra and numerous other witnesses were harassed and threatened by the Peck brothers and other people associated with them, basically trying to scare them from testifying. It didn't work. Now, Wayne Mack was killed during a drive-by shooting which happened a year after another homicide occurred. Another murder that had some involvement with the Peck brothers, and in this case, Wayne Mack, it sounds like he was a witness in that as well. And so he was going to be testifying against the actual shooter in that case, who was not any of the Peck brothers. But Wayne Mack dies before he could testify. He's killed. The Peck brothers are associated, however, with the person who actually ended up killing the other individual. So there's belief that Wayne Mack was killed by the Peck brothers as retaliation for trying to testify. Then Sandra is now testifying against the Peck brothers for the murder of her friend Wayne Mack. Then she goes missing after one of the two brothers is convicted and sentenced to prison for the murder of Wayne. So Bobby Peck was convicted, but Donald Peck, the other brother, was acquitted of the charges against him. Bobby Peck was sentenced to 60 years in prison, but Donald Peck, because he was acquitted, was free as can be and was out when Sandra disappeared. Now, police should have known all of this, and yet they still treated her case as a runaway. At the very least, they don't know for sure if the Peck brothers had anything to do as like a retaliation killing for her testifying. They don't know if that's actually what happened or not, but they at least owed it to her to look into that, but they didn't. The other potential theory, very credible theory, centers around her unborn child. She was 4 months pregnant at the time. Well, recently, just shortly before she disappeared, the father of her baby said, "I'm not going to be with you anymore. I'm actually going to be marrying another woman." We've seen this time and time again. Man gets one person pregnant, but then wants to be with another woman, doesn't want to have anything to do now with this baby, in fear of, I'm going to have to pay child support or take care of this child. I'll just kill them instead. We've seen it time and time again. I'm not saying that's what happened. However, again, it is a very credible theory that they should have looked into at least, but they didn't. They have come up with a couple different composite drawings over the years of what Sandra might look like if she is alive today. There is always, of course, that possibility that she did, in fact, run away. She may have been afraid for her life because of the Peck brother situation. Maybe she was upset and rightfully depressed about the father of her baby saying, sorry, I'm not going to be with you, or the baby. That could sometimes cause a person to just, run. There are rumors that she is still alive. So there were rumors that people had thought they saw her on an episode of Soul Train in the background. Police later tried to acquire that tape, but they never found it. There were also rumors that she was now working as an adult film actress. Her own family would go out and rent adult films just to see if they could find her. But again, nothing ever developed from that. They were just rumors. This is closer to what Sandra might look like today. At least this is from 2022. Unfortunately, there are quite a few possibilities, very realistic possibilities of what may have happened to her. I lean more towards someone did something to her. The whole murder testifying at trial thing, where there's already been a series of murders connected to it, that makes a lot of sense. Or a boyfriend who doesn't want to have any responsibility to do with his baby, and it's easier just to kill a person. And because police did not investigate this, they did not collect her dental records, and when they tried to, a decade or so later, those records were now lost. They do, however, have familial DNA in the system thanks to the Doe network. But again, I can't help but wonder if they just did the most minimal of work from the start. Maybe there would have been a different outcome, or at least they would have had some answers or closure much sooner, but they don't. But someone somewhere out there knows the truth, and perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on the whereabouts of Sandra K. Powell or what may have happened to her, you are asked to please call 574-235-9201. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Sandra Mason Gann. Viewer discretion is advised. Not a lot is known about Sandra Gann or this case in general. But at the time of this case, Sandra Gann was 48 years old. She was married to this man here, Dwayne Gann. And Sandra had at least one child, a daughter, who was not Dwayne's child. They were living in the vicinity of the 20,000 block of Northwest 77th Place, and this was just outside of Stark, Florida. They lived in a trailer, and I'm looking at the map of this area, and I was doing street views, and it's very desolate. It is surrounded by woods, and these aren't houses and trailers that are close to one another. You're very separated. And so my thought process here is that if something were to happen in one of these places, like someone were to be, say, abducted from the front of their home, or an attack, a murder happened in a home where people are screaming, not many people are probably going to hear that. And I think someone probably took advantage of that here in this case. The last time anyone ever saw Sandra was on January 4th, 2004 at approximately 5 o'clock in the morning. According to Dwayne, Sandra got into a car of a stranger who he believed was taking her to work. Sandra's adult daughter, who also gave her a couple of grandkids, said, "That's very unusual." Sandra had her own car, which was parked in front of the home, and I don't know exactly who made this discovery, but her car was still there, and on top of the hood of her car was her purse and her keys, her driver's license and everything. All of it was there. I'm not sure who would just do that, leave their purse on the top of a car, then get into the car of someone else and then go to work. Needless to say, she didn't get to work. And whoever this mysterious stranger was that picked her up, according to the husband, has not been identified and has never come forward. Probably because it's not true. Here's another crazy situation. The following day, after she is reported missing by her daughter, not by her husband, the trailer that Sandra and Dwayne lived in burned to the ground. Completely destroyed. Everything and anything inside of it, gone. What a coincidence. Sounds like someone wanting to destroy evidence. Allegedly. Another thing police discovered was that in May of 2003, Sandra had called 911 to report domestic violence from her husband against her. He was charged with aggravated battery, but then Sandra never showed up to the court appearance, and so the charges against him were dropped. But Sandra remained with Dwayne. Apparently, Dwayne's sister, Deborah Starling, lived next door, or the next trailer over from them, and she too, along with Dwayne, are considered suspects in Sandra's disappearance. However, they have no proof, they have no evidence. They did search Deborah's trailer, they found nothing, at least not that they've ever announced. Meanwhile, they've continued to search for her, and again, it's a very desolate area, but they've never found any trace of her. The police do believe that foul play is what likely happened here. But unfortunately, you also need evidence, and the biggest piece of evidence you would need is a body. But that has not been located. You have a husband who has been charged with aggravated assault against his wife. He also had a prison record dating back to 1978. The trailer just so happens to burn down less than a day after Sandra disappears, leaving no possibility of searching the trailer and finding any evidence. 1 + 1 is 2, usually. Allegedly. Someone somewhere out there has got to know the truth about what really happened to Sandra Gann, and perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on her whereabouts or what may have happened to her, you are asked to please call 904-966-6304. The Secrets We Bury is a true crime documentary that came out towards the end of 2025, and I just watched it. So this documentary, which is just one movie, focuses on this man here, Mike Carroll, a very interesting fella. Basically spends the vast majority of his adult life trying to figure out what happened to the father he never really met. He was 8 months old when his father, George Carroll, disappeared. George Carroll just one day vanished in 1963, leaving behind a wife and 4 kids. His children grew up with their mother telling them that he left on his own, that he just abandoned them. For quite some time, that is exactly what they believed happened. Then Mike Carroll, who is a self-proclaimed QAnon person, he has like a couple of encounters here and there that indicate something different happened with his dad, that he didn't just abandon the family. Eventually, a psychic is contacted. The psychic says, your father's buried underneath your house. So eventually, Mike and then his own children, they begin to dig in the basement to see if it's true. And it's not so much a spoiler, but just in case, spoiler alert, you've been warned, okay? They do, in fact, find the body of George Carroll buried underneath the cement in the basement. He was encased in a cinder block wall, and then a bunch of dirt and cement was poured over his body. And he was murdered, obviously. And so what this documentary, it's just so sad. It is just a sad story. These kids grew up thinking their dad ran away on them and just didn't want to be in their lives anymore. And so the question becomes, why would the mother say he did that? Was she responsible for what happened to George? Well, there's more secrets. There's a person that she began seeing who was staying in the home at the time that George disappeared. This guy ends up impregnating her, and so there's a fifth sibling involved. So was this man involved in the murder? Was the mother involved? Were they both involved? I think this was a really well done. This is kind of how you're supposed to do it, right? You do like an hour and a half, maybe hour and 40 minutes, not break it up into 17 episodes where you just repeat information over and over and over again. It's well made. It is also just incredibly depressing. Just everything they talk about how their lives, and to know that for your entire life, because Mike Carroll was about 63 years old when they filmed this, for 63 years of his life, his father was just underneath his feet. The first time as a fully conscious human being that he ever really meets his father is as a skeleton. I can't imagine that feeling of knowing he was there the entire time. I watched this again on HBO Max. That's where I've been watching a lot of these recently. I don't know if it's on the ID channel as well, but it's good. I liked it. It's got a couple twists here and there. I'd recommend it for sure. This looks like an annoying NPC alchemist character from Skyrim. He's also a killer, so... Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Sean Eric Spencer. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to Camdenton in Missouri. That is where 26-year-old Sean Eric Spencer lived. At the time this case occurred, he was working in the food industry, and his best friend was his Rottweiler. The last time anyone can recall seeing him was on April 4th, 2006. Now, because Sean would, travel, or he would be gone for weeks, if not months on end without really contacting anyone, his mom didn't really report him missing until April 18th, 2007, which is a year later. But to be fair, he was someone who literally would fall off the grid for long periods of time. So no one really thought anything truly bad happened. Unfortunately, in this case, something bad did happen. So on April 4th of 2006, though, the police were called to the home of a man named David W. Smith. This guy here. The reports were of shots fired, there were at least 2 gunshots heard, but when police arrived, they found nothing out of the ordinary. And so they thought the calls were just someone who heard just gunshots in the woods. But Sean had some affiliations with David Smith, but there was no evidence or anything to suggest that he did anything to Sean. It wouldn't be until 2015 when a connection was finally made. In June of 2015, it would be David Smith's wife and also former roommate who would tell police what happened. So Sean had gone to the house, and there was this concept initially that he had gone there to check on a dog. But the reality is that Sean had actually gone there to purchase marijuana. According to the wife and the roommate, something happened, something got out of hand. There was an issue with the deal and shots were fired at Sean. David Smith shot him twice. Later that day, his wife got home and essentially saw a body. David had attached his body to the back of his truck with his chain and dragged his body out to the woods. David then made his wife go and purchase some lime so that he could hide the smell of the soon-to-be decomposing body. Meanwhile, David Smith cut up the body of Sean Spencer and pulled out all of his teeth. After some time of burying him, though, the lime was not masking the smell, so David said, I need to do something about this. And according to the wife and the roommate, he then just burned Sean Spencer's body, basically completely destroying it. A day or so later, the wife says there's another fire being burned on the property, and the kids are now there. I guess they had kids, and the kids saw hands falling out of a bag or something near this fire. The wife and mother said, oh my God, and told the kids that they were just Halloween decorations. Now, his wife was not exactly the best person either. She had been in and out of jail. She had been convicted of drug charges, and one of her own kids would end up taking out a protection order against her. But they also had to take her word for it as to what her husband did. And eventually, because of a secondary witness, the former roommate was able to corroborate everything. Why no one came forward back then, I don't know. My guess is that all of them were involved heavily in drugs, probably were all criminals and did not want to be connected to anything, so they kept quiet. But he is arrested and charged now with the murder of Sean Spencer. Sean Spencer's body, though, has never been found, and they don't believe it ever will be. His body was burned to ash back in 2006 or 2007, and none of this came to light until 2016, so unfortunately it does not sound like he'll ever be able to be laid to rest. His killer, though, would end up agreeing to take a plea deal, and he was convicted of his murder, and he was sentenced to just 19 years in prison. It's not the best justice, but at least it's something. But sadly, they're never going to be able to bring him home. Something awful happened behind the walls of this home, and yet a killer still roams free. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Shelley Watkins. Viewer discretion is advised. Shelley Watkins was born in 1957 in Toledo, Ohio. Shelley was someone who was just always smiling. She was someone who can make you laugh really easily. And she was a very determined person. She was going to make her own way in life. After graduating high school, she became a hairdresser. Then she met a man named Jerry Watkins. The two of them began to date, and eventually it led to marriage, which then led to the birth of their two daughters. And the family would end up settling down in Corsicana, Texas. Jerry Watkins, and I think his family as well, owned a construction company there in Texas, and they did very well for themselves. This takes us to September 6, 1993, when Shelley, Jerry, and the kids would end up going to a family get-together at Cedar Creek Lake. Jerry's family was there, and it seemed like it was going fine, but at some point, it sounds like Shelley got into an argument with Jerry's brother. This was something to do with the jet skis being used. And at some point that night, they end up leaving the party a little bit early, and they head back to their home, Shelley and Jerry and the kids. And then something happened, where Shelley vanished off the face of the earth. Shelley was not reported missing until September 9th, 1993. Jerry had basically said that they got into a fight that night, and she said, I'm going to leave the house, and I'm taking the kids. And he said I wouldn't let her take the kids, and so she just stormed out on foot, didn't get into a car, left everything she had, and just walked away. And that was the last time he ever saw her. Totally believable story. Totally. You know, Shelley, who loved being a mother more than anything on this planet, who was a wonderful mom, who would never, ever abandon her kids. Absolutely believable that that's what happened. Except, not really. On September 13th, 1993, about 40 miles or so away from where Shelley was last seen, here at the Trinity River, a body was found. The fishermen thought it was a package at first because it was just this big rolled up bundle of tarp. Well, once the tarp was opened, they found the body of a woman inside. and so obviously police were called. The body, tragically, was then identified as Shelley Watkins. She was killed by several blunt force trauma injuries to her skull. So Shelley just so happens to leave the house with nothing with her this night after an argument with her husband. And then she just so happens to come across a random murderer who abducts her and kills her, which is not obviously out of the question. That's something that happens all the time. But also an argument with your husband. She says, I'm taking the kids. He says no. She then leaves everything behind, and then she's found dead. Yeah, something happened here. I think it's pretty obvious. The police end up interviewing Shelley's family. They also interview Jerry's family, and Jerry's family seems to give some conflicting reports on the last day they saw her, which was at that party at the lake. Shelley's family would tell police that Jerry, in fact, had been unfaithful to Shelley. And this obviously created issues in their marriage, understandably so. Shelley was wanting to leave Jerry, which of course means that there would be a bitter divorce and a bitter custody battle, and it would probably cost him a lot of money. That's called motive. Within days of her disappearing, before she's even found, he already starts to retain a lawyer. He also refused to let police search his home without a warrant, again, before she was found. But once her body was found, they were then able to get that warrant. But it was already too late. There's a reason why Jerry didn't want them to search the home. Because once police finally got inside, the house had been freshly painted inside. Full sections of flooring had been torn up and replaced. The garage had been completely resurfaced. All happening within a few days of each other, all happening after Shelley disappeared. Totally innocent though, right? Now, there was a witness who saw a truck that seemed to have a big black tarp in it with cinder blocks attached to it. When her body was found, there were cinder blocks attached. But when a body is decomposing, the gases that release from the body will still lift you up, even with cinder blocks. But they saw a man in that truck. They identified Jerry Watkins. Now, police did not have any physical evidence to connect him to her murder. That's because the house had clearly been remodeled. Hastily so, after Shelley disappeared and before they found her body. So the evidence against him is very circumstantial. There was motive, though. Shelley wanted to leave. There were arguments that she had with his family at the lake. He then admittedly says that they argued that night at the house. So it was looking pretty strong. He was probably going to be convicted. Except, enter this fucking guy, Earl Ray Andrews, a district attorney there in Texas. Earl Ray Andrews, a district attorney again, had been investigated for accepting bribes from people, for dropping charges in cases against people. They then learned that he literally bribed Jerry Watkins and said, if you give me $300,000 in cash, I will drop the charges against you for murdering your wife. This district attorney is fired. He is then indicted and charged with connection to all of this. And he is found guilty and he is sentenced to prison. And then for some stupid fucking reason, the judge then says, well, because of all of that, we're going to dismiss and drop all of the charges against Jerry Watkins for killing his wife. And he became a free man. Where to this day, he still operates Watkins Construction. He lives in a big, beautiful mansion. And he remarried. And guess who he remarried? A woman named Kay Bryant, who just so happened to be a former friend of Shelley's and a former neighbor. I don't know why they haven't rearrested or recharged him with the case. Doesn't the fact that the DA was bribing him $300,000 and I'll drop the charges, doesn't that even show more guilt? I don't understand what the bribing had to do with anything related to the case. I don't get it. That didn't change anything they had against him. I'm not going to sit here and say that I know for a fact he did it, but 1 + 1 is 2. Always. Finally, I will say that there was a podcast done on her case. I think it's called The Unforgotten. And they had talked about how recently there was DNA testing done from evidence that they did have. And they found DNA that did not match Jerry. But what that makes them believe is that he just had help moving her body. He probably would have had to have help. Allegedly, of course. Allegedly. Shelley Watkins was a beautiful, vibrant young mother who loved her daughters more than anything on this earth. Somebody murdered her, and somebody has gotten away with her murder, and that is not fair. If you have any information on this case, you are asked to please contact the local authorities there in Corsicana, Texas, with any information you might have. Please help Shelley get the justice she rightfully deserves. She was brutally murdered because of an affair that never happened. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Shirley Pierce. Viewer discretion is advised. For this case, we're going to a city called Kannapolis in North Carolina. Now, Shirley Pierce actually grew up in Mooresville, North Carolina, and she came from a very, very big family. And everyone described her as just an incredibly pleasant and outgoing person. Someone who made friends very, very easily. Now, Shirley had been married in the past, and she had children with her previous husband, but they had already been divorced for quite some time, and she ends up getting engaged again. She began to date a man named Chuck Reeves, who worked in the textiles industry. Shirley herself also worked in the textile industry. I guess Kannapolis is a big textile area. She worked for a company called Tuscarora Yarns. But Chuck was the love of her life. He was an absolutely wonderful boyfriend, and everyone could tell how excited she was to marry him. But unfortunately, that wedding never came, which takes us to July 23rd, 2013. Chuck Reeves goes to Shirley's house because he had tried to call her, but she did not answer. So he arrives there. Her garage door is open, which was not unusual. She typically did that, but the door to the actual house in the garage was locked. He knew where a hidden key was, and so he got it and opened up that door. When he walked in, at first everything seemed okay. He heard the sound of running water. He called out for Shirley's name, but got no response. But then that's when he found the blood. There was blood everywhere. There was the smell of bleach permeating throughout the entire house. It looked as if someone had been trying to clean up massive blood spills in the house, but obviously failed. In the bedroom, there are tiny spots of blood on her sheets, and there are pools of blood next to the bed. Then he gets to Shirley's bathroom, where the water sound is coming from, and he finds his fiancée Shirley dead inside the tub. He calls 911 in a panic. The police arrive and they cordon off the scene. It was more than obvious to the coroner that Shirley had been stabbed to death, not just because of all the stab wounds, but also the blade of a knife had been stuck deep inside of her throat that broke off of the handle. This was an incredibly powerful and incredibly angry attack. The first person they look into obviously is the fiancé, but they're able to rule him out pretty quickly. Not to mention everyone they interviewed about him. I mean, he was a really good guy. He loved Shirley more than anything. He was so excited for their wedding. Shirley was excited for it. She loved him. Given how personal this attack seemed to be, it had to be someone she knew. And that's when police get a phone call. This is a woman named Marlene Johnson. Her husband, Irvin, had reported to police that he believes she was Shirley's killer. Irvin was actually the CFO at Tuscarora Yarns, where Shirley worked. According to Irvin, in about 2003 or so, Marlene had a severe nervous breakdown and tried to end her own life, but did not succeed. But after she survived that, she became incredibly erratic and physically abusive towards Irvin, and repeatedly threatened to kill him. In 2006, when Irvin joined Tuscarora Yarns as the CFO, he was still with Marlene, and he brought her in to meet his co-workers. One of those co-workers he introduced Marlene to was Shirley. Now, during all of this interaction, at one point, Shirley calls Irvin honey, and she just lightly touched his arm. This enraged Marlene. She took that as a sign that Shirley and her husband were having an affair, simply because Shirley said the word honey, which she called everyone, and she lightly touched his arm. And that was it. That was literally the nail in the coffin for Shirley. Marlene then became obsessed with Shirley and revealing this major affair, despite Irvin saying it's not happening. Because I'm going to tell you now, it wasn't happening. There was no affair. Marlene hires not one, but two private investigators to follow and stalk both Irvin and Shirley. Both private investigators who end up giving Marlene Shirley's address, photos of her home, aerial shots of the house. She learned that Shirley kept her garage door open all the time. But both of those private investigators also told Marlene, we can't find anything. They're never together except at work. She didn't care. She still believed they were having an affair. And one day she physically assaults Shirley, and Shirley does not press charges against her because that's just the kind of person Shirley is. She was like, I don't want to cause trouble for Irvin. But Irvin ends up divorcing Marlene, and Irvin gets a restraining order against Marlene. But once Irvin learned of Shirley's murder, he goes right to police and says, it's Marlene. She did it. I know she did. Police were able to track down Marlene, and they found her at her attorney's office, where they actually end up arresting her. They also get a warrant to search her car and the home she was living in. They found bleach and cleaning supplies just all in her trunk. They also found Shirley Pierce's mail inside her car, Marlene's car. In Marlene's house, that's where police recover all of the surveillance images that the private investigator gave Marlene. When they found her, she had fresh scratches all over her body. There were indications that Shirley had fought her attacker, but they also found cuts on her hand, which were indicative of her repeatedly stabbing someone and her hand slipping on the blade of the knife. But Marlene's then boyfriend says, well, she couldn't have done it because she was with me that entire time frame of when you said that this woman was murdered. But then a few days later, he comes to police and says, listen, she had me lie. She's a scary person. She told me to lie, but now I'm telling you the truth. She wasn't with me. They also found a text message where Marlene had texted a wrong number, which turned out to be a 15-year-old boy. And she said in that text, back off, you will not get Irvin over my dead body, you skanky whore. This 15-year-old's like, what the fuck? And then he's like, you got the wrong number. And then the person responds back with, is this Shirley Pierce? It all came from Marlene's phone. They then found several places in Shirley's house where the blood was found. They found additional DNA that was not Shirley's, and that DNA belonged to Marlene Johnson. She is arrested and officially charged with her murder. She denies it, says you got the wrong person. I would never hurt anybody. Not according to the numerous witnesses who would testify. She was an incredibly violent person. In 2018, Marlene Johnson's jury took less than 2 hours to find her guilty of the murder of Shirley Pierce, and she was sentenced to life in prison without parole. The judge actually told her to her face, you will die in prison. Shirley Pierce was a charming, innocent, lovely woman who was so excited about her future with her soon-to-be husband, but unfortunately that never got to happen. She was killed because of an affair she was supposedly having that she was not having. And despite everyone telling Marlene it's not happening, she did not believe it, and Shirley was killed for it. But now Shirley's monster will be in prison for the rest of her life. Imagine a Catholic priest performing satanic rituals and human sacrifice. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Sister Margaret Paul. Viewer discretion is advised. This was Mercy Hospital when it was built in the late 1800s, located in Toledo, Ohio. This here is the sacristy at the chapel there at Mercy Hospital. Early morning hours of April 5th, 1980, a fellow nun was walking into the sacristy. As she entered it, she saw someone lying on the ground, and when she entered, she noticed that it was Sister Margaret Paul, and she was covered in blood. Sister Margaret was dead. She had been murdered. Margaret Paul was born on April 9th, 1908. She came from a big Catholic family in Ohio, grew up on a farm, and she was always described as a very kind, gentle, caring, loving person who just loved people. 1927, she took her vows. This is something she had been aspiring to do her entire life. She had also earned her nursing degree. Then in the 1970s, she began her role there at Mercy Hospital working in the chapel. She had dedicated 53 years of her life to this. Helping people, this was her calling. But now she has been brutally stabbed to death inside the chapel. Near her body, they found an altar cloth with a bunch of holes in it, also saturated in blood. It appeared that this had been over her body when she was being stabbed, but she was stabbed 31 times. And nobody could figure out who on earth would do this to her and why. By this time, she's, basically an elderly woman, very petite. She can't put up a fight. She didn't wrong anybody. She had no enemies. Who kills a nun? Not only that, but who brutalizes her this way? Nothing appeared to have been stolen. She was not raped. This was simply put a rage killing. Someone was so angry at her to stab her 31 times. Despite this being a Catholic hospital, in a Catholic chapel, there's no way a priest could have done this, but 2 priests became the suspects. One of them being Father Gerald Robinson. Apparently, in the days or so leading up to her murder, she had been kind of visibly upset with Father Robinson because on the Good Friday service, he cut the service short, which was super unusual, especially on Good Friday. And he was not someone that was really this kind of considered this all-loving, kind person. He could be he was bullheaded. Sometimes got into arguments with the nuns, which is, again, that's just so bizarre, but that's what it was. Now, there were witnesses who heard arguing sometime around 7 o'clock in the morning, and they then heard hastily running away footsteps, kind of running along the marble flooring, and they believe the footsteps stopped near his living quarters. Police bring him in for questioning, and he says, well, yeah, I know who did it. Someone actually confessed to me that they are the ones who killed Sister Margaret. They're like, okay, who is it? Well, I can't do that. I'm a priest. We're not allowed to. Then later he says, I'm kidding. I no one confessed to me. I don't know why I did that or said that. Okay, what? So they end up searching his quarters. They find this fucking thing in his room. This is an antique letter opener. Well, it sure looked the same length of the stab wounds found on Sister Margaret's body. This could have easily been the murder weapon, but they did not detect any blood on it. They bring Father Robinson back in for questioning. And this time they seemed to have Father Robinson almost gearing towards maybe saying something implicating himself, and then 3 people storm into the room, the interrogation room, and demand that he leaves immediately. Was an attorney for the archdiocese, another detective who was Catholic, basically ordered him to leave the room and to not talk to police anymore, which was unheard of. It was just wild to see that. This guy is potentially a murder suspect, and you're saying, nah, get out. And because of that, they weren't really allowed to talk to him anymore, and the case goes cold. Fast forwarding about 2 decades, in July of 2003, a woman writes a letter to police to state, I got something to tell you. She claims that herself and many others had been subject to torture and abuse by priests there in Toledo. It started when she was a child, and it just kept on going. One time, these priests put this young woman into a coffin-like box, and they dumped cockroaches over her. They told her that those bugs were marking her now for Satan. These priests attempted to use satanic rituals to torture this woman and others. Satanic rituals that they were quite fond of utilizing the upside-down cross. They also used sadomasochistic sexual abuse towards her, and she named publicly the main priest who did this, Father Gerald Robinson. And that also got them thinking, wait a minute, where have we seen evidence of potential satanic rituals before? This is pretty eerie. On the altar blanket that was found next to Sister Margaret's body, there were blood stains, and there were knife holes that lined up with the knife wounds on Sister Margaret's body. Well, what they learned was that the knife holes were literally in the form of an upside-down cross, as if someone had taken a cross like this, they place it on top of the altar cloth on top of Margaret's body, and it began to stab her around the shape of the cross. What's more is that when they re-looked at this, they noticed that the patterns in blood matched the shape and size of this letter opener. Literally placed it on top of the bloodstains, it was identical. We then had other witnesses come forward to state that they in fact saw Father Robinson running from the scene. Obviously, these people are afraid of him. He had a lot of power and a lot of influence, especially considering these other members of the archdiocese and other Catholic detectives yanked him out of these interrogation rooms. Also, he's practicing satanic worship and potential human sacrifice on people. They're not going to rat him out then. They're terrified. But now they come forward, and with all of this, they finally arrest Father Gerald Robinson, who was still acting as a Catholic priest. Father Robinson goes on trial in 2006, and he is found guilty of the murder of Sister Margaret Paul and sentenced to life in prison. He died in his prison cell while trying to appeal his sentence in 2014. He died of a heart attack. Womp womp. Sister Margaret Paul was a kind, loving, caring human being whose goal in life was to help people. She had no reason to be murdered this brutally by this man, or murdered at all by this man, but he chose her because he just didn't get along with her. And so he stabbed her 31 times in a satanic ritual. But thankfully, he was finally caught, and his years and decades of terror came to an end when he died in his prison cell. And I hope that he is rotting in hell. This might be one of my favorite true crime docuseries that I have seen. It's called The Murders at Starved Rock. You can watch it on HBO Max. Not a paid sponsor. It came out in 2021. I had just never heard about it until I saw it pop up on my HBO Max feed, and so I watched it. It's 3 episodes long, about an hour each episode. This is one of the few times where I will say that 3 episodes was needed. There was so much information for this case, so much information that you could not have done it in like a 45-minute episode. And it needed to be as long as it was. It covers the 1960 triple homicide of these 3 women here, 47-year-old Frances Murphy, 50-year-old Mildred Lindquist, and 50-year-old Lillian Oding. They were found brutally bludgeoned to death and murdered at the Starved Rock State Park in Illinois. And pretty quickly on into the investigation, they had a suspect, a man named Chester Weger, who would end up confessing. This is an actual image from Chester Weger, who is literally chained up to another police officer. These are other officers, these are not the actual victims, but he is then at Starved Rock showing exactly how he claims he killed all 3 women. One of the other really interesting aspects to this is that the actual filmmaker behind this documentary is the son of the prosecutor who prosecuted Chester Weger. He started off as like, I want to just tell the story. That's all I wanted to do. But then eventually he kind of slowly became, well, wait a minute. Was Chester Weger really the guy? Did they frame him? But his confession didn't match the crime perfectly. Now, Chester Weger was eventually paroled in 2020, and then he died, I believe, in 2025, claiming he was innocent the entire time. He recanted his confession, saying that he was basically told what to say. Detectives and prosecutors who were like, listen, that's the guy. All right, he's the guy. We're going to just put it on him. We'll put all the evidence on him, blah, 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 blah. It's him. We don't want to do the work to find out who it actually was. It's him. But is Chester Weger guilty or innocent? Well, I'm still not sure. And also what this documentary shows is that it shows the life of the family of the accused and the impact that it has, especially the impact of a possible wrongful conviction and how damaging that is to their family as well. His son would turn out to be a criminal himself. His wife ended up remarrying. She died of cancer. His parents died while he was in prison. I loved every moment of this documentary, though. It was as compelling to me as, say, like Making a Murderer or Paradise Lost, where you have this idea that this person might not have been the person to have committed this murder, that this person was clearly framed, or there's at least a lot of doubt that if you tried this case as it was in 1960, if you tried it now, there is no chance in hell this man ever would have been convicted. No chance. As a matter of fact, they did test some DNA, which was only talked about at the end of the documentary. It hadn't been concluded yet, but DNA that was found in one of the victim's hands from hair, that DNA from that hair excluded him, meaning it wasn't him. But again, it doesn't mean he wasn't also there, because there is also the belief, and I believe this too, there is no way that a small, scrawny guy like him could have done all of this on his own. Not only with 0 weapons, no guns, no knife, nothing, to subdue these 3 women, and also he dragged them up this small, like, little cliff overhang to leave their bodies here. He could not have done that on his own. So at the very least, he had help, or this was done by other people, in which they do name other people in the documentary, and I feel more inclined to think it was them and not Chester. But I also don't know. My only drawback to this entire thing was they did not focus on the victims. We really learned almost nothing about them. They barely mentioned their actual names. You did have interviews with their family members, and that's something that's crucial. You have to do that. You focus so much on the suspect and the potential killer, but not the victims, and that's something you need to do. But everything else about it was just so goddamn compelling that I loved this. Again, it's 3 episodes long. You can watch it on HBO Max if you have it. I'm not sure if you can watch it anywhere else, but that's where I saw it. The Murders at Starved Rock. Check it out if you've never seen it. It's good. The image you see is that of 2 people who survived at sea for 5 days after watching their friends get eaten by sharks. Hello, true crimerers. This is the story of the Trashman Yacht. Viewer discretion is advised. So this story happened in 1982, and I believe it was turned into a TV movie some point around 2019 or so, called Capsized Blood in the Water. This is the only photo of him I could find, but this was John Lipoff. He was the captain of this vessel here, a 50-foot yacht called the Trashman. And in October of 1982, John and his crew would be heading down to Florida. Their path was from Maine going all the way down to Florida, but they would never make it there. So in the Gulf Stream off the coast of North Carolina, on the night they were passing through it, there was a massive, massive storm. And unfortunately, one of the crew members, a man named Mark Adams, who I can't find a photo of, from what I've read, was very drunk that night. And so navigating this yacht through a horrible storm was going to be difficult. The boat would end up capsizing, and all 5 people on board would capsize with it, which included John Lipoff, John's girlfriend at the time, Meg Mooney, Mark Adams, who again I can't find a photo of, Brad Kavanaugh, and Deborah Scaling Kiley. Meg Mooney, before it actually sank, she was severely injured where her leg was sliced open. And while on the dinghy, her wound, obviously it's not being treated, and so it began to become infected pretty quickly. The Trashman sank to the depths of the ocean and has never been recovered. The 5 survivors were adrift at sea, not knowing which direction they were going in. They quickly began to starve and were dying of thirst. And then the sharks came. The sharks were swimming underneath and at one point were trying to push the dinghy over. This caused a lot of fear, obviously. It sounds like both John Lipoff and Mark Adams were so desperate to quench their thirst that they ended up drinking the seawater, which is a big, big no-no. And drinking that very salty seawater can cause a person in that situation to become delusional. And both Mark and John eventually became so out of their minds because of just the situation in general, but also from consuming and drinking so much seawater, that both of them ended up jumping into the ocean. They were seeing things that weren't there, but they dove into shark-infested waters. And the survivors would later recount hearing the blood-curdling screams and feeling the sharks underneath the boat as they were literally thrashing one of the men and eating them while bumping against the boat. They heard and saw their friends get killed and eaten by sharks. Meg Mooney, whose leg was obviously very infected at this point, who was bleeding profusely, she ends up dying in the dinghy from the infection. Deborah and Brad end up giving her a burial at sea. At a certain point, the water in the raft was a mix of seawater and blood. So they make the decision, a terrifying decision really, to jump out of the raft so that they could tip the raft over to get all of that dirty water out and then reflip it, which they are able to do successfully. Brad and Meg survived at sea for roughly 5 days without any food, without any water, being pelted by the sun, watching their friends get eaten and killed by sharks. And then a Russian cargo ship saved the day. This is the actual photo of both Brad Kavanaugh and Deborah Kiley on the dinghy. Brad and Deborah would spend the next week or so in the hospital recovering from mass dehydration, not to mention the burns from the sun to their bodies, and they both pulled through and they survived. It's honestly quite remarkable to be out there for that long in the sun without water or food, but they made it. They went on to live their lives. But unfortunately, on August 13th, 2012, Deborah Kiley died from some undisclosed illness. Brad Kavanaugh is still alive to this day. As a matter of fact, he's married with kids, but he also pilots boats, and he goes through the exact same area that the trash man did all those years ago. 5 days at sea, watching their friends brutally killed by sharks, they themselves slowly dying from dehydration, but they persevered and they survived and were rescued and went on to live happy lives. But I cannot imagine the absolute horror that these two have had to live with in their minds for the rest of their lives. Was he abducted or murdered, or did a storm claim him? Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Tyler Inman. Viewer discretion is advised. This case is going to take us to Aberdeen, Washington. Tyler Jennings Inman was born on May 27th, 1979. When this case occurred, he is just 3 years old. His mother was no longer with his father, and he lived with his mom and her boyfriend in an apartment there in Aberdeen. And Tyler also had a 5-year-old sister. They were living somewhere in an apartment complex at the 1300 block of Madison Street there, which interestingly enough was right next to Kurt Cobain's childhood home. On December 21st, 1982, Tyler's mom would go out with a friend to play bingo, and so she left the two kids with a teenage babysitter. Mother's boyfriend then gets home around 8 p.m. and then dismisses the babysitter. What he claims happens next is that a friend of his called him and asked him to come help him take a boat out of the nearby Wiska River. That is right here, so it's wrapping around the area where they lived. He claims he was gone for 20 minutes and then he re-enters the apartment. From what I understand, he does not check on the kids, who were apparently sleeping at the time. Mother, Sherry, she gets home a little after 10 p.m. She goes to check on the kids. She sees her daughter in the room, but she does not see Tyler anywhere in the apartment at all. Now, at this time, there is also a very torrential storm happening, a very fierce storm. This is a storm that actually ended up injuring many people, and it killed 2 adults. This was happening when Tyler would have gone missing. I believe the thought is that they think Tyler left the apartment and then just disappeared. Or someone in that 20-minute window of time entered the apartment and kidnapped just Tyler. I don't know if the sister heard or saw anything. There's actually really not much published about the case. If Tyler was still alive today, he would look something similar to this. But it sounds like they don't really believe that Tyler is alive. I do know that they thoroughly searched the Wiska River and they found nothing. Looking at the maps, because I'm obviously not familiar with Washington, I've never been there, but the Wiska River goes into a bay here, and then the bay feeds into the ocean. And if the storm was really that bad that it actually killed 2 adults and injured a bunch more people, it's entirely possible that it picked up a 3-year-old boy and it, launched him into the river, which then he drowned. But they don't have proof of that. You also have to fully trust the boyfriend's story. Did he really leave the apartment for 20 minutes? When he got back, why didn't he ever check on the kids? Babysitter confirms he got there about 8 o'clock. The mother comes home at 10. That's a 2-hour window of time where something else could have happened. Tyler apparently also had a cauliflower ear, potentially from abuse. Did that abuse come from the boyfriend or someone else? Is it possible Tyler got upset that night and the boyfriend reacted physically and something happened? My other question, my other speculation is who exactly called him away for that 20-minute window of time to help get the boat out of the river? Was that a ploy? Was that a lure of some kind? Was someone deliberately getting him out of the apartment with the intent of going in and stealing or kidnapping Tyler? That's a possibility. I do find it hardest to believe that if everything played out exactly like he said, that this was a random phone call that was made and he did in fact go help this friend and he was gone for that specific 20-minute window of time, I find it very difficult to believe that someone also in that time, a complete stranger, would have just so happened to enter the apartment and kidnap a little boy. It's not impossible. To me, it seems incredibly unlikely. Meaning that someone already in the apartment did something to him, someone knew he was in the apartment and lured the boyfriend away to get him, or Tyler maybe saw the boyfriend leave the apartment and tried to follow him to the river, and him being a little tiny boy, very lightweight, the storm just took him and threw him into the river where he drowned and died. Unfortunately, there is no knowledge of what actually happened to him. There are multiple possibilities, but no answers. If he was abducted, or if he was murdered, whether it be accidentally or intentionally, then someone somewhere out there knows the truth about what really happened to Tyler, and perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on Tyler's whereabouts or what happened to him, you are asked to please call 360-533-3043. His stuffed animals and his Ninja Turtle bed sheets are exactly as he left them. That was over 30 years ago. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Victor Dwight Shoemaker Jr. Viewer discretion is advised. This case is going to take us to Kirby in West Virginia. I believe the family actually lived in Leesburg, Virginia. But in May of 1994, Victor's grandpa was hosting a big family reunion type thing. And so Victor, his parents, and family would go to Kirby, which is like an hour and a half away, for the party. Victor, who I guess also went to by JR, was only 5 years old when all of this occurred. Victor loved the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. He had a nice collection of stuffed animals. His bike is still in his room to this day. This is a bedroom. This is his parents years later, but this is a bedroom of a 5-year-old kid. These were the most important things in a 5-year-old's life. So near where the grandfather lived in Kirby was an area called the Short Mountain Wildlife Management Area. A fairly dense wooded area with a lot of steep terrain, a lot of places for a person to fall and get hurt. On May 1st, 1994, Victor would go out with two of his cousins who were, I think, 8 and 9 years old at the time. They were going to go outside in the woods, and this was in the morning, and they said, we're going to go hunting. It was just pretend hunting for them. The two older cousins were kind of in charge of making sure that Victor was okay and that he was keeping up with them. According to the cousins, about 30 minutes into their walk, and they're walking near these like abandoned mobile homes and trailers. Well, they said that Victor said, I'm hungry and I want to go home. Will you take me home? The cousins said, no. So Victor, according to the cousins, turns around and he begins to walk back towards his grandfather's home. Then the two cousins come back a short time after that, and they realize that Victor isn't there. And now the parents, the grandfather, all of them are like, where's Victor? You were supposed to keep your eyes on him. He was nowhere to be found. Victor was missing. Missing somewhere in this vast area of mountains and hills, bushes, trees. He is reported missing, and a search for him begins within an hour. They do a very, as thorough as a search that they could do at the time. It was also downpouring rain when they were searching. The terrain was also very difficult to get through. And these are even for police officers, adults who are prepared for the situation. It was still difficult to search. They found no trace of the boy. This went on for about 4 or 5 days, and eventually they had to stop. Meanwhile, they're questioning the cousins a couple of times. They have, I think, a child psychologist sit down with them and do these specific tests for kids, like lie detector type tests, and they handle it how they are supposed to handle it. And there was no indications that the cousins were lying about what happened. Now, Victor's parents said that the two cousins came back and they were acting very strangely. Like, they wouldn't give a story to Victor's parents. And this could be because the two kids, because they were still very young, were just nervous because they weren't paying attention to Victor and thought, we're going to get into trouble. I don't think anyone in the adults suspected that the cousins did something to Victor. I think they were just scared because we're going to get blamed for this. Police also, interviewed his parents. They gave lie detector tests to Victor's father. I don't think they gave one to the mother, but they gave lie detectors to the cousins and to other family members, and all of them passed. One of the heartbreaking things I read in one of the newspaper articles was this. When they were searching, they found 3 rocks were arranged in a triangle with a stick in the middle, 3 logs on the sides, and dirt freshly disturbed. It looks like somebody trying to build a house. He's described as being a very intelligent little boy. He likes to play at building houses. They suspected that this may have been a campsite that the 5-year-old boy made up himself to sleep in, but they don't know for sure. There were also rumors of the search dogs, that they did in fact pick up Victor's scent, but it was strange because their noses weren't pointed at the ground and sniffing the ground. Their noses were actually pointed up, kind of more sniffing the air. Some people took that as that might indicate that Victor was picked up from a location and moved in somebody's arms, and that's why the dog was hitting at a higher spot. I don't know if that's how that works with these dogs or not, but it was something that people went, The police found 0 evidence of foul play. It does not mean that foul play didn't happen, it's just they can't show that foul play occurred. They also don't have proof that he fell somewhere, injured himself, and died, because Victor, even to this very day, has never been found. And they didn't just search the direct area, they searched for miles and miles around it. They did grid searches. At one point, the National Guard was doing their training and searching for him, and found nothing. This is a very, very dense, heavily wooded area with a lot of steep drop-offs and hills and mountains and places for someone to fall into, hurt themselves, maybe die, and be hidden. He's a 5-year-old boy, he's tiny. But you also figured that with the amount of people that were searching and the length of time they searched for, they would have found something, but they found nothing. There is belief by some that Victor was walking back towards his grandpa's house. He knew where the house was. He was very familiar with the area. He walked in this area all the time, and that somebody just happened to drive by because there were rumors of a dark-colored pickup truck being seen driving down a road right next to where Victor was last seen, around the time he was last seen. So there is that suspicion that maybe Victor just so happened to cross that person's path and Victor was abducted. That is just as possible as him falling and injuring himself. But the fact is they don't have proof either way. His parents, even decades later, they hold out hope that something will come, that someone will have an answer, that something will be found, even if it's his remains. But so far, they just sit and wait. Little Victor's bedroom remains the exact same way it was the day he left. His sheets not slept in, his stuffed animals exactly where they were, but the little 5-year-old boy has never slept in this bed ever again. They leave it this way in hopes that maybe one day he will come home. Someone somewhere out there might know the truth about what really happened to Victor Dwight Shoemaker Jr., and perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on this case, you are asked to please call 304-822-3561. You can also contact their FBI office at 202-324-3000. This is the image of a man who was about to commit a horrific murder. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Wallace Bowman Jr. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to Scotland, Texas. Texas. The date is August 15th, 2008. I don't know if this is the exact convenience store, but I know it was along US 281. At one point, there was a family-owned convenience store, and that is where one of the victims in this case worked. Her name was Mindy Daffern. She grew up in Oklahoma. She had several brothers and a couple of sisters. She married the love of her life in 1978. And eventually, they found themselves in Scotland, Texas, where they opened a little store called the Grocery Store. On August 15th, 2008, she opened up the store that morning, as she did every morning, and she would be working her shift behind the counter. Unfortunately, this would be her final shift. At about 3 p.m., once I think her husband and another family member got to the store and saw that she was no longer there, nobody was there, they reported her missing. So the police were contacted. All of her belongings seemed to still be there. And they check CCTV footage. They find footage of a man in the store. And they also find this man had parked his black vehicle outside. He then walks out. He moves the car to a different location by the store. Then walks back in, where he pulls out a gun, points it at Mindy, and forces her out of the store. So basically, this man abducted her. But who the hell is he? They had a fairly good image of his car, and so they were looking around the area for that car, and they actually ended up finding it, an SUV, at a motel in Bowie, Texas, which then linked them to this man here, Wallace Bowman Jr. Wallace was a registered sex offender, but Mindy wasn't in the motel room with him. She wasn't in the car, and they asked him, "What'd you do with her?" And he said, I left her, I dropped her off at the side of the road, and I don't know what happened after that. They asked him, "Do you have the gun that you used that we saw in the footage?" "I threw it in a nearby lake. It's gone." A day prior to all of this happening, a double homicide occurred. This was Karen and James France, and they were found in their home, which had been set ablaze, and they had been completely burned. They had both been shot and killed, though, before the house was set on fire, so the fire did not kill them. And once they had Wallace Bowman, they had a link to him. Wallace was friends with their son. Those two had met while in prison together. Well, at that crime scene, they found blood-soaked clothes and some other pieces of evidence that would end up forensically linking back to Wallace Bowman. Wallace had been convicted previously of burglary and aggravated sexual assault. Once he was released in 2004, he then failed to register as a sex offender. Well, now that they have damning physical evidence connecting him to the double murder of this couple, they say, all right, the jig is up. Where is Mindy? He then tells them a different story. Well, this time while they were in the car together, he stabbed her when they got into some kind of physical altercation. Then he said her body would be found in Sunset, Texas, which is about 50 miles away. When they go to that area, they finally find her. Mindy's body, they confirmed, was stabbed, but also she too had been set on fire. And he would later state that he did that. He said he stabbed her, he dumped her body there, then he lit her up. And they have evidence at the crime scene as well that would also link back to him. Why did he do all of this? Well, he had gone to James and Karen France's home and asked them for money. They turned him away and said no. He reacted by killing them. And the following day, because he's just a psychopath and he also wanted money, he planned to rob this convenience store but ends up abducting the woman and killing her. Again, because he's a psychopath. He goes on trial for all three murders and he is convicted and he is sentenced to life in prison without parole. James and Karen France were brutally murdered and set on fire simply because they would not give this man money. Mindy was simply killed because she was just there. But in the end, her, James, and Karen all got the justice they rightfully deserved. It was her first overnight shift at this gas station, but tragically it would also be her last. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Wanda Musk. Viewer discretion is advised. Wanda Musk was born on May 7th, 1974. She was actually born in Seoul, South Korea. When she was just 3 days old, though, she was adopted by an American, a man named Ross Musk, who was a member of the U.S. Air Force. And eventually, they find themselves back living in Genesee Township in Michigan. Ross and his wife, young son Musk, would end up getting a divorce. She would move back to Florida, and so Wanda would stay in Michigan with her dad. Her dad had a promise going with his siblings. So basically, if anything happens to me, you take care of my children. If anything happens to you, I take care of your children. And in 1989, Ross Musk tragically passes away. So then Wanda goes on to live with her aunt and uncle, Ronald and Carol Mast. Wanda would graduate high school in 1992, and then she would attend college. She was specifically attending Mott Community College. And in 1993, Wanda, who was 19 years old at that time, gets a job here at the One Stop Food Store. Her parents said they actually tried to get her to not work there, because specifically she was going to be working the third shift or the overnight shift. They were concerned because, she is a young woman working on her own overnight at a gas station. We've all heard the horror stories, but she was adamant, I can do this, I'm fine. She was a very strong-willed person. Fierce, but in the best way possible. She trained for 2 weeks, and then she would be working her very first overnight shift at the One Stop, which takes us to approximately 7 o'clock in the morning on November 14th, 1993. A customer enters the store and realizes there's nobody there. And so they eventually contact the owner. The owner then comes, realizes Wanda, who is supposed to be there, not there, and her car is still there, but he's concerned, and so he calls the police. A little over an hour later, a short distance away, the nude and murdered body of 19-year-old Wanda Musk was found. She had been beaten severely to death, and she was also raped. There were a couple of suspects from the get-go. The first one was an on-again, off-again boyfriend she had that had very violent tendencies at times. Could be verbally and at times maybe physically abusive. But he swears up and down he didn't do it. However, he does admit he was there that night. He would kind of borderline stalk her at the store when she was training there, trying to kind of get back with her. But eventually they're able to rule him out. Then another man with, learning disabilities ends up confessing to killing her. But then he ends up getting every detail of the murder and the abduction wrong. And they realize that he actually had nothing to do with it. So he's clear too. A witness then comes forward to state that at around 6:30-ish a.m. or so, she was in the store and it was just Wanda and there was a man, and that's it. And this customer got some really strong bad vibes from this man. Something just didn't seem right. But he wasn't doing anything bad or illegal. She just, got bad vibes and she didn't really think anything of it. And so she buys her purchase and then she leaves the store. Then at about 6:45 a.m., a man is walking his dog past the store when he sees a man and a woman walking out of the convenience store, and they're kind of interlocked, their arms are. It looked like a boyfriend and girlfriend just leaving. She wasn't screaming, she wasn't fighting him. He didn't think anything of it until he found out about the abduction and the murder. And then he realizes, I think I saw her killer, and I think I saw her being abducted. But unfortunately, they could not identify this man. There was no camera that caught him. The witnesses who reported seeing him gave some, generic descriptions of the guy, but it wasn't enough to, identify him. They would interview hundreds of people. They got DNA samples willingly from hundreds of people. All of them were ruled out. And unfortunately, Wanda's case goes cold. In 1994, another young woman, a 19-year-old named Linda Gibson, was abducted and murdered. 2 men were pretty quickly apprehended for her murder, and they were convicted. One of the men involved was a man named Matthew Alder. You don't say. But this guy and his accomplice were sentenced to life in prison. At some point in the early to mid-2000s or so, there was a law in Michigan that changed that every convicted felon now has to hand over their DNA. So in 2013, he, as a convicted felon for murder and rape, he gives over his DNA because he has to. They put it into their database and they immediately get a hit. It was, in fact, his DNA that hit for the murder of Wanda Musk. So with that, they charge him with first-degree murder. He admits to abducting her. He admits to killing her. He says he never met her before. She didn't know him. But he swears up and down he didn't rape her. They know that's not the truth, but he says he didn't. And they end up giving him a plea deal, and he would plead guilty to second-degree murder. And for Wanda's murder, he got 20 to 30 years in prison, which was on top of his life without parole sentence for Lisa Gibson's murder. So he'll never, ever be free. Wanda Musk was a wonderful, artistic, bright young woman with a very promising future ahead of her. She was working at the gas station to make ends meet, to pay her way through college so that she could have a future. But then a random monster entered her convenience store and changed all of that and took away her future. But thankfully, her monster is now rotting away in a prison cell and will die there. You know, sometimes the answer is painfully obvious. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Windsor Thomason. Viewer discretion is advised. This case will take us to Rendon, Texas. That is where 64-year-old Windsor Denon Thomason lived. In 1966, when he was married, his wife was apparently having an affair, and so he went to his wife's lover, took a gun, and shot the man to death. But for some reason, he was never charged with it and never went to prison. As a matter of fact, he ended up staying with that wife until 1972, when their horrible marriage finally ended. And he would marry, I think, 3 other women down the road, and all ended in divorce. Then he married a woman named Amanda Crawford. And it doesn't sound like Windsor's children really knew much about Amanda. And at one point, I guess he had said that he thought that Amanda was trying to kill him. Then they noticed that he began to sort of slowly fade away from his normal self. He became very unkempt, didn't appear to clean himself often. His home was a disgusting mess, which was very much unlike him. He was retired at that point, so he collected Social Security payments and a pension, but he also owned and operated a trailer park there in Rendon, which was, good income for him. The last time his children ever saw him was 2 days after Christmas in 1991, when on that December 27th day, he met up with his daughter and grandchild and, gave them Christmas presents. And then within a few months, they realized they haven't heard from him. They haven't talked to him on the phone. They haven't seen him in person, except his wife, Amanda, would tell one of his or some of his 6 kids that, oh yeah, no, he's fine. He wanted me to tell you hi. Like she was speaking on behalf of him. And then at some point she tells his kids, he's in Mexico and he faked his death and that's where he is now. Then she changed her story and said, oh, no, actually, he was diagnosed with AIDS and he's dying. However, no medical records were ever shown to prove that he had AIDS. By June of 1992, the family has had enough of her BS and they report their father missing. So police talk to Amanda and she says, no, I'm in contact with him. He's in Oklahoma. He sent me some letters. Here's some letters that he wrote me. The police look at it, and they apparently have a handwriting expert look at those letters, and they say, yeah, it's his handwriting. Okay, case closed. He's in Oklahoma. At some point in 1992, his ex-wife and him were supposed to be selling a former property that they owned together. And when the ex-wife went to sign the documents, he never showed up. However, I think Amanda showed up on his behalf with signed documents that she claimed had his signature. In 1995, he apparently signed documents to have his Marine Corps pension sent to a new bank account, which nobody had access to other than Amanda, his wife. Meanwhile, he still hasn't been seen physically by anyone. Then Amanda tells his attorney, I haven't seen him in a really long time. I think it's because he was murdered and dismembered and he was put into a septic tank. Girl, what? Then his kids discovered finally that Amanda was taking all of his pension money And so they report that to police saying, hey, this is fraud. And we think our father is dead. Police are now more inclined to agree. So they talk to Amanda again, and she says, oh, don't worry, I saw him in September of 1995. He initiated a divorce between us, and so, I signed the documents. When police find those documents, they learn that it was not him who initiated the divorce in 1995. As a matter of fact, it was her, Amanda. And in her initial court documents that she sent in when she filed for a divorce, she literally wrote on there, I have no idea where my husband is. Then they look into this home purchase that he was supposed to be doing in 1992, in which he signed documents but never showed up to the actual meeting. Well, they look at his signature and they realize that it was a traced signature on that form. He didn't do it himself. Someone copied it. Amanda had collected at least $25,000, if not $30,000 worth of his pension. And at that point, police, when they learn all of this, they think, okay, he's dead. Yeah, no shit. Everything about this is obvious. Amanda murdered this man, or had someone murder this man, and withheld all of that so that she can keep collecting his money and also earn money by selling properties and all of that, all whilst he is nowhere to be found. If it looks like a duck, if it walks like a duck, if it quacks like a duck, newsflash, it's a fucking duck. But police said they never had any evidence to suggest that Amanda killed him or had someone kill him. Therefore, she was never charged, never indicted, never went to court or anything, because they do not have proof that he is dead. And I don't know where she is to this day. I mean, she might be dead at this point. I don't know how old she was back then, but I know that he would be close to 100. And if she was around his age, then she's either gone or close to being gone. But Windsor Thomason has never been located. He has allegedly killed someone himself in the past, but we would want him to face justice for that. He never did. And if someone killed him and murdered him, not for reasons connected to that at all, but for their own evil, twisted reasons, that person should have also been prosecuted. And he has children and grandkids who still love him, right? And they want to be able to lay him to rest. Someone somewhere out there might know the truth about where to locate Windsor Thomason's body, and perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information on his whereabouts, you are asked to please call 817-884-1305.